Santa's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
My eyes out of control, pockets getting swole. Baguettes gon' shine and my wrist gon' glow. It was a long time ago, been on top for a while, never hit a plateau. Whoa, you see my diamonds dancing, so turn up the radio. All is white in the sky, look up and see the snow. It's a big bang, a big bang. It's a big bang, a big bang. Ice, I'm shining. Ooh, look at these diamonds, got a mirror on my ear. You do your makeup as I'm driving. I'm right behind you, so much ice, I changed my tires. A ring with all this bling, it is much to be desired. I'm on fire, you inspire. Got this work, but you retire. We go higher, who inquire? I'm so icy as I'm supposed to be. Walk up in the jeweler, hater, this the North Pole to me. So much snow up on my body, Santa might propose to me. My eyes out of control, pockets getting swole. Baguettes gon' shine and my wrist gon' glow. It was a long time ago, been on top for a while, never hit a plateau. Whoa, you see my diamonds dancing, so turn up the radio. All is white in the sky, look up and see the snow. It's a big bang, a big bang. It's a big bang, a big bang. I got a light on my life, so it's only right that I ice someone nice. I try to do it twice, that's a necklace, 2 bracelets. These all brand new, ain't no faceless. You can't get you no replacement. Diamond ring, no engagement. I call the shots like I'm playing. Better make me my payment. These rocks as big as a meteor, baby. What is you saying? It's so rocky, it's shining. It's so heavy, it's blinding. But it's ice, they be robbing. But I love me my diamonds. My eyes out of control, pockets getting swole. Baguettes gon' shine and my wrist gon' glow. It was a long time ago. on top for a while, never hit a plateau. Whoa, you see my diamonds dancing, so turn up the radio. All is white in the sky, look up and see the snow. It's a big bang, a big bang. It's a big bang. My eyes out of control, pockets getting swole. Baguettes gon' shine and my wrist gon' glow. It was a long time ago, been on top for a while, never hit a plateau. Whoa, you see my diamonds dancing, so turn up the radio. All is white in the sky, look up and see the snow. It's a big bang, a big bang. It's a big bang, a big bang. Ice, I'm shining. Ooh, look at these diamonds. Got a mirror on my ear. You do your makeup as I'm driving. I'm right behind you. So much ice, I changed my tires. A ring with all this bling. It is much to be desired. I'm on fire, you inspired. Got this work, but you retired. We go higher, who inquire? I'm so icy as I'm supposed to be. Walk up in the jeweler, hater. This the North Pole to me. So much snow up on my body. Santa might propose to me. My eyes out of control. Pockets getting swole. Baguettes gon' shine and my wrist gon' glow. It was a long time ago, been on top for a while, never hit a plateau. Whoa, you see my diamonds dancing, so turn up the radio. All is white in the sky, look up and see the snow. It's a big bang, a big bang. It's a big bang, a big bang. I got a light on my life, so it's only right that I ice someone nice. I try to do it twice. That's a necklace, 2 bracelets. These all brand new, ain't no faceless. You can't get you no replacement. Diamond ring, no engagement. I call the shots like I'm playing. Better make me my payment. These rocks as big as a meteor, baby. What is you saying? It's so rocky, it's shining. It's so heavy, it's blinding. But it's ice, they be robbing. But I love me my diamonds. My eyes out of control. Pockets getting swole. Baguettes gon' shine and my wrist gon' glow. It was a long time ago. Been on top for a while, never hit a plateau. Whoa, you see my diamonds dancing, so turn up the radio. All is white in the sky, look up and see the snow. It's a big bang, a big bang. It's a big bang.
Eyes the buy that builds a boat, and eyes the buy that sails her, eyes the buy that catches a fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Eyes the buy that builds a boat, and eyes the buy that sails her, eyes the buy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to DreamLeague's Season 25. It's MLP Dota and John Expired. Jonathan, you don't deserve this regal music. You're not royalty, John. Cut it out. That's enough. How you doing?
It's good. Doing great. You know, it's been a little bit dry. We had a couple of third-party events. Of course, we've had some qualifiers running for other events as well. But for the EPT, it's been a little bit quiet. But this is the kickoff now for the new year. Of course, we've had 2 events for this EPT cycle already. Into DreamLeague 25, it should be interesting. We've had New Year roster changes. We've got great music. I like to call it medieval core, pirate core going on in the background. We've got a fun event lined up, Mikey. I'm excited to get this thing going.
I am too, Jonathan. I'm very, very excited. DreamLeague Season 25. Jonathan, we've already gone through 25 of these, but it doesn't matter. We'll go through the teams, of course, here for DreamLeague Season 25. Jonathan, I'm not going to go through every single team. We go through this every single time. You've got your Colt brothers here, though. Mooding Warriors, that's a very pog team. Jonathan, any other ones you want to shout out?
it's always fun to see, I guess, Bet Boom, Falcons, all the usual suspects, right? I'm keen on seeing how Shopify does. My boy Japoy showing up again in something with Skem. I've told the story a million times. Hanging out in an airport with Skem, that's an experience that I don't think I'd wish upon any manager. So, I think it's going to be fun to see how a lot of these teams have shaped up and how things have affected them. Of course, we see our tournament format here as well. We have Group Stage 1 and Group Stage 2 into the playoffs. 16 teams down to 8 teams into Group Stage 2, down to 4 teams for the actual playoffs where we have double elimination. And we do start with 2-game series here in Group Stage 1 into the best of 3s in Group Stage number 2 in playoffs with the finals best of 5. So it's going to be keen. Of course, the dates were not quite right. We are in 2025, but it's the same format regardless. And we've also got our EPT point distribution for Dream League 25 going at 18,550. Again, we've had ESL 1, we've had Dream League Season 24 last year at the start of the EPT cycle for this cycle. And now, as it goes on, more and more points start to pour in. Of course, the LAN events have much more priority, but even down the line, the closer the Dream Leagues get to the Esports World Cup, the higher their worth. And we see our EPT leaderboard here as well. Paravision taking the lead with a spectacular performance in ESL 1 Bangkok. BetBoom and Falcons not too far behind. And we've got Liquid, Team Spirit, Avalus, Tundra, and Nigma tying up the top 8. All of the straggler teams at the back, still have a shot getting into that magical 8. But it's going to be a little bit of a rougher road. We'll have to see how they can shape up. Shopify and Boom, of course, managing to qualify to a few events is pretty damn big. And then maybe lesser chances for the other ones. So your Gaozu, Talon, Gaiman at the very bottom, or near the bottom is a little bit shocking. We do have a distribution for this event. First place gets the lion's share at 4,200, going down for every other team. You've also got group stage placements as well. First place does get a bonus 420 points here for each group, and group stage 2 will also get a bonus point of 420 for being first. So I really love the format. Again, we've talked about this with the EPT cycle for this year, but it has looked great. The fact that you're incentivizing this consistent group stage performance does kind of motivate these teams to do even better, to land into that Esports World Cup top 8.
It certainly does, Jonathan. And of course, the prize pool here at Dream League Season 25, 250k for the first team. And after that, 100k, 80k. You can read the numbers, Jonathan. There's also a club reward, I do believe, as well. First place, I believe that's 40 grand they're going to be in for as well. So happy days for whoever secures that first place spot. With that, Jonathan, this is why I love working with you. So a lot of people ask me, why do you work with John X Fire? And the reason is because you never shut up. Well, once you get started, you'll never stop. I literally don't have to study or work or do anything. I just let John X Fire explain everything for me. And I'm like an investor. I just collect the dividends, Jonathan. That's all I do. Thank you for your hard work, John. You've done a great job today.
No, you're very much welcome, Mike. Of course, you can see how our groups are split up here, Mike. As I'll babble on again, we've got Group A with 9 Pandas, Shopify, Mudang, Heroic, Extreme, Tundra, BetBoom, and Falcons, with Group B having Chimera, Boom, Yakult Brothers, Avalos, Gaming Gladiators, Team Spirit, Team Liquid, Paravision. Both groups do look highly competitive. I don't think there's either group you'll look at and say, all right, this is going to be an easy one for so-and-so team. This one looks a lot more evenly seated, so I'm keen on seeing just who gets those bonus points of 420 for Group Stage 1, who does make the top 4 in each group, who's going home early. Hopefully not Southeast Asia. At the least, Southeast Asia split apart here with Mudang Warriors in Group A, Boom in Group B. There's some hope that we're not eliminating each other straight off the bat, at least here, Mikey.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully other teams don't eliminate the SCA boys, Jonathan. Hopefully this time around, as we do get to see the schedule. Of course, Extreme Gaming versus BetBoom, and we're going to have Gaming Gladiators up against Boom Esports right after that. And of course, we'll have a caster switch for the last 2 series where you'll see Extreme Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion and Paravision against Team Spirit here on ESL_Dota 2 Ember Stream. Jonathan, what an exciting day of matches we do have. Unfortunately, what isn't so exciting, John X Fire, is the patch. Now let's talk about it, Jonathan. It's a long patch. Happy 200 days. There you go, John. Happy, but you get it, right? 200 days without changes.
Oh yeah.
Without a big patch. I mean, it's to say the least, John X Fire, sickening. It's sickening.
I think I think it's fantastic that Valve has milked a lot of value out of one patch for 200 days. Last time we had it was 7.32 when Primal Beast was added to Captain's Mode, right? That was a long time ago. So maybe we go for the record. Maybe we finally count to 300 here for Valve. Let's get to a full year. Let's break some records, you know? We've never hit number 3. Maybe for this patch, we'll hit 300 days. And that's when things can get spicy. You know, you said I'd babble on. I don't know if I can babble as long as the patch has lasted. And, you know, I mean, even if we're at like 200 days in this patch, there has been a few changes, right? Like, Bloodseeker's somewhat there. You know, Phoenix has been more popular. Abaddon offlane pause 1 is there as well. So there's some changes.
Oh,
like Bloodseeker magic builds there, right? Like
don't forget, just a month or two ago, Jonathan, was the first time you and I had the pleasure of seeing Lycan's Alpha Wolf from the offlane, and that to me was fun. I was like, okay, this is what I needed to see. This is, as a support player, nothing makes me more happy than seeing professional support players just having the worst possible time. Because that's what I have every pub game, John. The worst possible time. I'm a Dota 2 support player. So when they're struggling, it tickles me, Jonathan. It tickles me in a way that I haven't been tickled in a long time. It really does.
That's fair. And again, it's going to be interesting to see. Of course, we do have our first matchup of Extreme Gaming up against BetBoom. And for Extreme, it's a pretty interesting matchup. I feel like this is a very evenly matched set of teams coming up here first. In terms of relative standings from very recent third-party tournaments, these two teams have been within the place of each other, right? Like the side of BetBoom have gone 7-8 in Slam number 2, 5-6 in Playground number 1, whereas for the side of Extreme, they're 9-10th, 9-11th. So they're right nipping at each other's heels here for Extreme Gaming. And I'm keen on seeing if we see a little bit more coming out from Extreme. I think coming in, you would consider them the underdogs up against the side of BetBoom. I think it's still kind of fantastic that, you know, they've kept Paulson around for so long. I thought that was just a temporary move, especially after Paulson was a little bit teamless for a while when his teams in Southeast Asia disappeared. His time in China was a little bit up and down, but it looks like Extreme has solidified themselves quite nicely here. Just up against a team like BetBoom, up against a team that has pretty much stayed the same for the past 2 years now almost, right? With a couple of roster shifts here and there on the same players. I don't know if they can really break the mold that BetBoom has set here.
Yeah. And you have BetBoom here, of course, as well. Kataomi, Save, Miero, GPK, and Pure. I would dare say, I know you're trying to make this series look very even, John. I'm just going to say it. I think BetBoom are the better team here. Right? I think they're the favorites, John. I don't mess around. Don't mind Kataomi, by the way. He's in a dark place right now, Jonathan. Excuse the pun. We couldn't get a photo of the poor man. We couldn't do it. That's all right.
I mean, you know, it's just kind of systemic of, like, again, there's swaps. We had Kataomi, and then we had Toronto Tokyo swap for Kataomi. He stood in for another third-party tournament. Kataomi's back here for DreamLeague 25. I do believe we have a little bit of a insight on BetBoom as well, so we should be able to get a little bit more info on them relatively soon here with a video.
BetBoom are undoubtedly one of the strongest teams to come out of Eastern Europe, and they have been for quite a while. But it's not all good for BetBoom as they've had their struggles, always getting close to winning events, but never actually managing to take it home.
I carry difference! Get on my level!
They've made several roster changes in the past couple of years to try and fix their allergy to winning grand finals, but nothing seems to work out for them. They finally did win an event in December of last year, Blast Slam, with GPK as a stand-in. They were perhaps more disappointed than usual with their performance at ESL1 Bangkok right afterwards. Once again, getting close, but not quite making it, ultimately getting knocked out at third place.
Sorry for losing today, guys.
With this in mind, GPK rejoined the active roster to replace Kiyotaka in the mid lane, joining the rest of the boys, Pure, Miro, Safe, and Kataomi to form the 1000th iteration of almost the same roster. Can they replicate their success from Blast Slam? If I were a betting man, I'd say, I don't know, maybe.
Neither do I, Cap. Neither do I. I can say with definitive, even evidence, I want to say, Jonathan, is they're probably not looking forward to the interview. I had the pleasure of interviewing a couple of the players from BetBoom. I believe it was in ESL1 Thailand. Worst interviews I've ever done, Jonathan. I don't even think I was holding the mic to my mouth when I was talking, so nobody heard the questions I was asking. Not that they were good questions anyway. Hopefully the players won't be too traumatized to come back and talk to us. Or hopefully they will. Who knows?
Yeah, they have no choice. They're going to have to talk to us either way. At the very least, we're not there in person. At least they don't have to see us in person. I think that makes it worse for them.
Save gave me a look during that interview. Can I just say so? He gave me a look right on camera, like, brother, this has got to be the worst interview I've ever done. Like, I've never seen a guy look at me like that before. He literally gave me the look my wife gives me every single time. Just that disgruntled, unhappy, unsatisfied look, John X5.
At least, again, they're not going to give that look in person. So through the camera, they probably don't even see us. They might not even know our voices. There is that. What we do know is that there is a draft on hand, Mikey, and we do see the bands, a little bit of a specialist band from Extreme for that save IO that's popped out a couple of times here for the side of BetBoom team. And Extreme Gaming will start off with Bristol, which was left alone. BetBoom, for their part, banning out the Alchemist, Bounty, Nyx, and Phoenix. And Extreme, again, on that save special IO ban, along with the TA and the Miero Magnus being taken care of. There's a couple of very funky things that BetBoom have done before. They've done Dawnbreaker Pause 1 for Pure, but that was with a Bristleback off lane, which could scale up there for Miero. No option for that this time around. It does tend to feel like you want a source of breakup against the Bristol. You could opt for a very fast PA pickup on the side of BetBoom, but that's all in very early on. Instead, they'll start with a Monkey King. So there's some flex here. You can still run Monkey safe if you're expecting Bristleback off. You can run Monkey mid. Up against most matchups, Monkey King has felt like it's been winning anyhow. So this is a very open set of picks coming out here for BetBoom. And I'm keen on seeing if we get any of that special sauce. Again, it doesn't feel like you can kind of count on a Dawnbreaker 1 here for Pure, but Dawnbreaker in general still looks like a very decent pick for the side of BetBoom or the side of Extreme Gaming. If they want to shift Bristleback onto Pause 1, it just kind of ties in with, say, Monkey King Wukong and Solar Guardian together, and a Bristleback with additional healing from global range can also be a menace to deal with. So I'm curious to see if either team bans it out, because based on recent qualifiers for other tournaments, the Dawnbreaker has slid through a little bit more often than not, so a lot of teams have been able to kind of snag that hero up.
It sure has. See if it does get banned out. I have a bit of a think about it. I mean, it can always be a little bit challenging. Like, you don't have a Nyx to go back to, so you really probably just want to get rid of this hero. They'll get rid of Lich for now on Extreme Gaming's end, and Lich obviously proving to be a very popular support as of late. Have been enjoying myself some Lich as well, John. It's nice to play a Pos 5 that can actually change the game, with its spells. Always fun.
It's a very fun hero. You get your shard and a blink up, and you're basically smooth sailing. Damage reduction with a Bristleback is massive, but it's also pretty annoying for a Bristleback to play up against, as we've actually seen Bristle struggle in trying to burst heroes down with max level Frost Armor up. So I don't blame Extreme for banning this. What's a couple more annoying supports that fit everything? Clockwork could be it. They banned Gyro instead on the side of BetBoom. And to pick the Batrider up, which we've also just seen rise in popularity again in the sport. Not that it ever faded away. It's just a little bit more common nowadays. Of course, a save Batrider is certainly something that I always associate with BetBoom team, and this is a hero that he's always delivered the goods on. He hits a good blink timing. He gets these crazy lassos. He finds these really crazy angles every single time, which sometimes do feel 50-50. Like, he's camping by the enemy tier tree side on bot or top and just tries to make a play. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but generally it does. So I like the safety net for the side of BetBoom. Extreme Gaming will pick up the Zeus, which has been a very popular support as well. I guess that's one of the smaller changes we've seen from 200 days of this main patch. Zeus 5 is in the works, and Clockwork comes in as well. So there's a lot of global presence coming out here from the side of Extreme, right? Thunder God's Wrath to scout out, Rocket Flare to scout out. In fact, this support duo has been in a lot of these qualifier matches, right? Like, this is in particular C. This was very popular, of course, just so much vision to give out, so many waves of taking these fights, and it kind of backs up the Bristleback in a really nice way. So I like this coming out from Extreme. I'm very curious how the lanes go. You could run Zeus 4. Like, Zeus 4 Bristleback doesn't sound too bad. It does become a very high impact stick wand lane, so there is that value to think about. BetBoom, for their part, into a Miero Beastmaster, which we've seen some flexibility on. We've still seen the Dominator build up. We've seen Ags rushes, of course. So it's very adaptable. It does give you a good way of just stopping the Bristleback from spamming around. It doesn't really give you a big source of break, but it might not be a concern. We've seen Bristlebacks, again, just get overwhelmed. You've got the Monkey King and the Batrider to try to kind of bully it out. Batrider with a repositioning tool could make it easier for the Monkey King to land frontal hits anyhow. So very well stitched together draft. It's not like the Beastmaster is fully threatened by Zeus Clockwork. In fact, it's a really good foil to say, at least the Clockwork Battery Assault for the creep armor doesn't feel too effective. And this is something that's been sneaking in a little bit more. Venomancer comes out as a support. And I have to tell you, Mikey, a lot of people are actually taking Plague Carrier now as a support. Yeah. Last time we saw Veno with Plague Carrier was on mid, and then that was swiftly nerfed in the sub patch. So it is back in popularity. It's really annoying for a Bristle, and I do like this. It does feel like Betboom's found a way to just make this be a very annoying game for that Bristleback, but you also lack coverage now for the Storm Spirit pick. Like, it ends up being a Monkey King matchup, which, again, isn't too bad for Storm with your static slide, but you don't have the control for him outside of Roar and Lasso, and those are two big ults to commit. Like, you have no casual ways of stunning him out. Boundless could be it, but it's relatively easy to dodge unless you're in Fog here for our Monkey.
Yeah, it's not the worst Storm game in the world, that's for sure. Let's see if Betboom want to apply a little bit more attention on trying to deal with this Storm pickup. Well, they still have some answers at the least, but certainly not the most consistent ways of locking down this hero. Couple more bans to come. Betboom, they'll have a gander. Saw the puck removed here from Extreme Gaming, so still assuming a mid to come out, which it should be against the Storm. I'd imagine they probably won't run the MK mid. I mean, even then though, like even with static slide, I feel like Monkey King still does a perfectly fine job of like evening out, if not winning that lane, but there's probably better picks to make to go up against the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, I think it's still a workable lane for GPK if you had to play it. Do you still have some big options there, like say Lina, although I think its win rate hasn't been the best. It feels like the best case example was Mikado, but he's not in this tournament. I don't know if it's really a high priority overall.
There's one thing I can guarantee from John Xfire is somewhere during the cast for the day, he will find a way to bring a talent player into the conversation.
It's not even me who said it. I was watching the broadcast and we were like, oh yeah, you know this hero, it's not Mikado, looks kind of garbage. The caster
who said that?
Of the third-party tournaments. I don't know who was casting at the time. Actually, it's faded away, but I remember hearing it. I remember reading Reddit threads. I do my research. I'm not just randomly throwing out Mikado's name for no reason. Shout out to Mikado, though. That's a random reason.
I can't believe you don't remember the casters. How dare you?
I forgot. I was just watching offhandedly, and I just kind of forget. You know, it's just it slips out of my mind. I forget a lot of things, Mikey. We see the Terrorblade being banned out by Betboom as well, just to cover, just in case, again, there's some flex for the Bristleback. Offlaner is safe. Terrorblade has been a pretty popular offlaner and sometimes a safe laner as well. I'm rather curious about the PA ban. Maybe just to secure this lane here for Miero. PA into Beastmaster tends to be a pretty decent lane for PA. At the very least, the Beastmaster doesn't feel as strong, so you're not allowed to pop off as hard. Of course, you can always play in the jungle, but you're not stopping a PA from farming. So I get that from the side of Betboom for Extreme. Do you leave that Lina in? Again, it's not had the highest success rate outside of a few players, but it still is a very strong mid. It matches up against the Storm Spirit well. You've last pick overall on the side of Betboom team as well. They've already taken taken care of some of the GPK specials, and like the TA and the Invoker particularly. So Lina does kind of stand out as that one big bursty sort of a mid lane that can deal with it. And yeah, they'll just ban out the Ember instead. Not too concerned about Lina. And they go for the Dawnbreaker we were talking about earlier. So you end up with that Dawnbreaker Bristleback. You've got this Hookshot plus Solar Guardian that can work as well, or the Zip In from your Storm plus Solar Guardian. There's a lot of angles for Extreme to play off of this huge vision they have with Rocket Flare and Thunder God's Wrath. I like this from Extreme. I think there's some good tempo coming in here. The safe lane Bristleback, as long as it doesn't really get shut down by the Beastmaster, is relatively fine. You hit your Ags timing, you can take care of the summon buildup as well for the Beastmaster if that's the way that Miero will want to go rather than the Ags rush. And the one concern is just possibly laning into just Beastmaster Batrider could be annoying, level 1 to 2, but as long as you get that timing on the Bristleback, this could look like a pretty smooth game. I think you don't have the natural tools on Betboom to try to simplify that process on bullying out the Bristle once it's online. So you really have to focus in on winning out your lane here for the side of Betboom team.
I'm still very shocked Dawnbreaker makes it all the way to the last pick for Extreme. And I even saw Pure's reaction once Dawnbreaker was picked. He didn't exactly seem very happy about it. He almost felt like he was telling his team, I told you we should have banned this damn hero. The Betboom, they will go for a Night Stalker last pick. Something interesting coming out. A good way of dealing with Storm Spirit. If you do go down the blink route, it is quite a nice way of just locking down the storm with crippling fear. I don't know, John. Do you like this draft from BetBoom? Because it's very tempo-based, this style of draft.
I think it's also interesting that you get the Night Stalker and Dawnbreaker kind of matchup, because there's some...
True.
It's not like the most major thing, but we've seen it in a few qualifier matches where that sudden nighttime ending from Dark Ascension gives a lot of vision out, and suddenly the team with Dawnbreaker can start to take a fight somewhere else where you don't expect. It's some weird synergy that you don't necessarily think about, but can make a little bit of a difference. I'm curious to see how much Pure can get out from the Pause 1 Night Stalker as well, as... Again, Pure does pull out some of these. This is one of those things that he has played as well. I believe he's pulled it out most recently in... Actually, none of the 2 lands recently. But it's something that we know Pure does. He likes playing these offlanes on safe. There is a build-up for a Night Stalker that makes sense. Something like the Echo Saber and Conda, if you want to kind of go for damage, or just the usual S and Y, can still kind of work. But it does put you in a higher tempo, and that does mean GPK is going to be your scaling solution, which... For his matchup up against XM, again, it shouldn't be the worst thing in the world for the Monkey King. I think it is somewhat manageable. My concern here for the side of BetBoom team is if your lanes don't go too well, then the side of Extreme hit this 15-minute timing and just run you down, right? Like low on the Bristleback. If he hits that Ags timing at that point with maybe just one little durability item on top, then you don't really have a clean answer in dealing with that Bristle. Like, it's not a very soft target for you to try to burst down. You don't have natural break. You're going to have to throw a lot of things on top if that farm is there for low. And for the side of BetBoom, you also do have cores that kind of want to farm a little bit. Your Beastmaster, we know from Miero, he will want to clear out Ancients. He'll want to clear out the Triangle. He'll want some stacks for himself to hit either that Ags or Dominator build-up. And there's kind of an interim period where it's maybe just GPK that's going to be looking to make some plays, perhaps joined by Pure if he has that Dark Ascension ready. But again, there's like a window where you are just going to be sitting back and farming in the side of BetBoom. And for Extreme, it just feels super active, especially once they approach level 6 on their supports and their offlane. Things can go online very fast here for the side of Extreme.
Yeah, it certainly can. We'll see if they want to try and play fast. They are actually waiting right by for a first blood right now. Kataomi going to have his smoke broken though, so they are going to be well aware that they're right behind that tree line, and Extreme Gaming not going to quite get the opening they were looking for an easy first blood attempt, and now they could be the food that's being eaten here by BetBoom if they're not too careful. BetBoom could wrap around if they really wanted to, but it seems like they won't. They'll just leave it be, secure some other bounty runes while they have a chance. There's going to be no fight to break out, Jonathan. It looks like it's probably going to be about an even trade. In fact, it'll be a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of BetBoom anyway. So Extreme Gaming, they give up the bounty. Failed gank attempt. Doesn't really work out. It seems like they are still going to stick around to just block the creep wave, though, with Polison. And, of course, Undyne as well. And they will.
Just try to get as much out of that lane and try to ensure Pure doesn't have the smoothest ride. Pure also just going for a little bit of a block. Doesn't manage to fully get it though. So still going to be playing under tower, and that's going to be a decent start here for Extreme on the bot lane.
Kataomi.
Mind you, Kataomi.
Yeah, he's just dead. Kataomi is down, first blood being secured. I mean, it's just a Celestial Hammer connected with a Lightning Bolt, and Polison got within range. That was pretty much it.
You really have to respect that Zeus Lightning Bolt level 1 output from a support perspective. It is a lot of damage once it all lines up with that Celestial Hammer on top. And you already get that movement back up on Undyne up on the top lane. Lowest lane here shouldn't be too rough. You do have that early wand. You're expecting a lot of spam with a Wild Axis and maybe the Napalm down the line here. So it's manageable for a Bristle. His level 1-2 is one of his weaker points. So this is when Miero and Save should try to look for a little bit more in this lane. But Undyne is doing a great job of zoning out. He is out of mana on the Zeus though. No regen on hand, no mangoes. Does have some flying out at the very least to help sustain that harassment in lane. But once this Zeus is through his 2 mangoes at the very least, you do have a little bit more going. I'd say Lotus Control is actually a really big part of this top lane. BetBoom have to ensure that they can shove in at 3 minutes, take that away. Otherwise, Low and Undyne just get free top-ups, and that's just a little bit more you have to work through here, especially as that inches towards the level 3 timing where Low does start to feel more comfy.
Absolutely. Mid lane still going very well for GPK, by the way, here on this MK. And this is kind of what we talked about during the draft phases. Even with that static slide, GPK still just going to be able to harass him away with that Jingu Mastery and just dominate the CS. XM not having the worst time in the world, but it's not going to get any easier, is I think the real issue here for XM.
No, it's going to be a rough one. No contestation for the 4-minute water moons as well. So no one to really help XM, just ensure that he gets at least one and denies one off from GPK. At least, you know, you're not too concerned about the Monkey King getting bottle top-ups. It's not a major item for the Monkey King. But it would be a prime opportunity if BetBoom had room for it to just deny refills for XM. Again, it's already a tough lane. He doesn't have anyone dying just yet to get him a bottle top-up either. And these water runes are really his only source of sustaining that lane. And it's going to be for quite a while. So at the least he has access to that to help even out. They're still seeing a lot of pokes across each side. And one quirky thing as well, right? Like, we're going for this pure Night Stalker, going for that Night Rain. It's going to lead to an interesting timing. He does get trapped up a little bit here.
Oh, he does. Pure. He's going to be saved by Karaomi. The Venomous Gale making it so they can't really keep up with Pure. In fact, Pure is now turning back on Apollos and looking for a trade and does get it. One down already. Pure now going to go for New. I do not believe he has a chance of getting this kill, and he won't. That is the power of Night Stalker plus Veno. Like, you get hit by a Gale, and suddenly Pure will just turn on you.
Yeah, you can't count out those free wards on your head here for Karaomi. It is a lot of good poke damage coming in, even without the poison sting up. The one curious thing I want to see, in if it's something that Extreme Game can use, is that nighttime switch, right? It's starting at nighttime right now, because you do get Night Rain on Pure. So leading into the 6-minute green, you're going to have a daytime switch, which means a little bit of vision from the Dawnbreaker. Maybe it gives you access to a potential gate rotation, as well as low is starting to drop a little bit low here, but not low enough with all the stick charges. Wow, I've been looking for that for years. I've looked for that for years. We never had a chance to say low is low.
What?
Very low. Yeah,
we've said it 1,000 times, John.
Yeah, but not that much. That's a lot of lows.
There was a lot of lows, John. You could have lowered your voice as well, you know, hit those low notes, but you didn't.
I can't quite. Hey, you want me to be Avery? Is that it? Bring out the Avery impression? It's not going to work, Mikey. We're saving that.
A bit of a jump here from New, but just a Starbreaker hit, not really going to mean too much. Of course, Karaomi now just jungling as well on the support Veno, which is something you kind of anticipate. This Venomancer, once it's established the lane for its core, it just starts jungling. Why the hell not?
I mean, you've got Night Stalker on safe. It's a very beefy hero. It's hard to burst down. 1,000 HP for Pure to play with. You don't have high burst really with a Clockwork Dawnbreaker. So it's really comfy for the Night Stalker to just play this. And has 2 levels in Hunter in the Night already for this initial nighttime. He's kind of doing well. GPK though, bleed out a bit.
He's all right. GPK barely going to make it out. In fact, now the turnaround. Save needing to back his way out. The Polison will chase him down, and Polison should have him and will. Nice little pick up there onto Save. GPK, however, will survive another day. You do have your Zeus rotation coming in from the top side. In fact, we'll get some wards down to try and see if he can snipe GPK, but he won't really get the opportunity. Nice attempt, though.
Yeah, they do apply that pressure, and that does provide a little bit of wiggle room out for XM, right? Again, it's been a tough lane for the Storm mid, so he did need that relief. Did see the daytime switch as well, though.
There was a bit of a chase onto low, but he's going to be all right. GPK now going for a quick pause. I'm sure this will be a Discord issue of some sort here, John. Pretty sure that's just Discord in Russian is what he just said. Probably.
Could be. You know, it's always a Discord issue from our experience. And I'm actually not getting a translate out. It's rather headphones is the issue that GPK is saying here.
There you go. Like I said,
somewhat related, you know, this headphones or Discord or audio or whatever.
But, ironically enough, Jonathan, as casters, we've never had these issues, have we? Players have it every single game. We've never had it once. Yeah. We've casted like 3,000 games.
Yeah, I know. You know, it's back to that story, right? You know, I got to spend an airport, a plane ride, 2 plane rides with good old Skem, and I have to say, it just surprises you what players don't know. I think it's I would rather not want to have known how much players don't know about like normal stuff. So that was an interesting experience. Shout out to you, Skem. Hopefully that doesn't affect your performance here. Otherwise,
make no mistake,
I guess blame me.
Once their Dota careers are done, you know, it's they're screwed, John. There's no chance. Real life is gonna annihilate them, Jonathan. You know, these pro players probably don't even know how to make toast. Let's be honest.
I mean, look, You know, when all of our pro players don't have a game to play, all of us casters have nothing to do. I'm open for a job.
Yeah, but we're already useless. Everyone knows we're useless, John. Nothing's changed
fair.
for us.
That's fair. That's fair. I suppose. But hey, the blind leading the blind. You know, that hasn't stopped anyone, has it?
True. Well, mid lane. Paulison sticks around, gets a bottle refill, but is going to back out. GPK is still dominating this mid lane, might I add. Like, I mean, they made it a little bit easier for XM with those little rotations we saw into GPK, but ultimately, XM still having a relatively bad time, as now they're looking to try and dive in with Save being around. Of course, XM is not level 6 yet, and it seems like Save might actually just stick around here and just start pressuring that tier 1 as they are going to jump in. XM gets hit by the flame break, Wukong's command out, and he's got no way to escape this apart from just trying to run, and he will not make it. GPK able to secure his first kill of the game, as now they'll move on to Kataomi here with Paulison, but here comes GPK and make that a double kill as Kataomi will survive. The one bright side though is Pure did die down at bottom lane to New.
I mean, it is daytime. You don't have that extra bit of mobility on the Night Stalker. Your laning presence does disappear, but you are bullying out this mid, and for the side of Extreme, that's also a key part, right? Like, XM has to be online quick. At the least, you're getting a ton of space out for low. He's really not being bullied out by the side of Betboom whatsoever. There's not much that Miero can really do to stop that at this point. And this Ag's timing for low doesn't look to be all too bad as long as he maintains that. They should be able to give him some resources as well, although they haven't really stacked up the jungle. So some flash farm here for low isn't quite lined up. We do have headset tech and GPK typing headset again in Cyrillic.
Okay.
Just in case.
Thank you, Balian, is I believe the way we pronounce our admin's name. Thank you for that, Mr. Admin. We appreciate it.
Is it Balian or Balian? Balian sounds like a, you know, like a high fantasy kind of character name, right?
Well,
Balian.
I highly doubt he's listening to us, Jonathan. You know, I think he probably muted us by this point, so I doubt he'll answer the question. Probably be very unprofessional to tell us how to pronounce it in all chat right now. Unless he wanted to.
It'd be funny.
It'd be hilarious, Balian. Or is it Balian? Or Balian?
Oh, there we go. High fantasy music as well. The medieval core online. You gotta enjoy classical music. Aren't you a classical music enjoyer, Mikey? This is some classic stuff.
I guess. So sometimes I can appreciate it, John. It's better than that Mongolian throat singing you always talk to me about. I'll give you that.
Unhurtu is Tuvan.
Yes.
And it's fantastic. Fantastic stuff.
I don't care where he's from, John. I'll be frank. I really don't. Like cat music. The sound of cats dying, John. That's in every country.
You're truly seeing Michael Phoenix's lack of culture. Get the laughter out as well. Good job.
What's not lacking though, Jonathan, is Betboom destroying GPK here in our highlights. Look at that, Jonathan. GPK. I mean, even Paulison moving in for a bit of an extra donation. Well, what was up with that, Paulison? Was it really worth the chase?
When he was close to killing off, I think you just really have to appreciate Simeon's stride. When you're not taking damage, your mobility on that Monkey King, as we've seen before, I mean, it was nerfed down to 95% HP from 90, and it still hasn't really made a difference. So
I remember when I saw that change, and you and I were casting, and I straight up said it should be 100%. If you're missing 1 HP, you shouldn't be able to jump that fast.
Yeah, it's
simple as that.
Wait, it's too much. It really is. And I don't know. Maybe when our patch is 300 days old, we'll get something like that, Mikey. We'll get a change like
Alternatively, think about this, Jonathan. What if he Simeon strides through the tree line? What if the tree collapses every single time? Think about that.
Would he self-stun every time?
No. That's the point. We add to the facet that he can't self-stun from trees dying, but every tree he jumps on will die. Yes, that's correct.
That's an interesting change because it does remove the flying vision issue. And it means that if you jump around too much, you will lose a tree line.
That's right.
And it makes it very obvious where the Monkey King is, so...
That's right.
It could be interesting. I don't know if that's too much, but it's a good idea, Mikey. I'll hand you that. Good idea.
There he is, John. GPK in all his glory.
The final form of Monkey King. That's his final form. Funny enough, we do have the Venomancer on hand as well, right? He's got his banana wards, his robotic banana wards here for Kataomi on his head. In fact, did he equip the mechanical? No, he didn't. That's the old immortal, but still fine.
It sure is, John. It sure
You gotta
is.
appreciate Venomancer coming back in. I swear, I was casting some qualifiers and I saw Cuckoo pick this and I thought, oh, talent's done. I was like, oh, you know, Cuckoo Mancer comes out. I'm like, please no, God no. And it actually worked. And now, you know, we're seeing people go back into the Veno support, go jungle, come out with Arcane Boots, work towards your Solar Crest, your aura buildup that can come out. And Kataomi is, again, getting some space out for himself. Relatively high farm for Venomancer. In fact, within 400 gold of XM in his net worth. Tells you how rough that lane for the Storm Spirit has been. No shenanigans over the Wisdom Runes. Both sides will get one apiece. And that is, again, kind of important for you to hit your strides here, especially in Extreme. Level 6 on your sports is going to be a big power spike to play with. You are still trying to get that build up on low, as he is still given free reign top. Again, not the biggest stacks in the world for him to clear out. And the side of Betboom team now going for that tier 1 top. Again, there's no option to defense here.
There was a big chase onto Pure. He's going to be okay. Was forced to pop the Dark Ascension to be able to get away from that. So that will be on cooldown, but he will survive another day. Meanwhile, top lane does indeed go down. Now, Betboom able to get a very quick tier 1 tower. And this is what kind of scared me for Extreme. Is this draft of Betboom, like if they get off to this good laning start, it really starts to feel like they're going to set a tempo that even Extreme can't keep up with their own draft. It starts to feel like this Storm isn't going to matter. Maybe Bristleback will, but even then I start to doubt it. I'll be frank with you, John. It's just looking a little bit terrifying right now if you are Extreme.
And it is. Again, Low is still farming relatively well, and he had a free lane, but he's not exactly top of net worth. That's on GPK with how active he's been and how well he's been scrolled his mid lane. And you kind of need that Bristleback to have at least this Ag's timing lined up. And uncontested, you're basically 1 part in if you bypass these bracers that Low is queuing up. So just 3 parts away, but that's still a lot of gold you have to work yourself into. They're collapsing onto Pure again. No Dark Ascension to save this time.
Pure does have TP rotations to help out. In fact, they've even got GPK around the corner. New's going to get jumped. Gale will connect onto 2. New's still trying to back away. Is GPK with a double damage and doing so much damage, going for the Wukong's command. It's not out yet. Solar Guardian through. GPK, is he going to survive? He will not. They do find the Monkey King. As Save at least takes down Polison. Meanwhile, New still going, does take down Kataomi. Save trying desperately to find another, but Save's going to lose his life. New will take a Lotus Orb right in front of him, or rather a Healing Lotus. And with that, Jonathan, I mean, 3-for-1 trade the wave Extreme. Forget what I just said. Extreme looking fantastic.
They staggered out perfectly on the side of Extreme, right? Like, you get the isolation, Polison's positioning for that fight, getting the cogs pushed back as GPK shows up, does just a little bit of chip damage, forces more time to reposition, gives more time for Extreme to get into their own position as well. And all the parts work together. Like, it comes down to Betboom also lacking some hold here.
They ain't done yet, John. They want Pure. They did not find him the first time, so they'll come back for a secondary, and this time around, Pure can knock it away. New's still dropping, but Save just can't stick around to finish the job without trying to give his life away. And so, of course, New does make his way out, and Pure will die a second time this game.
And it just goes back to the weakness, the shortcomings of this draft inside of Betboom. Your hard control for the Storm is really locked into Lasso or Roar. Niero's not showing up for these fights as he wants to rush his hags up. He's getting space in the triangle as well to clear out. But that does mean once you do commit...
GPK's going to make a jump in. Trying for a quick Zeus pickoff, but not really going to find it. Carry on, Jonathan. What else has happened? Save? Save goes down. Not the biggest of deals. They'll find the mid-tier 1 tower, though. At least for Betboom.
Yeah, I mean, you're trading away these kills for space as Undyne is enjoying this Venomancer game. Kataomi just throws out the Gale and has 6 wards on him, and you just die, as that is the timing of the Venomancer to run down. And again, he's also just going for the usual Solar Crest that we've seen here. But for the side of Betboom, I think this is what they have to do. They just go for these objectives, try to shut down the map, try to play into their own timings, because Extreme, despite that slower start for XM, again, this is a relatively fine Storm game. As long as that Beastmaster's not connecting just yet, as long as the Lassos aren't that easy to pull off for save, which it isn't until the Blink Force Staff is up, then you are kind of free to dance around here on the Storm. It's XM that's going to have to try to set it up. You do have your level 6s on your supports now, so Thunder Gods is available, still on cooldown for Undyne. Paulson has the hook shot to play with. And another aspect, again, that comes into this for Extreme is this vision game. You have the awkward daytime to nighttime to daytime shifts with your Dawnbreaker, you have Thunder Gods, you have the flares, and you have a smoke out from Extreme looking for an angle out. Mind you, they don't have the best defensive wards to try to spot anything out, but if they can try to get a jump on to anyone, even Kataomi, it would be quite nice here to even out the game.
Look at the save by the looks of it. In fact, never mind that. GPK does get spotted at first. GPK in big trouble as the Solar Guardian comes through and he's gone. Hook shot out as well. Paulson going to find a secondary. Save will drop. GPK, he was off to such a great start this game, John. He had the freest lane of his life and, well, now he's died twice. Suddenly Extreme Gaming, like they've got time for this Bristleback to get online. You know, news been popping off on the Dawnbreaker. Things are getting a little bit frightening here, John, for Bepboom.
That they are. It's a little bit awkward for GPK as well. Like, he saw the smoke break. He was within nighttime vision, I'm fairly certain there, with Paulson standing next to trees. He jumps down and jumps back up to the tree, and it just allows Paulson to confirm that, and they get the jump. Like, I'm not sure what GPK was expecting instead of just a runaway. It does get punished in Extreme. Like you said, they're evening out. There's been enough room for Low to get into the Ags, 400 gold away from that full item being completed. Then your Bristleback hits its big stride. Of course, you're also looking at around the same timing for Miero, who's about 600 gold away from his full Ags timing from all the space he's been given. But it does feel like this Bristleback is going to be the bigger issue. You do have Pure starting to get ready to join these fights, working onto the armlet, but is willing to show up during nighttime. So you do have that nice spike in your games whenever it's night, and you have the Dark Ascension still set to go here for Betboom. And again, they have the map control advantage. They've got nice, deep, aggressive wards. They're watching the triangle here. They're watching that top jungle nicely. And they have all of this damage that they can leverage. It's just Extreme have so many ways of angling out. Again, you play your typical Dawnbreaker game for you farm opposite side of the map. You just play with Solar Guardian. You've got Zeus plus Clockwork for your vision. You've got the Storm plus Hookshot in your Clockwork to jump in. And again, for Betboom, it feels like these start to self-correct once you have Miero willing to show up. We'll see if it'll make the difference as his Ags is flying out. But again, that timing is exactly the same timing as Low's Ags. So you have to deal with a Bristleback and his Bristleback active while having the Drums of Slam. It does feel like the drums are great. I don't know if they really deal with a Bristol as long as Low's positioning is fine in these fights.
Yeah, it could be pretty tough, that's for sure. At least it does give the solo pick-off potential for Miero. On the other targets, that is, his hook shot was committed, but it was whiffed by the looks of it, as Kataomi does manage to get away. Meanwhile, New's going to find Pure. They aren't really going to get too involved with each other as Pure. It seems like he does go for a Midas build-up, so not really appreciating the slow start he's been having this game. Right into the Midas, fair enough. You know, just that catch-up potential is always going to feel very nice for Betboom. And clearly with the way this early game has gone, they won't be applying too much pressure as top lane. They do find policy. Miero might want to run though. Here comes Low, as Low does get lassoed. They've got GPK around the corner to boot. Do they want to really make the jump against his Ags though? I mean, Low, he's still running, gets salved up. GPK was spotted, and that'll be enough for them to retreat, as now Pure's here. A fourth hero's joined the fray. Low losing half his HP, but here comes the zip in from XM and the Solar Guardian to fly right in onto GPK. GPK's going, but they do at least find Low in the meantime. Low's gonna, in fact, Undyne's gonna buy back as they'll take down Miero. Pure in trouble now. Pure trying to just juke and jive around, but XM will continue to chase him down. XM's out of mana though. He's gonna go for the man fight against Pure, but it's not looking too good. That Pure gets taken down by the buyback of Undyne. A full team wipe for the side of Extreme, and well, that was a very worthwhile buyback from our Zeus.
And it really was. I was a little bit curious about that. I knew Thunder Gods was still on cooldown, but they still had the outpost. That fight was relatively close to where that tier 1 used to be here for the side of Extreme Gaming. And that all in from Betboom, just a little bit too staggered, right? Like, they get the roar, but they use it in the Clockwork on Paulson. Instead of trying to lock in the Storm, they get the lasso down early onto Low, but no one's there to follow through and damage. They're forced to throw these awkward Wukongs out. The commitment from Betboom just wasn't all in all at once. And that staggered nature of that fight just gave Extreme Gaming, again, these angles to play with his high mobility. You clear out those big spells, XM is free to zip in. And it still takes a while to kill off Low, despite him only having Axe. Like, this is still Bristleback with his back. You know, maxed out Bristleback as well. Just not an easy thing to nuke down with your lineup here in the side of Betboom. You have to be a little bit concerned about these slower, longer fights, as you are reliant much more on your ultimates here on the side of Betboom than anyone else. They do at least manage to snag away Roche with the drums to Slam, trying to go through the gate.
Can they get out, Miero? He'll get caught, so the Aegis going to be right out. Oh, maybe not. He does actually kill XM. All right, that's a good start. XM is down. Miero still going to go for the fighters now. Low maybe going a bit too far, not expecting the rotation in from GPK. Will also go down. Huge losses here for Extreme. Sure, they get the Aegis, but it really doesn't mean too much when you give 2 big lives away like that.
Just a little bit awkward for Extreme this time. That's a good knockdown on Low to ensure that he couldn't get up and try to clear out that secondary life on Miero. But again, just this time it's Extreme maybe just a little bit too staggered, maybe feeling like this Bristleback's a lot stronger than he is, considering that last fight. And again, you lose Aegis, you don't really lose much else. You get the punishment, you take away some galvanized stacks and XM, who's still trying to get the build up, trying to rush a BKB now for some protection, but you do have 2 big debuff immunity piercing spells in the Roar and the Lasso. It does simplify the process when Pure does show up at the very least. So you have that once this is eventually finished up on XM. For the side of Extreme, you do need more protection here for your Bristle. We're working on to the Sanjiasha, maybe a Glimmer Cape as well for Low, as we've seen. Glimmer Cape on Cores has popularized. They'll try for a smoke out. They've got everything but Thunder God's Wrath ready. They can catch something out here.
I mean, Betboom are very grouped up though, and it's going to be hard to kind of intervene here, as they are going to move in onto Kataomi. Kataomi actually tanking through a lot of that damage output to start, but will go down. GPK now with a great Boundless. Found 3 heroes with that though. Pure trying to move in. There's your Raw route right onto Mew. The Dawnbreaker is down. They'll move in onto the Bristle. The Solar Guardian will come in with the buyback, but it's not going to be enough. They've lost Low as well. Miero's still trying to fight this one out. Will go down. That's another buyback that helps them win another fight by the seams of it as New. Still looking for more. Oh, actually found GPK. The Tree Chop with the Celestial Hammer. Not going to feel very nice for GPK. Save will be the only survivor, ironically enough. And John, again, another good buyback here from Extreme.
Another great one from Extreme, but every time you buy back, it is stalling out these other timings. Mind you, New does get a lot from just getting back into that fight. He still ends up gaining 523 gold, and is still accelerating into this Ags timing. I think for the side of Betboom, again, it's just... I don't think this time it was a little bit too staggered out. It did feel like maybe the target prioritization, again, wasn't that clean. If you're not able to lock in XM or instantly burst down Low, which is still a tall ask, especially, again, just having the smoke off is providing some durability here for a Bristle. And then these fights are still complicated. Again, XM is kind of the X factor here, because if you're focusing in on the Bristle and you're not killing him fast enough, the Storm just has so much room, considering that he's only scared of really probably crippling fear from Pure, and Pure's angle wasn't onto XM directly in that last fight. They've also got one Force Staff to at least try to save here on the side of Extreme Gaming. So again, this draft, its weaknesses are coming out. Yeah, and it's not really the end of the world here for Betboom. They're only they've got a slight 1k advantage. They've still got all of this gold pouring in onto Miero. He's working onto his BKB in relatively short order. They've got that blink and save, and even have a haste rune to help them out here with the smoke. Just need to find an angle out. The side of Extreme, though, they're lining up for a little bit of a top shove. It is nighttime, so it's harder to catch out Pure.
They'll go for a Tormentor here, Extreme. Meanwhile, the smoke rotation still happening. I mean, XM and Polison seem to be well aware that they could be coming, as they are hugging that tier 2 top tower. XM, they're going to go for the farm. Does get caught by a Roar from Miero, though. Do they have the follow-up damage? They do. Miero barely gets in enough. They'll even find Polison. A double kill for Miero. That's, of course, the strength of the drums of Slom here. Miero just having that solo pick-off potential, even against the Storm. And that's a big one. I mean, you get a Tormentor for Extreme, but you give 2 big kills away.
And again, those are massive kills. Every single time XM dies, he loses a little bit of that edge he has with all these galvanized stacks he's built up. You were trying to make that move in Extreme. They weren't being defensive. They were angling up top for Pure. Like, they saw him earlier shoving the wave. They were hanging out near this ramp area. They keep track of him into the tier 2. A little bit ambitious to paint a target on Pure's back anyhow at nighttime, I feel, from Extreme Gaming. So maybe some target prioritization switch-ups as well. They've got to be happy enough to build farm. Again, they're getting spaced out for Low, who does have his Sanj at the very least almost finished up into that Sanj Yasha again. And then maybe you go back for that full Glimmer Cape for a little bit of a barrier. You've got the full Solar Crest up on Undyne to match that Solar Crest build up on Kataomi. Free shard as well, so a little bit more damage coming out in these fights, not the most. As they'll try for a smoke out again. I do appreciate this from the side of Extreme. They've got Thunder Gods ready, they've got Hookshot. You know they can just reach in and burst someone down if they find an angle here.
Oh, but Low's the one to get jumped first. A nice lasso drag back here from Save, but here comes a Solar Guardian to save everyone, as Save is the one to actually go down, and GPK dropping to boot. It is not looking very good here for BetBoom. They'll need to TP out of there with Miero. It's the turnaround. It was the bait from Low that allowed another good fight to happen here for Extreme, and well, now is the real scary point if you are BetBoom, because the Aghanim Scepter for New is up. And this is where any gank attempt starts to feel questionable, because this Ags is just ridiculous.
It really is. Again, you don't have that much burst damage inside of BetBoom, at least not like instant burst. It's a little bit more prolonged from the side of BetBoom, especially when you're playing with the Drums of Slam. You kind of need Roar and maybe a couple of ticks of max Slam charges to really burst someone down. Again, you're still running into control issues. This BKB for XM is eventually going to get finished up. So now you have to save Lasso Roar for the Storm, but that allows a free game to come in for Low. Starting on Low anyhow hasn't felt particularly great. Like, that's the ideal target, it feels like. But you drag Low out, you don't have the burst damage. And again, that was them playing without the Ags upgraded Solar Guardian. Next time around, you try that move on Low with the Ags upgraded Solar Guardian, nothing's going to happen. You are lacking here on side of BetBoom. You kind of need to try to scale into damage at some point, but you are still getting a BKB for Pure first. You've got the Shivas from Yarrow, which can help the cause, especially in reducing some of that healing coming in. But again, it's not quite the burst. It feels like the scaling has to come in from GPK. And again, he's also gone defensive Mage Slayer plus SNY. Maybe at some point you can see perhaps consideration for something like a Butterfly for some output, but that just feels like a very long shot right now for the Monkey King to hunt for. A smoke on smoke scenario. Extreme, they don't have the Thunder Gods played. They do have Solar Guardian ready, but everything's set to go here on the side of BetBoom at nighttime as well.
The issue is they don't see anyone though. Save's looking for a lasso. Polison gonna break his smoke now, but they know they're smoked right by him. Low's gonna jump in. He's hoping for them to lasso, but instead they'll go for the Roar right onto the Zeus. Hook shot in, a very nice hook shot in fact, catching him on the staircase here on GPK, but they've caught the Storm instead. XM and Polison down, and so is Undyne. Well, Low's still trying, but they're completely ignoring the Bristleback, going for New instead. And New, I mean, all he can do is run away here, as BetBoom will continue to just chase him down. That'll be a full team up now for BetBoom. It's real unfortunate because it was a very nice hook shot in from Polison, but he got silenced by Pure's crippling fear, Jonathan. He couldn't get the cogs off. He could have trapped all four of them in there.
And that's really been a key for Extreme to win out these fights, a combination with the Solar Guardian follow through. This time, even the Solar Guardian was a little bit splintered off, right? It was used in trying to save out Undyne instead, and you tried to navigate that Solar Guardian aura out, but didn't manage to really reach the fight where the angle Extreme was really playing on. A really great split up from the side of BetBoom, or rather a really fragmented response out from Extreme, it feels like, as they weren't all in on the same page. I think you going for the Solar Guardian on the Zeus instead of anyone else certainly does cost them quite a fair bit, but the timely reaction from BetBoom does make things tougher for the side of Extreme. They will need that full BKB on XM to again just feel comfy outside of the Roar and the Lasso. And for the side of BetBoom, also look awkward to start, like roaring the Zeus support, which doesn't really matter. Extreme Gaming just got a little bit jumpy. Like, if the Zeus gets roared, he's not someone you need to Solar Guardian for. You need to look for that angle with a hook shot. You need to look for the angle with that ball lightning instead, and Extreme Gaming just kind of jumped the gun a little bit in the response.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. I mean, BetBoom, they're looking towards the next Roshan attempt, but it's still about a minute and a half away before it does respawn. It gives Extreme a good kind of chance to reset and think about their next game plan here, because things have started to get a little bit more frightening against BetBoom. In fact, BetBoom remaining grouped up by their outpost on the bottom side of the map. Extreme Gaming will group up themselves, but there's going to be a big smoke from BetBoom. They are lacking XM right now. XM TP'd right back towards the fountain. So right now it's a 4v5 if the fight does break out. XM, he does not have a TP. He'll have to walk or zip. They do miss out on the fight so far though. BetBoom still wrapping around, trying to get through the river. They'll get to the high ground down at that bottom lane. Pure's got the blink in. If he does want it, and he will pop the Dark Ascension as well, going right into the Zeus as they'll roar up XM. Solar Guardian, they're going to save XM's life, but now they're still trying to burst him down. XM, he'll get the BKB off in time, but it's not enough. He'll still get lassoed through it. Meanwhile, Karaomi does end up going down, but what's it going to cost the side of Extreme Gaming? It seems like a lot. They'll chase down low. They've taken down you. There's only one left in Polison. And it seems like Polison, he'll probably make his way out. But a very tough team fight once again for Extreme.
Again, it's just a very fragmented fight. BetBoom are finding ways to split these fights into two fronts, basically. One where the Bristleback's kind of isolated away this time around, and one where the Storm's isolated away. So your Solar Guardian has to fly on. You don't have that backup this time from Paulson with a cut off that you did see coming out there from Pure with his great positioning on that smoke break, allowing his team to just kind of take care of the prime target. It's the Storm. If XM can't go around, zip, try to lock someone in, especially with that BKB, then you're not picking off the backline, you're not trying to juke and drive, you're not buying space for the Bristol to pump out that damage as well. And BetBoom widened this game up 24-23, but an 11k lead coming out. They've got Aegis lined up again here for Miero. And for Extreme, they're not fully out of it, but you're seeing complications for their draft as well. If they don't get these fights on their terms, if they don't start off with these big hookshot cogs with a Solar Guardian on top and, you know, low just on the edge of that fight, spraying away with Quilts and the Bristleback, then these fights are also just tough for Extreme. With the way BetBoom's playing, as long as they force out isolated kills or isolated responses out from the side of Extreme, then the follow-through is just really easy to achieve. And even with the BKB up for XM, if he hasn't seen Roar or Lasso used up on someone else, he is still at risk. Like, they've had their most success actually when Lowe's jump first, and they get to follow through off of that. It's just BetBoom hasn't been targeting that Bristol in recent fights.
Undyne, looks like he was spotted there for a moment. Miro trying to see if he can catch him with a Roar, but won't get quite there. Won't matter though for BetBoom. I mean, they're just in complete control now of this game number one. You know, I mean, that first, say, 15 minutes was a bit back and forth here between these two sides, but, well, BetBoom now looking very, very potent. It's kind of hard to even see how you're going to kind of slow them down. Like, Low, he does damage, but they're just completely ignoring the Bristleback every fight. It's always XM being focused with the Roar. It's always Pure jumping the Zeus support. And he has to make a choice. Who do I save? And by the time he comes in, it just doesn't matter anymore. In fact, they found Polison. Polison's gonna go down.
At the very least, it's not anything else more meaningful, right? Like, that's a kill that happens across the map, so you're not able to instantly translate that to a bit of a shovel, though. They've got two heroes on mid. Already popped the Dark Ascension as well from Pure. He's got his own BKB. He's got Nullifier coming out as well, it seems like. And he's just going to be able to stand there and dish damage if you're not too careful.
Miero just jumps in. Look at the confidence. Are they going too far, I wonder? The Glimmer Cape will save for now. New's still alive, but not for long as Miero's still going back. Miero, he'll get caught out. Does lose one life. But New is... he's just going to jump and die. Well, there you go, John. New's greatest enemy was gravity all along.
It was a burnout in the end, but they at least take that one life away. He did ask if it was maybe a bit of an overextension out for BetBoom. Certainly was. They do hold out. That prevents a little bit. Oh, Lasso?
Here's another one, John. They're going to find the Zeus. That'll be Undying surely going down as they do at least by a bit of time with the Glimmer Cape usage, but it won't really matter. And I mean, you can make the argument it's an overcommittal, but at the end of the day, they are still managing to find the mid-racks, and it seems like the Aegis has paid off. This BetBoom will go right into the mid-racks. Extreme Gaming, it's starting to feel like they're running out of answers here, Jonathan.
That they are. You still have the Roar back up for Miero. The cooldowns aren't too long, so even that window of opportunity for XM isn't really there. You're playing at 17k deficit. Low, again, he had a pretty decent mid-game, but it just feels like it's really tapered off. He's not been able to really leverage that tankiness. The fights have been a little bit too split up for him to get max value from the quills and the goo. And for the side of Betboom, you're really starting to reach your stride, right? Like, you're transitioning on GPK to be a little bit more of a damage dealer. He's going for his Ags. He's got the monkey statues to come in later on in these prolonged fights, which just adds to, again, that potential burst. Extreme Gaming, not going to be hanging around the high ground. Oh, we'll try to force something outside with a smoke. They've got the flare to scout.
Zip in, XM going to try right after Pure. Pure going to be saved for now with his own BKB. We'll just run out of there as the hook shot in from Paulison is quite deep. He's got no help incoming. XM's going to try and take down Pure. In fact, he's got him. Paulison setting up a very nice pickoff. They'll lose New in the process. Miro's going to TP out. And it seems like everyone else for now will survive as GPK still fighting this one out. Does pop his own BKB, moving into XM, but the Glimmer Cape usage will save the day again as GPK will be forced to leave. And that'll end up being a 1-for-1 in the favor of Extreme Gaming as they do find Pure for the price of New.
Yeah, it's very much worthwhile considering how far behind you are on Extreme, but you're seeing again just how hard these fights are to find. They don't manage to get the entrapment from Paulson. He's forced to hookshot onto Pure, so it doesn't really connect with the Solar Guardian. And it's another fight that feels like it's broken into two fronts. You've got a little bit of an isolation coming out for Low and for Dawnbreaker while XM is focused elsewhere. And it feels like if you don't put all your forces to bear onto one right now on the side of Extreme, you're not going to find these simple kills anymore. You just don't have the damage on your end, which was the same issue Betboom was finding a while ago when they tried to commit onto Low, but they found a solution, just ignore Low. The issue for Extreme is it feels like anyone you go on just isn't dying that fast. Now you have more trouble to contend with. Refresh out for Miero, double BKB, double Roar is going to be a nightmare to deal with. That Ags we were talking about on GPK fully up and running. So he's got the little monkeys coming in as they get a bit of space.
Yeah, he's actually got an Orchid on the Venomancer, so he actually caught him, and he never popped his BKB. XM just didn't pop his BKB. Didn't want to.
Yeah, maybe not expecting anyone to back up the Venomancer, not expecting the ballsy play to really lead too much. No buyback for him. At the very least, a relatively short respawn. Undyne might be a bonus here.
Undyne. Okay, he's farming in a very awkward spot. And, well, I mean, TP attempts nice, but it really isn't going to matter. Undyne now down as will die a triangle. They're trying to get some farm in, but Pure's waiting around to see if he can pick off New. He'll jump in. Slow is there. Crippling Fear is out, and GPK is going to join him. That's 3 down now, John. I mean, Extreme Gaming just falling like dominoes here as Paulison and Lowe the only ones to be able to get back towards their base. But they might be forced to commit some buybacks.
They would be. Still a relatively long respawn here for Dawnbreaker, so New's going to have to make that choice. High ground begins. They see that refresh up on Miero. I mean, how do you fight into that double Roar, double BKB? It just feels impossible. You're nowhere near the Lincoln's pickup for XM to protect from one spell used. Nothing to protect you from potentially 3 single target spots flying on you, so jump in.
They're going to move in again. They found Paulison this time around, so that pesky clockwork surely set to go down, though he has actually survived with the 4-staff away. Instead, they'll take down Karaomi on the Venomancer. Now Miero forced to just try to BKB up again with the refresh orb, looking back towards Low. He'll go onto the bristle with a nice hook shot. Paulison not going to allow it. Miero, though, still going for the man fight. Low's the one that needs to back off, but no, they'll take down Miero. They've got the Beastmaster. XM will lose his life here to GPK. It's a pretty messy engagement, but Extreme Gaming have successfully defended once again.
That they have. They do manage to get a 2.8k gold swing in their favor as well. And this time around, it's maybe, again, just that over-eagerness coming out from the side of Betboom. They've managed to get a better angle out this time around with how clumped up Betboom are. You get a little bit more effect from the Solar Guardian. And you managed to work that defense out. Mind you, again, it does cost a buyback on you, but very much worthwhile. It does feel like every single time we've seen Extreme Gaming take a good fight, it's off of buybacks. At the very least in the past few fights previously. And it's still a very tenuous spot to be in for the side of Extreme. They're still 17k behind. You know that the side of Betboom are just scaling up now. GPK is trying to work onto a full MKB. You've got a lot of durability for Purist. It looks like he might be gunning for an overwhelming blink as well. Again, not an easy target to try to burst down. You've got double Roar. You've got Lasso still in. The side of Extreme, I'd say this build up for the Ags on XM, sure, you don't have the Lincolns, but it does feel like the Lincolns, it'll stop one. It's not going to stop all the spells flying out on the Storm who has the target painted on his back. So the Ags might be able to open up these fights, right? Like, this is your way of trying to trap them up. You can follow through with a hookshot Cogs afterwards, with a Solar Guardian on top, and that's your ideal fight circumstance for Extreme. Easier said than done, but at the least, if the Storm can find his Ags, that possibility becomes easier to see a reality, as they will try for a smoke out on Extreme. They don't have forward vision really planted out, at least not on this side of the river, and I believe that it's not the smoke, it's at least not spotted out. It could line up into Roshan. We'll see in 20 seconds when it's back up if Extreme can kind of hang around that area. They want a little bit more to feel comfy into that pit.
Well, there goes Save. Gets spotted out by the Tunnel God's Wrath, so no way out of that one from poor old Save. On a bit of a freebie here. Roshan actually up in 1 second to boot, so perfect timing to try and move into the Roshan pit if you are Extreme Gaming. And they will. Question is, BetBoom, can they contest? And I think the answer is probably going to be a pretty strong yes. They'll move in. Dark Ascension out. Pure immediately jumping Polison. Polison still trying to run, but Pure's got him under control. There's your Solar Guardian coming in, but they do lose the Clockwork. Polison buys back. New is here now. Gets roared immediately by Miro, but gets force-staffed away. Meanwhile, Undying has been caught. He'll try to TP, but it will not be enough. He's gone. Pure, looking for more, has found Polison. This could be a dieback now for the Clockwork. XM's going to jump in, trying to go after the Night Stalker, but he's going to run out of mana rather soon. In fact, the Roar is out. XM is down. Now they'll move on to Low. A lasso committed. They'll catch both the Batrider and New here on the Dawnbreaker as New is gone. Low is still trying to fight, but Wu needs to continue to run as Pure. Jumping on Polison, forcing a hookshot away, but it won't matter. GPK is going to catch him. That's 4 down for the side of Extreme. No buybacks available. And guess what, Jonathan? It's screw Roshan back to the high ground.
Yeah, this could be the end game for the side of Extreme as BetBoom come knocking onto that high ground. If they can find maybe a little bit of an out of position Low, could be it. They'll just go for the tier 4s. They know they've got the advantage. They know there's no Solar Guardian to worry about. And without that Solar Guardian, even with these respawns coming in, you really have nothing to be scared of. Like, that's a key factor. Tying in all of these tools you have in Extreme Game together, you're going to lack them for this fight.
A very, very tough defense to be had here, Extreme. I mean, they're trying, but they've only got a Zeus and a Bristleback here to get this defense going with, and I do not believe they're very afraid of Low right now, as Low is just going to die. And with that, the Ancient completely exposed, already less than half HP, and GG is called. BetBoom. It was a back and forth in fairness, but they will take game 1.
That they do, and it is in pretty solid fashion as well. I have to say, this investment coming in onto Miero does eventually pay off. It does feel like he was pretty much carrying him that game with the Ags timing, with the BKB, with his item build-up into that refresh as well. It is just such a monster for Beastmaster to come into. I think once BetBoom course corrected from trying to focus in on Low, from trying to burst down this Bristleback, which they didn't really have the damage for, the game did simplify, because that's where we saw some of these fights go awkward for BetBoom. They're always going for the last Roar onto Low, allowing XM to kind of dance around, and they realize all we have to do is ignore Low. He has no damage. He has Ag, sure, but we're all really tanky heroes. It takes a while for him to try to burst us down. Our supports are very far back in comparison to the positioning that BetBoom has to do with her own supports a little bit more forward, especially with Paulson. So I like that read from BetBoom. I like that adjustment mid-game. I think the side of Extreme, I mean, they had some right ideas, right? Like, they saw it as a decent enough Storm game, but they didn't quite respect that single target hold and that shift in priority onto keeping XM down, and they just didn't win out hard enough in the lanes. It felt like all the lanes for BetBoom were going swimmingly well, and especially this mid matchup of Storm versus Monkey for XM, it just did not feel pleasant to get that ramping up.
Yeah, I mean, there was a moment in the game where you started to get quite worried for BetBoom, like, especially with New on that Dawnbreaker. He was really starting to pop off, and that Solar Guardian, as we saw, was a problem for most of the game. But I appreciate the solution they found is just ignore the Bristol, split up the team fight. That's all it is. In fact, the first team fight we saw that happen, Polison, who I said made a great hook shot into basically 4 heroes, John, may have kind of set them up with that idea, because he split up the team fight. It was a bit rough. With that, though, we do have a break, and of course, right after that break, Jonathan, game 2 here between BetBoom and Extreme Gaming will be underway. We'll see you soon.
waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dream League Season 25. Of course, we are into our series here with BetBoom and Extreme Gaming and John X5. My goodness, is this song getting me hyped up? Or this music? My goodness. Where's the red carpet? Roll it out. Where's my throne? Where's my crown, Jonathan? Am I seeing the thick of it right now? I don't know. Have you heard that song, John? It's horrible.
No.
Don't play it. It's horrible. Go on.
I'll search it up again. Type it out for me later, but still. An exciting game one came out for us there. A little bit of a strong start for the side of Extreme Gaming until BetBoom realized we could just ignore Bristleback and actually target the Storm, and things start to go haywire. So I'm keen on seeing what happens next. Of course, you go from the epic music into the graduation march music, Mike. Our class of 2025 is walking into Dream League 25. That's what we're going for here. And I have to say, we didn't really have too much downtime while ago. I love the music coming out. I don't know if you were sitting around during break time as well. There's a moment where I think I was just kind of chilling here and I was hearing all the standby music and I was like, yeah, this is my jam. It would not, I don't know if I could sit through like 12 hours of it. I probably could, but I know I'd enjoy at least 2 series of it. It's such good music. Whoa.
We're horribly underdressed for it as well, Jonathan, may I just say as well. I mean, we don't look very, well, we don't really reek of wealth, do we, Jonathan? We kind of look like those 2 guys that shop at the thrift store on a Sunday.
Yeah.
That's what we look like, John.
I mean, that's exactly
Can I just say as well,
where my clothes are from, yes.
You may have noticed, John Expire, while we do have a chance, my shirt is horribly unironed at the moment. Have you noticed that, John?
The creases don't show here, Mikey. I don't see anything.
Look at it properly, John. Look at it. It's not ironed. Very creasy. You see
okay.
it?
Okay, yeah.
The reason why I'm bringing this up, John Expire, is because my wife had a birthday recently. Happy birthday to her.
Happy birthday.
She requested as one of her presents that she'd get an expensive iron, Jonathan. When I say expensive, I mean a $600 iron, which of course her husband rightfully offered to her. And guess what, John? My shirt is unironed. She doesn't use the iron. You know why I bought it, John? So she could take a photo, put it on Snapchat, put it on the gram, and show off to the other ladies. That's what she did.
You know who's going to end up using it, Mike Phoenix? You are. You're going to end up being the one to iron.
What I'm really going to do. I'm really going to do is bring it overseas when I see you so you can do it.
Yeah.
You know I don't iron, John.
I was going to say, you're just going to bring me to Australia and I'll iron your clothes. I could do that once we're out of jobs here. But what we do have is a draft coming up, of course. We're not out of it yet. We've got, again, game 2.
We're still here. I really can't.
Game 2 of BetBoom team up against Extreme Gaming. Every day, Mike, life just surprises you. And every time we cast, it's just surprising for everyone, including us. But not surprising, we still got a game 2 in this 2-game series.
Yes, I'd say that's unsurprising, Jonathan, that there is a second game in a best of 2. Thank you for pointing that out.
Do you have the
really in-depth analysis from John X5? Thank you.
I was looking for a throw and I just lost my train of thought there. I was like, what else is there? How do I throw into
through the segue? That's what you did, John. You threw everything out the window.
They're throwing out their bands here as well, right? Like they've got the Alchemist band and the Monkey King band. A little bit of respect for GPK and the Monkey, along with a consistent Miero Magnus band here. BetBoom, for their part, did take care of the Clockwork and the Beastmasters. They don't want to give that away potentially out to Neo. So not going to be trying for the Beastmaster themselves, perhaps here inside of BetBoom team. Something else for Miero in this game. Still a lot of options available. Doom's still on hand if you kind of want to go for that. If Extreme don't ban it out, Phoenix is still in the pool as well. That Dawnbreaker is still in. Heck, Nyx Assassin hasn't been banned, and there you go. Extreme will ban out the Nyx. Will BetBoom want to take care of either the Phoenix or the Dawnbreaker? It's still there. Bounty Hunter as well, and Lich, I think last time around was banned at this point. So those are all fairly popular bans in the first phase. There's a lot of pretty meta heroes now that tend to slide through. So even with our patch growing into 200 days old, there has been a little bit more coming out. I will admit, like, man, the hero pool is a little bit wider than it was maybe 2, 3, 4 months ago. So there is at least that. And BetBoom will have to kind of pick and choose their poison now. They'll take care of the Phoenixes first, and they'll get to pick up the Bounty Hunter that we were talking about right there. So they've got that snowball effect lined up. Depending on how you play it in lane, it can be decent. I love the answer from Extreme, just back into the Zeus. That's one way to consistently spot out the bounty. Kind of don't have to dip too deep into your economy to spot out the Bounty Hunter all too frequently. Help control the map as well for Extreme. I don't mind this. This tends to be what you pick up every single time the Bounty Hunter comes in. I'm curious what BetBoom plan to lane with Bounty Hunter. Like, what kind of lane are you going for? Because for the most part, when you have Bounty Hunter, all he's going to do is pull the creep wave back, soak up into level 2 tree, maybe contest water runes, and definitely contesting power runes. But it does feel like you need an offlaner for Miaro that can be maybe a little bit more independent here to kind of deal with that.
Well, we won't have the option for Beastmaster, sadly, for Miaro, so would have probably enjoyed that, but banned it out himself. We'll see what else he wants to choose. I mean, Bounty Hunter has felt strong ever since this patch came out, I want to say. I've had plenty of games where Bounty just felt incredibly annoying to have to go up against, and it's good to see that Bounty has made its appearance in the meta as of late. I mean, as much as we like to joke about old patches, I mean, the patch has been developing. Yeah, it's kind of the nice thing about Dota is, you know, the pro players, they eventually figure it out over and over again. So it's not like things are too stale yet. At least we're not seeing Pango every game, you know? That's good news.
Yeah, it's only like every other 3 or 4 games now, so it's not as bad as it once was. It's a lot better. And, you know, it's also not banned out here, as it's probably not something either side will want to pick up. Still room for it, of course. Extreme Gaming, what are they looking to ban out? BetBoom did take care of the Terrorblade along with Bristleback as well, so taking care of those more annoying options, leaving something like the Morphling in the pool, which has also been a very popular carry. Low wouldn't mind that. He's also had a few quirky games, like Low has picked up Troll Warlord and a couple of third-party tournaments as well. There's no real reason for it in this game, so you're probably not looking for it, but again, some offhand options like that for Extreme still lined up as they're looking for their bans here. Dawnbreaker still in the pool, and there is no Nyx to worry about with Extreme banning it out, so they could gun for the Dawn themselves and again, just ban to kind of protect maybe a mid matchup here. Lena's still in the pool, maybe a bit surprising considering how much that hero can do, but again, win rate isn't the most outstanding, but it is a highly flexible hero in that most matchups for Lena do tend to go pretty fine for Lena anyhow. So if Extreme don't plan to pick it up, I can see GPK maybe considering it. They'll ban the Morphling, so they don't want to have to pick it themselves. They don't want to deal with it, and they'll go Phantom Assassin, which is interesting because there's no Bristleback possibility coming out here for BetBoom. So you go straight into the PA.
A bit early as well, right? Like, you know, the PA I wouldn't say is the most amazing carry in the meta right now. Just to see it coming out so early is somewhat surprising.
I think it's in an all-right spot. It's in a very decent spot, I would say, overall, as long as your matchup is fine. You're not laning into Beastmaster. There's the potential for like a Miaro Doom to come out if they want to go that route, or maybe something like a Miaro Enigma. It feels like that lane isn't too awful. Into Phantom Assassin, no easy ways of clearing out Eidolons outside of the Zeus 5. So you could go kind of that route. Maybe a bit greedy with Bounty Hunter also needing EXP though, but again, that's just kind of how you have to roll with it when you have the Bounty Hunter supporting your end here for the side of BetBoom team. So we'll have to see. I don't know if you really want to go hard countering the PA. Like, Razor's just kind of dead in the water. Again, Doom could be decent. I feel like this PA also somewhat blocks something like a DK safe lane for Pure, if that's a concern on Extreme Gaming's end. Like, natural break softens up the DK quite nicely. PA can just kind of outburst at that point once you have the shard. I'm also curious to see which way Low will want to go with his Phantom Assassin. Are we going to get the Methodical or the good old Blur here for our PA? Like, I feel like Methodical has picked up in popularity, but a few players have like veiled ones. Anyhow, just play old PA. They'll go with Lich pickup and Bet Boom, so a very solid support duo on hand, along with the Abaddon pickup that we were kind of talking about sliding back in here. And that is still open enough for Pure or Miero to kind of flex around here, but it does feel like it should just be a Miero Abaddon. The lane's fine into PA, you can't really go for the insta-burst plays. You have this insane durability later on for Bet Boom team. Think about it. You've got Frost Armor, you've got Bounty Hunter, with his Invis to sneak you around as well. You've got a Euphotic Shield. It's not going to be the easiest of times here for the PA to just try to gib someone down. There is a lot to go through here for low. So I like this response with just Lich Abaddon. This kind of foils this PA. Like you said, very early pick. I feel like Bet Boom team have managed to draft around it.
Yeah, I'd say so. It does feel like once you hit that mid-game timing, it's going to be pretty hard for this PA to actually burst anyone down with just how much shields you can provide here from Bet Boom. Extreme Gaming, we'll see how they do want to respond, and for now they're going to go for a tiny pickup. So that's one way, you bring out the magic damage, you have some more burst potential here with your, arguably your mid-tiny. We don't know yet. Because if it is a mid-tiny, XM last game around didn't have the best time. On that mid-storm, he did play. There was times where he was, he was finding some nice kills, but most of the time he was getting caught by a lot of roars and lassos and even a Veno Orchid, which he wouldn't BKB through. It was a bit of a rough performance from XM.
And it was. I'm not sure if you're fully secure in this tiny as well. Like, again, considering mid lane matchups for Bet Boom team, there's a lot left for GPK. His special Invoker still on hand, as Extreme didn't ban that out. You could go for, again, something like the Lina. The Puck is still there as well. They'll go for the Shadow Shaman pickup on Extreme. So they are looking to be fairly annoying, right? This is one kind of nice way to bail yourself out of dodge. With a Cluster Cluck on hand, you also can kind of line up for that burst play on the Tiny, especially once you hit blink timing on Shadow Shaman. You can work yourself to that point. Curious to see what they'll pair for that with Neo. For Bet Boom team, again, you should know it's just going to be a mid-Tiny coming out for XM. So you can go for those ranged high burst cores like that Lina, like the Puck if you want. Even a Quap is a reasonable ask. There's also a few off options. Earth Spirit's there. And again, Miero has this Invoker available if he wants that. Wouldn't be too shabby here either. So a lot of options to go, and they've both heavily drained into that reserve time with these picks. I'll have to see what ideas are there for Bet Boom, as they don't have too much time. And go for the... Okay, yeah, I mean, you said like every 4 games or something, right?
That's my fault. I opened my mouth, didn't I, John? I did it.
You did.
My apologies, everyone. Pangalia will come out for Bet Boom. I mean, it's a good Pango game, isn't it, John? Like, you don't really have much in the way of answering him through Rolling Thunder right now.
That you don't. And even if you try to catch his Pango out, as long as his Abaddon's around with a Photic Shield, you're probably not really entrapping him for too long. That's where also some of the weaknesses of the Shadow Shaman come in. A Photic Shield can be annoying to play into for this kind of hero. We'll see what the side of Extreme will want now to again try to build up on New's offlane. Doom's already taken out the picture here from Bet Boom. And for Extreme, gonna be banning out Pause once. TA taken care of, mind you, again. There is flex here for Bet Boom. You could just run Abaddon 1, although they don't have last pick overall, so they can't really hide that flex to the last minute here. Have to see what options will be left. There's no room for Extreme to try to shift this PA around either. It's not like you can run a PA off, maybe a PA mid, but that's also just atrocious against Pangolier, so you can't opt for something like the Bloodseeker, which Extreme Gaming will ban, as it's also a nuisance for the Phantom Assassin to play against. So I do like that coming out from Extreme, but it feels like there are a ton of options out for Bet Boom team. I think we've seen stuff like Lifestealer into PA, not actually too bad. That matchup can still work, especially if you do go for Radiance build-up. The mischance for PA is atrocious for the hero, so that could be a nice option for Pure if he wants to go that route. Again, if he's not considering something like the Abaddon 1. Go with the DK and just the standard pick. Like, right, you preempt the DK with a PA pickup on Extreme Gaming, but overall the DK still feels good. You're banking on a Fan of Knives timing here for the Phantom Assassin to try to break this DK. And when you look at Bet Boom team's lineup, it's just so damn tanky. Like, you have Abaddon, you have Pango, you have DK, you have Frost Armor onto all of them. it's not the easiest of time to try to leverage this burst play as long as BetBoom teams stick together as a unit here.
I mean, absolutely. Final pickup for Extreme. Still look like they're lacking an off lane here for New. Ooh, okay, they'll go for a Necrophos pickup. Now that's a little bit different. That's a little bit different, Jonathan. I like it.
Oh,
and you know, I was Necro.
Yeah, I was having a conversation with the Necrophos specialist in Southeast Asia, Mr. Crest Dota, and he was like, in a meta where DK and Abaddon are meta, you know, Necrophos was never being picked up. We'll see if this actually pays off for Extreme, because Necrophos has been a dead hero for a long time. He has a lot of shortcomings. It feels like outside of like the meme build you'd see in your pubs with like Radiant's Heart and Ags and something like a Pudge to go inside of to boost your HP regen. Outside of that, like the hero has some shortcomings. Then again, this is one way to deal just that instantaneous damage on anyone that's low enough. This can clean up these high HP heroes. It can even stop the Pangolier in its tracks as well. So I like this out from Extreme. It's a little bit left field. I don't know if it's enough to really convince me of this draft though. Like now you're running an offlane Tiny for New. Tiny DK matchup is still fine for DK, although there is some magic damage threat here for New to play with at least, but it's not the comfiest. And you have maybe some threats with Shackle tossbacks from Paulson, but I know. I'm not completely sold on the lanes here from the side of Extreme Gaming, but I do like the possibilities that this Necrophos provides. I think if you have a good game on XM, if he's allowed to farm up and get durable and just be on point with these Reaper Sight usages, then he can counteract this tempo that BetBoom team will try to get out with their durability. And you can try to reach that point where the PA can actually insta-gib threat these tanky heroes on the side of BetBoom.
Well, here we go, Jonathan. Game number 2. See if Extreme Gaming and BetBoom can give us another good matches.
This music.
This music doesn't fit the game, John.
No, what are you talking?
Does it?
It does. For me.
I mean, it just getting more hype, I guess.
It's hype. It's like we've got 2 sets of Buccaneers coming around, like a game of Sid Meier's Pirates. If anyone's ever played that, that's a great game.
That's what I was thinking, Jonathan. It's like pirate music, and we don't have any pirates in this game apart from, I guess, Kulka, but he's more of a captain, isn't he?
Oh, that's easy.
Save. Gonna run away, run right towards New. In fact, Kataomi gonna be targeted, but XG not 100% sure where they're going as Kataomi's kind of been left behind. Very awkward movement here from BetBoom as they will hand first blood to New. Also, I'm aware that every pirate ship has a captain on it, Jonathan, right? Just in case anyone's planning on correcting me. They know what I meant, John.
Yeah, I'm not, you know, Kunk is an admiral, right? I don't think.
He is an admiral. Well, there you go.
They don't.
Well, now you've made me look really stupid.
Well, no, I mean he does have pirate team stuff, so it's fair enough, right? Like I do. It makes sense. It makes sense. Lore-wise, it's like whatever. Like, lore can fly out the window. We get a 3-for-1
star. He's a nice guy. He's just
to be a pirate.
A nice guy to be a pirate, isn't he, John?
I mean, I guess he's more like a not Moby Dick, but you know, what's the captain's name? Moby Dick. Whatever Ahab, Captain Ahab, you know, trying to chase down Tidehunter. I think that's the parallel in lore, supposedly, I guess, the gist. We'll see. There are more pressing things outside of literature here, Mike. Onto the mid lane, you've got the Necrophos of XM up against GPK and Pango. This shouldn't be too bad of a lane for XM. Mind you, it's not going to be too awful for GPK either, as he can just try to double jump, shield crash, and apply pressure onto XM. But as long as XM gets the lane management, gets the denies and last hits, you are just going to be able to ride through this harassment from GPK and eventually just kind of try to overwhelm this lane. Like, Heartstopper is consistently annoying considering how much HP you have. So it's going to be an interesting to watch out for, especially if you can get side lane rotations out. We're looking at Low already taking a ton of damage down bot. Again, this lane for PA into Abaddon, not the happiest of times. It's also a decent enough time for Bounty, although you are playing into the Zeus with Lightning Ball at level 1, so you're not going to be able to sneak around too well. But this pressure onto Low, just with a Aphotic Shield, just with that rework on Mephetic Shroud, it is causing some issues for the PA. It's not the comfiest of times to lane, and once they find an opening to chase down Undyne, just a little bit of an overstep, Save can start to abuse that Shadow Walk, and again, you just run around with a Aphotic Shield, and no one has fun in this lane on the side of Extreme Gaming if you're not careful.
They sure don't, John. They sure don't. The top lane, Pure and Kataomi going up against New and Polison. So far looking pretty good for Pure. I mean, it's one of those lanes where I don't think they'll be able to apply that much pressure towards the DK. Of course, you've got a Lich on hand as well. Kataomi can do a lot of damage with that Frost Blast. They are actually going to try and move in onto Pure. Harassed him out, but he's got plenty of tangos available. Of course, the natural regen as well going to be very annoying to go up against, so Pure should be okay.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad off here. Again, the one threat you do have here from the side of Extreme is just Shackle's tossback threat. Whether or not that's enough to really burst down Pure really stands as a question. Maybe by level 4 it could start to be a little bit scary, but you should at least have one of your bracers or the Soul Ring up on Pure, and that's going to be enough durability, along with a stick, of course. We'll see. So far, no real pressure onto the DK. Maybe a little bit slower in farm, considering just how much spells they're throwing out here, but it is wasting a ton of mana as well on the side of Extreme. They're going to have to try to balance that out with their aggression here. So far, a decent enough time for Extreme Gaming to kick off. You're not too far behind on Low and Yu this time around. You have an overwhelming lane for XM, as he is starting to pull ahead just slightly of GPK, so a much better showing in comparison to game 1 here. You are managing to poke out on these Lotuses at the very least for save, as he does manage to get control and already drops Undyne to a very uncomfy point. Again, this Zeus into Bounty Hunter tends to be the pickup just to deny area away, but Save is still getting a lot of presence out. Just having this coverage from the Aphotic Shield with a Mephetic Shroud is more than enough to allow the Bounty to play much more aggressive than you're normally seeing.
Oh, Save, yeah, I mean, he certainly is playing very aggressive. Undyne needs to be so careful not to get too close to that Bounty Hunter right now. As you know, XM and GPK going at it. GPK actually pulling ahead in terms of CS at the moment. I thought XM would maybe have a little bit more dominance in this mid lane against the Pangolier, but it doesn't really seem to be the case. It's a very even affair, if not GPK actually just pulling ahead as bottom lane Save now. Getting jumped will be okay. That Aphotic Shoot coming in just kind of makes it impossible to really do anything against this Bounty Hunter. He's just going to have the freest time of his life.
And he is. Again, he can easily play poke. They're not even going for the pullbacks here for Save. They know they can just control this lane, keep it shoved in, constantly apply pressure. They're starting to apply some pressure up top as well. You're running out of mana in Kataomi.
He almost looked like he was thinking about throwing a stun out, but he just couldn't quite get in range to get anything really done in time. You know, I was just talking about GPK and XM, and the GPK is still having a swell old time, even against the Necrophos. If I call that thought, because Polison now being caught top lane. Gonna heal up a little bit with the Shackles. There's your favorite spell of the game.
Yeah.
But he's gone.
That he is. Always gives me a little bit of satisfaction to see a Shadow Shaman die. Just sticking this hero. But you don't have that value point in Hex just yet for Paulson, so you can't kind of juke and jive with the double cluster cluck to come in. So that is also taking away maybe just a bit in the laning presence. And again, Yu is in a pretty ugly spot. At least has the toss back to save, but
looking back at this bot lane here, John, it's just atrocious. It's just getting worse and worse. As top lane Paulson throwing out a Shackle to buy some space here from Yu, but I mean, this bottom lane is literally just... You can't lane right now against Miero and Save, and there's Save finding Undyne. Now Low going to be chased down. GPK moving in from the north with the Rolling Thunder, looking to see if he can find this PA. And I think they've got him. I mean, I just don't see a way out here for Low. He's down. Nice easy pickoffs here for Bet Boom, and I'll tell you what, I mean, this offlane Abaddon, it's just... You can't contest it with this PA pick.
No. You really can't. Again, it's a melee matchup for Abaddon. That already feels good. Having a Bounty Hunter that can play with the Aphotic Shield is just a nightmare to contend with as well. They're trying on top at the very least.
Yeah, but they're going to find a support Lich. Pure, he's still too tanky. Like, even now, even early in the game, just with the treads up, the raindrops up, it's just a bit too much. He'll be perfectly fine to stick around, and in fact, Pure actually handed the tip out to Undyne, because he did literally 0 damage with that lightning bolt.
You gotta love raindrops. Giving him free charges up in the Magic Wand as well to sustain true in this lane. On the side of Betboom, I mean, it's just smooth sailing right now. Really not much to stop you. There's still this potential spike coming out on you. With level 3 toss, maybe things start to clear up a little bit. They even get the gate movement here.
Oh, here we go. Maybe this time they've got him, but Pure's got some help around the corner. As they are TPing in more to try and help out, Pure's still barely alive, but not for long. 4 heroes is what it takes, but they will secure the Dragon Knight. A nice pickup here from Extreme Gaming, and it seems like they're going to see if they can try to force in the tier 1 top tower with that siege creep. But in fact, never mind. It seems like they're retreating now. So maybe not fully ready to commit for a tier 1 top tower. They'll go back for a Wisdom Rune at the 7-minute timing instead. And so you do at least find the DK for all your trouble, but that is a 4-hero committal for them.
It kind of makes sense to see that movement out from low. You talked about that bot lane. He's lost the tower. He can't really just sit in that lane. He can't really clear out jungle too fast either, as the Phantom Assassin mind, but at the very least, he gets some activity out. Your issue right now in Extreme is that you don't really get much movement out from XM. He's trying to go into the Radiance build-up on that Necrophos and just trying to rush it. Hasn't, again, had the worst of times in the mid matchup, but GPK had pulled ahead, so you don't really have an advantage to speak of, and he doesn't have the best opportunities to look for an early Reaper's Sight. Maybe if you find something like a haste rune at 8 minutes, that could become a possibility, but you don't have any simple ways of just getting on top of these tanky heroes. On the side of Bedboom, nothing's really holding him back. Looking for a shove on mid. It's only low really hanging around this area. The PA can't really do much. In fact, you have to be a bit cautious if the side of Bedboom will want to commit into the back here.
So he's just keeping tabs. Does give him a bit of a smack on the backside, and we'll just follow him. I mean, this is what you do as Bounty. Just force the sentry ward placements, just waste gold. XM's gonna move in. Do they have more detection? They do not. Of course, they do have a Zeus around, and now they see him underneath the sentry ward, but Save realizes they're around. Undyne's still gonna catch him with a lightning bolt. In fact, now they jump in from low, but they still don't have enough detection. Undyne again gonna try and scout around. Save still playing with fire, but they don't have dust or sentries, John. He's okay.
Why?
Now XM in trouble. XM caught out. Well, there's not much to cast here, Jonathan, because I think XM might just be dead. He'll get off the Ghost Shroud. He'll still try to get knocked down to the low ground, but he's been caught between a rock and a hard place, and he's just down. There's now more coming in to donate to the Bank of Pep Boom. Polison will drop. Undyne will go down a boon. In fact, Polison barely surviving with the foul play. So cluster cluck, Jonathan. Your favorite
cluck. Yeah, no, a little bit of a whiff out from you. He tossed back trying to catch Polison as he self-casted the Hex for that cluster cluck. So he tossed back a cloned sheep instead, or cloned chicken. All to all, that ends well, I suppose, here, as they'll get a Reaper's Sight kill at the very least.
I mean, nice for XM if he can just walk out of this. He does have Ghost Shroud, so it looks like he's going to be okay. Polison, however, may not be so much, but he does have help of New coming in. Polison is still looking to drop, but a nice toss back on a Kataomi might ensure they'll at least find a support trade-off, and they do. But what's it going to cost Extreme? They'll lose Undyne. XM's dropping low. He'll get the Ghost Shroud off, but he can't run away. Pure's blocked him up. XM not going to be happy with this. New, don't even stick around here. So it's not safe, New. You saw what happened to the rest of them. Get out of there. Well, New's now gone, John.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah, he has no way out. And again, you see the side of Bedroom, you see how hard they are to burst down. It's the Pangolier, it's an Abaddon, it's the DK. It's Frost Armor, Frost Shield coming on. It's still level 1 Frost Shield, mind you, once that's maxed out. I don't know how you even go for these plays. Like, even the Reaper's Sight usage out from XM had to be on a Bounty Hunter. Onto Save. That's not really what you want to be bursting down. That's not why you picked this Necrophos. You picked it to slash down the Ava, to slash down the DK. You haven't had the opportunity to do so, and it just feels like the recovery process for Extreme is pretty damn slow. Right? You're looking for Radiance on XM. He's not the fastest farming hero. His shard timing's going to be a little bit slower as well. New, his blink is still a pipe dream with 1.2k gold away as they spot more here.
Polison. Shackles out. Kataomi trying to run. Save is behind to try and help out, but News actually caught him out as well. Save might just be donating a kill himself to the side of Extreme Gaming now as he'll try to run. Polison will finally go down. Save, meanwhile, actually surviving thanks to the raindrops, is now Undyne. He's the one in danger. Undyne's probably set to fall, and he does. In fact, New can't get away now either. Would you look at that? The fusel laid out from GPK is going to ensure that New just cannot run, and Save will secure the kill.
Not over.
It's not over. They're going for more. Okay, Rolling Thunder to connect. XM.
Yeah,
Again, Jonathan, not really too much to say here because XM's just gone. Paulison now moving in for a shackle. That's not going to help out because he's got an Abaddon next to him.
Nope.
Well, there goes Paulison. Save will die, but in comes Law now, John. Low's in trouble. Low's trying for the man fight on Miero instead of Blink striking out of there.
Okay. All right.
Well, hold on a minute. I got nothing to say, Joe. Go on. Analyze the fight, John.
It looks like Extreme or how do you say this? What's the tiny spell on W right? It's tossing this game a little bit. It's rough, right? Look, they're streaming in 1 by 1. They're playing into this bounty hunter who hits level 6, immediately gets like 4 track kills. You're behind by 8k now. This was somewhat okay without track. You know, you could argue with some dosage of hopium if you are an Extreme Gaming fan out there. You know, at least they're not getting tracked. They're trying to fight into this early timing. They have a recovery process, yada, yada, yada. When you're doing that with all of these being track kills from save, you're just asking for trouble. Like an 8k disadvantage at this very early point in the game, 13 minutes in, that is ridiculous. But that's what happens when you play into the bounty hunter. Again, for the side of Extreme, we haven't seen what XM really wants to do with his Necrophos. He's still trying to go Radiant. He hasn't gone for any intermediary items. Just 2 null talismans, a wand, and just brown boots you. Right? Like he hasn't had a great time outside of the first 5 minutes in lane, I suppose. Beyond that, it's just been cluster cluck of a game right now for the side of Extreme Gaming, if I could put it that way, Mikey.
I mean, well, that's one way to put it, John. That's one way to put it. Top T2 tower, now under siege by Bepta. Obviously, this does not take very long with Miero around. Mid lane, Paulison, he's going to drop the wards onto the support Lich, and Karaoke should just be dead. Almost dying in the process was Paulison, but he'll barely survive.
He makes it out. You'll take what you can get. Not the biggest kill, and it does cost you wards, but hey, you find something. You need to find a little bit more, though. Look at the poke from save. Just trackless max level Shuriken is eating right through Undyne if he's not careful.
Well, they're trying to move in, but there's Rolling Thunder incoming. GPK, he's going to immediately find the backline Zeus. Mew's just trying to get the hell out of there, but there's just nowhere to go. He'll toss the Abba, but it just doesn't matter. And I agree with that tipping game from Pure, by the way. I mean, Miero, he's always, in my opinion, been one of the best players on the team, if not the best. Like, consistently so good at what he does. And it's another game. 2 games in a row where Miero's just going to win the game for his team.
And he is. I do feel like for BetBoom, it's down to all of them just being, as a team, better at their lanes, right? All of the lanes did feel like it was just going BetBoom's way. Miero just bullied out low entirely, and that is the biggest breaking point here for the side of Extreme. Like, this PA battle here is going to be, what, 17 minutes in, maybe 15 at very least, if he's just lacking the recipe, and it is. So it's not as doom and gloom as 17, but still around 15 and a half, 16 minutes, which is still not great. The Radiant's timing for XM starting to line up, just lacking maybe about 300, 700 gold now. So you have that coming in as the blink's out.
They're going to at least find themselves a bounty hunter, so save should be going down, and does, but what's it going to cost? I mean, Yu is just dropping so quickly here on the Tiny. That's a core Tiny you've just lost. Paulison in the meantime also going down. He'll barely get away for now. GPK, oh, the shield crash. It doesn't reach, but it doesn't matter. So you find a support bounty, but it's costing you so much every time.
It is. And all you've really found in the past few fights is this bounty hunter. You've not been able to really kill Miero off not a single time. You've not been able to kill GPK a single time. You did manage to get that gank on Pure. That's literally your only support kill. Your only core kill was on Pure with that 4-man rotation top. And beyond that, nothing else. Like, that was at the weaker part for all of these heroes. Without borrowed time, without all of these items coming in on GPK, and now he has a blink, gonna be harder to pin down. Tier 2 bot just gonna set the fall. And if you're Extreme Gaming, I don't know if this timing on Radiance is gonna be enough from XM. That's the closest thing you have. You have Battle Fury for low. But he's going to need his BKB to be up. He's going to need a Sanjin Yasha to feel comfy, or a Manta to just get some dispels off. And it just doesn't feel like anything's enough. XM is just a level ahead of save. That's through mid Necrophos.
Oh, just look at XM. Look at him. Look what they're doing to the poor guy. Ghost Shroud out. Not really doing too much of a difference here for XM as he's going to barely make it away, but not for long. GPK will just take him out. My goodness. I mean, where have things gone wrong? Like, is this just a draft issue? Like, we kind of made the point. Like, the PA pick that they made was pretty early, and right now you're not really seeing much out of it. I don't know if we'll be seeing much out of it, John, as time goes on.
No, it's going to take way too long for Low to kind of get that build up. I would say this is a little bit of a draft issue, right? Like, even shifting to Tiny from mid to off has felt awful for New. Like, at least with the blink tries to play as they miss the dust. Can't even find that kill. It's a hard game for Extreme. At the least, you know, Radiance for XM, he's got the gold. He can try to buy that out. Radiance Necropost with nothing else. It's the start of something new.
Well, I think
18 minutes
on
in.
the bright side, I think Creston's got his answer as to why nobody's picking Necropost, John.
Oh no, yeah, I mean, he knows it's bad. He's just saying, yeah, it's like, yeah, all of these heroes are back and Necropost is still an awful hero. It's like, yeah, what can you do?
It sure is, Crest. Hey, look at the bright side. At least you're not an Earth Spirit player. Right, how about that?
What do you mean people are still picking that hero?
When's the last time you saw support?
Oh,
when was the last time?
Yeah, nah, you are right in that. It is what it is, you know? And guess what? Glimmer Cape's gonna get nerfed as well down the line, so here, there you go, support players.
I was sick of buying Dust, John, I'll be frank. I'm happy. Get rid of it.
But now you're just getting it magically nuked without being nerfed later on. No, you're just gonna die, Mikey.
Is there something wrong with that, John? GPK? You'll miss out on the initial jump in, but XM's still being caught out. I mean, look at this chain frost, John. I mean, it's child's play right now for Bitbit. It really does feel like child's play.
What it is. For the side of Extreme, they're banking on this BKB of Low to actually make a difference. Given all the room in the world, farming opposite side of the map where Betboom's just camping on the Radiant side, of course. You've got a Necros that really hasn't had a game, a Tiny that really hasn't had a game. You're losing all your outer towers at 19 minutes in. The high ground can just simply start here for the side of Betboom. As you know, they've got DK Abaddon, what's there to stop you really at this point. And for Extreme, you know, they can win this fight. There's a couple of things they need. They need a BKB and they're gonna need a Divine Rapier and Low. They can reach that point. They can somehow get like 3 kills in a row on this PA, 3 fights in a row that go their way on the side of Extreme somehow. Things can swing back, but that requires Betboom to also toss the game, but chances are they're not going to be doing that anytime soon here.
Speaking of Divine Rapiers, did you happen to see that Reddit post with the, what was it, the cursed Divine Rapier? Did you see that?
Yeah. I think I did. I forget the meme though. What did it do?
I mean, basically the meme is if you die with it, the item gets deleted and you never respawn. Now,
whoa.
I would really love to see that item in the game. I'm not gonna lie, because how funny would it be seeing a guy forced to sit there and watch a whole game and he can't abandon. He can't abandon even though he can't respawn. How great would that be, John?
Would he get? Wouldn't he just get the abandon penalty anyway if the game lasts longer? 5 minutes.
Well, obviously they change it, John.
Are you sure? Would we?
No. Naomi getting currently killed by his own teammate. He'll be okay. Think about this though, John. In a pro game, like if we're on LAN and someone bought a cursed Divine Rapier and they died and they just can't play the game anymore, we could literally interview them while the game is going on.
Yeah.
Like they could literally just join the commentary box immediately.
Yeah, that's cool. And we could instantly ask, hey, so what went wrong there? Hey, so why do you want to buy that Divine? That's a really interesting choice. And then they would have no comment. They'd be very depressed. Then you'd have the greatest interview of all time, Mike. We can repeat what happened over there in ESL 1 Bangkok. They'll have great times in the casting desk. Oh, I'd love it. Now you're selling me on it. We've got to have it. It's got to get into the game. What if everyone bought a Cursed Divine and everyone got team wiped?
Will the creeps end the game at some point, John? We wait. Wouldn't
it be great? Imagine a 5v5 and somehow everyone dies. Everyone had a Curse Divine. And you just had to sit there. You can't fast forward the game. You have to cast the creeps. Did we just cast the creeps at that point? What are we even watching at that point?
I think each player should get an individual creep. And if that creep dies, then they're actually out. That's how I think.
They actually get brought to the back and get taken to the next life.
And you don't get to choose between range and melee. You don't get to choose.
What,
you don't get a range.
Dice roll the
It's
creep?
only melee.
Only melee. Okay. Fair. And this is going to be a little bit of a Hail Mary as well out from the side of Extreme. A smoke out. Don't tell me they're going to try to sneak Roshan, because I don't think that's going to go their way, as Betboom will also smoke as well. You're at a 19k deficit here for Extreme coming into this. You have no teamfight control. They have to somehow find the best pick of their life here.
I mean, this might be a GG fight. If Extreme can't pull this one off, they might actually call. You might have to call. Jump in. Chain Frost is destroying you. Kataomi will take him out. Undyne gone as well. They're trying to jump the Pangolier, but he is taking literally no damage, and Low is just trying to get away as Poliston will be left behind. Poliston, there you go. They're not going to call it on the bright side, Jonathan. Extreme Gaming, they will give it another chance and maybe another high ground defense, but Betboom will have a free Roshan.
Not they will. I mean, you're seeing some damage coming out here from Low. Right, like he is doing damage. Just not enough to really kill, but the damage is there. If you could tie that jump in with a Reaper Sight, perhaps things can start to look up, but that's also a very long cooldown that you're tying your entire comeback here on.
He might have his chance for the moment because they're chasing him down. In fact, Undyne's the one they'll go for first. Nice smoke will save his life. And with that, Betboom back to the low ground, but they are still setting up for a high ground attempt. Like, there's not really... Sure, they've got to be somewhat careful, but there's not really too much to be afraid about.
No. At the least here for Extreme, you do have the toss back potential as well from you when it does come to this high ground defense. So you've got some repositional plays that can kind of pan in your favor. Again, you can insta-give someone if you do manage to get a Reaper's Sight off somehow here from XM. You will have to eventually defend these objectives, though, as slowly pushing in.
Oh, Rolling Thunder out from GPK. He's going to catch at least a Zeus for himself, but needs to roll back the other way. Just check a U-turn, GPK. Hands up, waves him goodbye. And of course, Betboom, they are focusing on the tier 3 top tower. Not really any reason not to, as Pure is doing so much damage. And as it stands, XG, I mean, they can hope for a toss-back play onto 1, but chances are New will die. So you hope the toss-back is on a good target, because you are going to be sacrificing your Tiny when you do make that play.
Yeah, no easy targets present themselves. Like, Pure is the one showing up front, and he has Aegis up. You can't really see Kataomi or save, and even if you jump Kataomi, he does have that gaze to kind of try to bail himself out, buy some time. All you're trying to do is stall here on the side of Extreme, and at the least that does allow you to hit this timing for the BKB on Low and on XM. So you've got double BKBs up. It's time for another smoke, another attempt. Looking for a kill here.
We go. Jump in. Toss up was there onto Pure, but it really just does not matter at all as New going to use himself up, trying to buy himself some time to get out of here, but there's your Chain Frost bouncing through the backside as well. Now finding even more. Oh, New is down. Low's going to try to jump in, but just look at this, John. Oh, it's just horrible, isn't it? XM caught out to boot. XM's down. No buybacks on all three, and Pure's just going for T4s now. He just couldn't give a damn anymore.
I mean, why not? They call the GG on the side of Extreme, and Betboom take a very, very devastating game 2 up against the side of Extreme Gaming, and they don't look actually that happy at all. And Betboom was like, yeah, that was a game, I guess. They were like, maybe they didn't even feel like they were playing a game of Dota 2. Maybe they were like, is this actually for real? They just ran that one down. I can't believe this kind of draft was allowed from the side of Extreme. The Abaddon sliding through with a DK, with a Pango, with Bounty Hunter and Lich. These are all very meta heroes, maybe outside of the Pangolier, arguably. And you had no clear answers in Extreme. They start with this early PA pick. They go for this flex Tiny onto offlane with XM getting the Necroforce as the solution. None of these pieces glued together in the sign of Extreme, and it just looked shaky at best here for Extreme Gaming. Is Betroom remind us why they are potentially one of those teams to watch out for. They've managed to reach far in a lot of different tournaments. It's been a little bit touch and go. They've had the same roster, but not the same roster for the past 2 years. It's been up and down, but they are still a team that always has that potential. And Extreme Gaming, it's a rough opener for them here in Dream League Season 25, Mikey.
It certainly was. At least game 1 was pretty good, but game 2 definitely not what they would have anticipated. We are going to have to throw to a break, of course, because we do have an interview coming right up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with an interview with one of these players from Beppu.
As I was a-walking one morning in spring, to hear the lark's whistle, hear the collie bird sing, I heard a fair maiden a-making her moan. Oh, alas, I'm a stranger and a long way from home. I came from sweet England with mother and dad. They thought in America all might be had, of gold and of silver and acres galore, and never need hunger and poverty more. But alas for sweet England, me father is dead, and mother can earn but little for bread, and I weep as I gaze o'er the far distant main, for a fine ship to take me to England again. Now mother is dead, I am left all alone, but if I were in England, no more would I roam. I've an aunt in the country, and she loves me amain. Oh, will not some ship take me homeward again? There is a neat cottage with a rose at the door, and there with my aunt I would live my life for. I'd nurse her in sickness and tend her in pain, and thank God I was back in sweet England again.
are, of course, here for our post-game interview. My goodness, the music just keeps getting better and better. John X Fire, welcome back, sir. I'm sure you feel very welcome to be back. And I haven't asked you today, but how the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mikey. And, we saw a fantastic series out from Bedroom there. A little bit more touch and go in game one. Game two was just complete domination. So I'm keen on digging into some of their thoughts here as we get into our interview, of course. But a fantastic start for them in Dream League Season 25 for Extreme Gaming. They're going to have to start to look for those wins elsewhere a little bit. Not quite what you want to see to open up there for the Chinese fans, but it is what it is. Again, they had a good showing in game one. Game two, they just looked a little bit lost. Hopefully they can shake that off in time for the next series, whenever that may be.
Hopefully. Thankfully for us, though, Jonathan, the phone is ringing. We have Mr. Pure on the line. Pure, congratulations, sir, on your 2-0 victory up against Extreme Gaming. How are you doing?
All right, fine.
Excellent. Well, talk to me, Pure. I mean, game one, game two was very dominant from you guys. Game one was a little bit closer, though. What happened in that game one to make it a bit closer than, say, game two?
I actually can't remember first game already. I think we're just better as a team, and that's kind of it.
Pure, I didn't want to say it, but I think so too. John X Fire, do you have some questions for Pure here?
All right, Pure, we saw some stats. We've seen that we've been on this patch, at least the main patch, for at least 200 days. How do you feel about that? I mean, we've seen some changes in meta. Are you happy with seeing some of those changes coming in despite not having a patch yet?
I mean, of course, meta is evolving and people are starting to create something new because, you're playing for almost a year and a half on the same patch and it's kind of annoying and people starting to invent something new. So that's cool. I mean, I hope the patch is coming soon and I hope that we're gonna, get some hot changes and some big changes, like maybe some map changes even would be nice. And I'm just tired of playing, same heroes for a year already, a year and a half.
That makes enough sense. I'm curious, you guys coming in, again, a little bit of a roster shake-up, just a tad bit since the last EPT. What's the mindset like for Bedroom coming into this Dream League? Are you guys feeling hot? Are you guys just taking it game by game here into every match?
No, I mean, we're gonna win this one.
Love the confidence.
Is that all your questions, John X Fire? Are we done with Pure?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's all I've got, unless we dig into what we'd like to see in the patch. Is there anything you'd want to see in the patch here before we close out?
You said map changes, John.
Yeah, okay, fine. We'll take that.
Faceless Void and Luna.
Okay. Faceless Void.
Do you? Oh, wait. On that topic, before I close, do you like the time zone? Is that something you feel like could pop off for yourself?
Hell nah.
Fair.
Delete this bullshit and bring back something for Chronosphere. The facet that gives you just Chronosphere doesn't make any sense in Dota 2. How can you have a facet that changes the hero completely, changes mechanics, and then you got Faceless Void that literally gives you nothing, literally gives you spells that it used to be in Dota for 10 years already. Are you dumb? Can you give at least back some stuff that you can you getting no damage after time walk how it used to be when the patch came out, something at least. How can my hero? I got items for $1,500 and I cannot play the hero at all.
Fair. Hopefully we see that change. Hopefully.
Well, with that, Pure, thank you for joining us for an interview and congratulations on your 2-0 victory, sir. We'll see you next time.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
Thank you, Pure.
Thank you.
Oh, that was the lovely Pure John X Fire. I'm honestly genuinely convinced. We were joking about this in our pre-game, but rather pre-interview discussion while we were on a break, John. I'm convinced these players have no idea what I'm saying. I'll be frank with you. I don't think they understand a word I'm saying. I ask them the literal same two questions every single interview, and they always look at me blankly. John, I just don't know how much easier I can make it. I'm throwing the softest of soft. I'm throwing balloons at these guys. And they're still giving me a blank face, 2-word answers. Meanwhile, I forced you to ask a third question, And then he rants on about Faceless Void for 2 hours. I mean, is it just my accent, John? Do they just not like me? Is that what it is?
No, you need to lead him in. Like I had a bunch of questions and tied it into one to guide him into something spicy, right? Although in this case, Pure literally, yeah, and you guided me as well to just push again. But this time, literally, Pure just popped off, and I love that. You know, he's like me. There's some facets in the game that you just, it's like, why? Like Black Grimoire. Why is that a thing? Seed money. Why is this here? You know, so hopefully in the next patch we'll have a little bit of a run back on those facets.
I'm telling you, I've been thinking during my time off, Jonathan, Black Grimoire, keep it the same, but if you hold it past 20 minutes, all right, here's the caveat. If you hold it past 20 minutes, you get a free Necro 3, a book, a reusable book, Necromonicon 3. That's what you get. In fact, remove the XP. I don't even want the XP anymore. I want to hold a book to 20 minutes to get my Necro 3 back. That's what I'm thinking. Make that 15 minutes.
Playing as well, where you're saying this is not something that deserves a good jaunt. That is atrocious. That's just, God, the books. It's got to stop with the books, man. You know what? The channel that I used to watch that memed about like the library strat was also Australian. What was wrong with Australia? Like, why do you guys like the books? You guys don't even read that much. You're not any more than anyone else. What's up with this? The attraction to Necronomicons.
We had dial-up in like 2010, John. We can't afford to have internet here in Australia. We got to read the books, you know? That's all we've got. Yeah, we've got some internet now. It's not that great. You know, the PG's been lagging the whole time. I can't see what's happening in the game. It's horrible. Speaking of horrible, that interview was horrible. I think our production team may have fallen asleep because they just will not allow me to throw to a break. Are we allowed to throw to a break? Is that okay? Oh, okay. I guess they were enjoying the show that much. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our next series of the day.
DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Dream League Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, and 1xBet.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here once again for Dream League Season 25, and we're moving into our second series of the day between Boom Esports and Gaming Gladiators and SimLP Dota and John Expired. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. My intros continue to be as long as humanly possible, but before I stop, how the hell are you doing?
I'm doing great, Mikey, and we've got quite the matchup for ourselves here. Gaming Gladiators up against Boom Esports. Not a matchup that we've seen too often. I think the last time we actually saw Southeast Asian Boom play against Gaming Gladiators was in TI 2022. Right, that was a long time ago. That is a slightly different Boom. Yopaj was still on hand. You know, it was different. And now, Gaming also a little bit different, right? Like coming into this year, it's been a little bit touch and go. You know, they still have been one of those teams that are still at their peak performance. They don't have Celery on hand. They've got Melody standing in for this one. So it's going to be interesting to see as well as how that shapes up. And it's going to be interesting to see what they pull out, because I think just on paper, this is going to be a matchup that heavily favors Gaming Gladiators, right? With all of the experience they had, with their consistent performance outside of a few disappointing runs in a couple of third-party tournaments, this is still a team that everyone looks at as one of the top 3, if not top 2 teams in the world right now. So it's going to be a very tall obstacle for the side of Boom Esports to overcome. And I'm keen on seeing whether or not, again, they can, because Boom Esports has shown that they can qualify for these lands in Southeast Asia. Mind you, Southeast Asia has only really had like 2 teams that can go to LAN right now. Maybe 3 if you count Mudang Warriors. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag. The region has been touch and go, and you know, this is not going to be an easy one for Boom, Mikey.
No, it certainly is not, Jonathan, but I do have faith that they can make this happen up against Gaming Gladiators, especially considering there is a stand-in with Melody here for Gaming. So, you know, it could be a bit of a curveball here from Gaming, and we'll see if Boom Esports can kind of deal with it. We'll have to wait and see. Nice to see Melody coming in here for stand-in as well. Jonathan, you and I, back in the day when we first casted this poor player, I believe you and I were both calling him My Lady the whole series. So thankfully, we've sorted that out, Jonathan. We've worked out that it is Melody, however you pronounce it, John. I don't know, right? I want to say Melody, but it's not Melody, is it, John? It's Melody.
Nah, it's a malady. It's like a disease. It's like a sickness, and you know, it's going to be, you get hit by a malady, something like that. I think that's the gist of it. And again, this is going to be a tough one for Boom. I do feel like it's not going to be a very easy time, and it's going to be interesting because Boom has been up and down in a lot of qualifiers. And you know what? We have a little bit of a content piece about Boom Esports as well. Let's take a listen.
Boom Esports has been a regular mainstay of C Dota for several years now, and after a few months as a South American team, they are back in their home region of C. Picking up players from several different teams across the region, they ultimately ended up with Jackie, Mac, FBZ, Tims, and Genwell. With some of the most well-known names in the region, they should be one of the strongest teams in C. Sadly, being one of the strongest teams in C doesn't seem to quite cut it at an international level right now. Boom's first LAN with the new roster was ESO1's Bangkok, and while they did qualify ahead of teams like Aurora and Talon, they got knocked out in 10th place. Hopefully the disappointing results didn't rattle Boom too much. It's a new year and new chances. This season of Dream League will be the first event of the year for them. Hopefully they've learned a thing or two from their experience in Bangkok to come back even stronger. Will Boom punch above their weight with an explosive performance at Dream League Season 25, or will they fizzle out?
Why? Well, why is everyone taking shots at SCA, John? Does Gunner need a reminder that you and I were the ones to hype him up in an SCA team in an open qualifier? A team called Ginnisbras where he was playing with SCA play. Do I need to remind Gunner that's where he started, John Xfire? Maybe that's why he's reading scripts instead of playing, John. Maybe that's why, because he was from SCA. How about that, Gunner?
Maybe. You know what? Even then, even as a roast, I feel like he didn't go all in. You know, good old Gunner. He's too kind to roast these players and say, look, Mac gets called upstairs every evening for whatever he does in their scrims. You know, every time we were casting some qualifiers, community casting, and everyone in chat was like, oh, Mac's gonna get called upstairs again. Everyone's all chatting Mac, it's time to go upstairs. You know, Abatsi telling him that, Yois telling him that. Everyone's telling Mac to go upstairs. You know, everyone knows it's been up or down, and you know, so there's a lot you could do. I feel, but the good old Gunner is too kind for that. He's too pure-hearted. He's such a sweet fella. He can't do it. That's why he left Southeast Asia. He saw, oh, you know, to get along here, you gotta roast the shit out of each other. He's not that kind of person.
You know? Watch your damn language, John X-Fire. You watch your language. I don't want to hear these swear words coming out of your mouth. My goodness. There we go. I mean, there you go. There's Boom Esports vs. Gaming. I mean. Are they the favorites here, John Gaiman? Yes, they probably are. But
100%.
But they're versing an SCA team. They're versing Boom Esports. They're versing Gary Onko, John X-Fire. Nothing's ever simple. We know that with Gary, right? And Boom, I have faith they can put up at least a good fight here up against Gaiman. And consider there is a stand-in, right? That could work against Gaiman Gladiators.
I mean, could, but I also don't think it's actually been that rough for Gaiman. They were playing some qualifiers, and do believe they actually did qualify with Maldi playing a stand-in. Unless my memory is just going crazy. I've had some really weird dreams that I've mistaken for reality, Mikey. I've been having problems in my sleep, so I'm not actually sure that's real. I'm not sure what's real actually for a lot of things. It's pretty bad, Mikey.
How do I attract
neurological issues?
I attract the weirdest people. I tell you what, I just.
Hey! You watch what you're trying to imply about your better half, Mikey. All right, watch what you're trying to say there. You're on record. She'll look back at the VODs, Mike. She's got ammunition on you.
She knows I won't lie, John X-Fire. She's a weirdo too. Yeah, the wife's a weirdo. That's, you know, I'm a weirdo. We're all weirdos, John. Anyway, game should be starting rather soon. Hopefully we see some weird drafts coming out, John X-Fire, because that would be very entertaining to watch. There goes that flute music again coming in. It just catches me off guard every time. It really does.
You know what? It makes me feel like we're in a game of Baldur's Gate. Something that you haven't played yet, Mikey. You should really play it. I don't know why you won't. I don't know why you act like you're above role-playing games. Mikey, it's so good. It's such a great game. You could... What?
Is it as good as like Elden Ring?
Yeah, I would say.
Really?
Way beyond. I would say way beyond. I think...
Way beyond Elden Ring?
Yeah. Personally, yeah. I'd say so. I think what Baldur's Gate achieves is just pretty phenomenal for what it is. You have to consider the scope, the limitations of a role-playing game in that you're role-playing as well. So you're interacting with these systems, you're finishing quests that have narrative lines, and you can kind of mess it up along the way. Baldur's Gate is pretty cool in that sense. And it's not like we're playing competitive Baldur's Gate. I would say yes. Yes, I mean, you go in, you hack, you slash, you dodge, whoop-de-doo. Elden Ring is great, don't get me wrong, but Baldur's Gate for me just hit harder, I think. And maybe that's because I'm like, I enjoy like role-playing games, you know, Fallout 1 and 2 are just perfection. Divinity Original Sin 2 is great. None of these games you've ever touched, and you're revealing that right now. I'm like, Fallout 1? Fallout 2? Really? Look at you. You're confused.
For anyone wanting to play these games, John's listed. Of course, they are available on Steam. You can go ahead and purchase those right now. Gaben would appreciate it, I promise you. With that though, John, I played Fallout New Vegas. I played it. It was a great game. But for you to say Baldur's Gate 3 is better than Elden Ring, Z, this is where I'm a bit upset. Because I've literally loaded up the Steam store. I'm about to press the purchase button. But if it's not as good as Elden Ring, I'm going to get a bit upset. It's going to cost me $72 with a 20% discount, Jonathan. That's a lot of money.
See, the issue is I don't know if it's your kind of game, right, Mike? That's it. I think it's a great
than
game.
Elden Ring?
For me, yes. For me, but I'm saying I'm not sure if it's free, but I hope it is because it's a great game. Mind you, there's a lot of reading, so I think that's one thing. But hey, you said Australians love to read, right? You love your Necronomicons. You like to read, Mikey. You should be able to read through dialogue.
I never said I could read, John. We just look at books sometimes, you know. We point at the funny-looking characters, you know. We just, oh, look at that, you know.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to go.
Players doing. Players do it every time. Yeah, it's the there we go. See, as I say that they start the game.
Yeah.
You know why? These players get paid too much money. That's the problem. They don't respect everyone else's time. They don't respect it. Because if they
Look.
did, what is it, John?
Look, Southeast Asia and pay, I don't know if those two questions go together, Mikey. We're left with literally like 3 orgs that actually have salaries and the rest are stacks. So I don't know if you can make that argument in the next year.
That might be my fault. That might be my fault. I went on a big rant about that.
Maybe. Maybe. And, maybe Castaway gets a call out there as well. Shout out to you, Castaway, getting shot a million miles away. As we do get into something completely unrelated to anything we've been talking about, a draft for Gaming Gladiators up against Boom Esports. And this should be rather interesting. Again, Gaming coming in should be just straight up the favorites. They've had a huge variety in their drafts. They've been running this Bloodseeker. They've ran the Marcy for Watson every now and again. They've also dipped into the IO, but that was with Celery. So I'm not sure if that's something Maldi himself would want to dip into. But they have some keen options here. As you see, Quinn is on gamer mode right now. All looking a little bit wild in his look right now, Mike. He's going through a rugged phase.
He is. Well, what do you think of his beard? John? What do you think of his beard? What do I think of his beard?
He's growing it out, yeah.
I think he's trying his best, is what I think, John.
All right.
It's like, I'll give him a participation award. He gets that. Would I recommend shaving it off as out of embarrassment? Maybe. But it's not everyone. Look at that man. Now that's a beard. See, Tofu can rock anything. Tofu could literally rock anything. That man could put a clown makeup on and he'd still look damn good. My goodness. At every angle too. Like there's not one angle this guy looks bad in. It's incredible. In fact, you know what? When they introduced the teams and they showed us the drawings of each player, somehow the artist made him look worse. Right? Because you can't make him look any better. This man's perfection.
That is true. And of course, we're taking a look at the beautiful faces on the Boom Esports side as we do close out the bans and get the Batrider first pick for Boom. Did ban out the Pango, thank God for that, along with Magnus and the Beastmaster. Game and again took care of the Lina. The Nyx, the Bounty Hunter, and the Doom. So they did take care of something that Mac has popped off on very hard with that Lina. Boom has also just kind of been dipping into the meta with it was Bounty Hunter and Nyx pickups as well. Dawnbreaker still in the pool if either side will want it. Gaiman again have access to some pretty quirky heroes like say the IO. They've had Pugna as well, which Boom also has run before. And they'll take the Alchemist first. They prioritize that for good old Watson. It's a little bit surprising to see the Alchemist slide through considering it's probably been the top contested hero for the past 2 third-party turns we've seen elsewhere. The Slam and the Playground that were run recently. So Alch does come out and it can still be quite the nuisance to deal with. I'm curious what Boom will go into now to kind of try to counteract it. Like, we have seen a pretty diversified set of heroes out for Jackie. He's done stuff like Dusa. He's done stuff like Naga Siren Pause 1, and it has actually worked. I'm not sure which direction you want to go. If DK is left alone, that could be something Boom will pick up down the line. So that is an option as well. They will end up banning that Lycan that we were talking about earlier, not giving Ace the option to play around with the Alpha Wolves this time around, which is fair enough, as that hero has felt pretty insane in eating up supports. I'm wondering if something like the Abaddon slides through. That was something Boom was consistent in banning as well in the most recent qualifiers, and that is something Ace has run, and we just saw the power of the Abaddon last time, so it could be a nice little sneak if it's allowed through, and so far it's left in the pool. I think this Alchemist Abaddon idea could be really interesting if Gaiman do go that direction.
It could be. Certainly looked very strong last game. Mind you, the lane matchup for the Abaddon against that PA was just horrendous for the Phantom Assassin, so even then though, Abaddon just doesn't really seem to have any bad kind of contests at the moment, in fairness. Gaiman bans out the Tusk. Some supports to come, I'm sure.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Well done, Jonathan.
I mean, it's into Batrider, right? Counteracts Lasso instantly. Lane's just fine. You can still, I guess you could theoretically flex it on support, but it just doesn't feel great there. So you are just running this on Ace. You lock in 2 cores straight up, but these are 2 very hard to nuke down cores. You don't have access to Lina. You don't have access to Zeus here on Boom. Maybe a cheeky Pugna pickup could try to slow this down just a tad bit in terms of a save, but Not really in terms of nuke down here for the side of Boom. So I'm curious what they take. Something like Monkey King still in the pool. That could be something that kind of works in their favor. They'll get access to Terrorblade themselves. So this could just be our Jackie 1 or potentially a flex for FBZ onto the off lane. Open enough in which direction you go. I would actually say I'd prefer to see Terrorblade pos 1 here. I want to see something a little bit more active for FBZ, something that he can try to make some plays on, you know, buy some tempo for his team rather than just going for typical Terrorblade, building him like the usual pipe and just trying to sunder people and save and try to be a nuisance. I think you have to go for a hard-hitting Terrorblade here to kind of scale in with the Abaddon and Alchemist already on hand from Gaiman.
Well, think about this third pick up here. Boom Esports. Into the Pugna.
All right.
We've been seeing this hero a lot as well. Works very well against the Alchemist, of course.
Yeah, I'm not sold on it being used offensively, like the decrep, just because, again, you have a Photic Shield here. So you're not really going to be decrepping anyone to try to nuke them down. You can decrep your allies to save, but I don't see the full value in this game for the side of Boom Esports. I mean, now you're stuck with like a Pugna Batrider support duo, right? Like you don't have the hardest hold. Maybe you find a hero that can play with the Pugna in terms of playing with Life Drain instead, like something like a Storm for Mac perhaps, or a Leshrac, even though the Leshrac has been pretty much out of meta for the most part, could be the way you try to utilize this Pugna. Laning presence isn't too bad though. Yeah, outside of thinking about Decrepify, its lane is not bad. Like these are double melee cores. You can just decrep to annoy them if you're on pos 5. If you're laning into the Abba, can still work. Gaiman will just go into the Warlock. So now you've got probably just Black Grimoire coming in, but a lot of sustain. Like you have the save of Abaddon with your Photic Shield, Mistcoil, which doesn't tend to get leveled up, but there's value in that. You've got the Fatal Bonds to play with. You've got a lot of damage to come in. You can tie this into a very nice Quinn hero on mid. Stuff like Puck is going to enjoy just Fatal Bonds heroes up. Stuff like Quap could be really strong here as well. For the side of Gaiman Gladiators, just Fatal Bonds and Sonic Wave is just going to murder people here.
Sure will, Gaiman. The reserve time, liking where this draft has gone. We were just talking about the Black Grimoire as well, John. You and I were? Gaiman? Oh, there it is.
Oh.
The Riki will make its appearance. That's a nasty pick. I feel like I do not think Boom are too happy to see it.
No. This takes away the game that is already not that easy for Pugna. Now you really just have no game here as the Pugna once you're jumped on. And even something like the Terrorblade, especially if it's offlane, if you just get targeted with that smoke screen, you're not rushing BKB. You are going to get a durability item first. You're not going to get even defensive Sunders off as a Terrorblade if you are on offlane, which is really what you get it for, that Sunder play. Instead, again, they shift that Terrorblade to 1. They go with the FBZ Timbersaw, a special to come out here for Beam Esports to kick things off, and they'll pocket their last pick on that Mac mid. This can kind of play with your Pugna a little bit better. It's a hero that enjoys having some sustain in the back. You do have some good targets to burst down, right? Like Alchemist and Abaddon are prime targets for the Timbersaw. We saw Timbersaw actually getting banned when you do pick these heroes up. So I like this for the side of Boom. It's a very clear tempo target for FBZ. Its lane as well, like into Warlock, Alchemist is pretty damn good for the Timbersaw. Maybe the first few levels can be a little bit awkward, but once you have that threat and maybe a value point in reactive, it's a lot more sustainable for FBZ, and you do have the backing of Tims on that Batrider to help apply some harassment. So some tools on hand for Boom. I'm interested in seeing what they will allow onto the mid. They already banned a Husker that Quinn's run a couple of times. And again, there's still Puck, there's still Queen of Pain available here for the side of Gaiman Gladiators. For their part, banning out the Mac Shaker. Earth Spirit still on hand is something that Mac's been playing a ton of in his qualifier matches, so there's that to consider if they're not wanting to take care of something like the Puck themselves here as well.
See if they get rid of it. Final bans to come, Gaiman. They'll get rid of the Earthshaker for now. I still really like where this draft of Gaiman have gone. Not even the Pugna, like the Riki against TB is going to be such a headache. Just the silence against TB, just not being able to sunder in the middle of a fight is going to be very annoying, as we'll see the Invoker ban out here from Gaiman. Boom Esports.
It's got to be something like a Quap or Puck ban. You don't really have the best lockdown for either of those heroes either. All you have is Lasso. In fact, that's your one big standing weakness on Boom. Your control is not there. At the least, with gaming, you have Smokescreen. Yeah.
I need you to take over for 1 second.
No problem.
I got a bit of an issue. One moment.
No problem. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Boom should just be banning some of these mobile heroes. They'll ban out the Monkey King instead, so maybe they want something like the Puck for themselves here on the side of Boom. Could be one way to kind of tie in this draft, right? Like, it does give you some hold. Not that there's a lot of jumpy heroes. Maybe Ricky gets annoyed by that. Instead, it'll actually go for a Mac Tiny, so they want some burst damage to come in. Not the biggest fan. I think Tiny can have good games. Tiny can also have some atrocious games. Again, stuff like Queen of Pain still available here. Puck still available for Quinn if he wants that. No Pango option. Earth Spirit's there as well, and the matchup isn't too bad. That is slightly Tiny favorite though for the most part. So maybe not that route, but a lot of things still open there as we do get Michael Phoenix back. Hello, Mikey.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Did I miss something? They picked a time.
No,
They picked a time. Very cool.
And banned Monkey King as well, so kind of not respecting any of these highly mobile Quinn heroes, like again Quap or Puck, which tie in with this Warlock really nice and lanes into Tiny fairly well. I think it's just a matter of choosing between those now on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Digging into that reserve time for the last pick overall. And I think it's just a matter of that, like, because again, you kind of lack lockdown and Boom. Avalanche Toss is not going to be enough for something like the Puck, especially. Maybe the Quap, it might be enough to give you a window to connect to, say, a Lasso here from Tim's, but even then, that's asking for a little bit much. You tie that in with the Fatal Bonds damage coming in. You've got good initiation to cover you with Smokescreen on top as the disable for the side of Gaming Gladiators. Could be nice. And they'll go with a Queen of Pain over those two options. So again, just tying in with this Warlock, really good AoE damage, really good AoE control, really good sustain coming out from the side of Gaming Gladiators. And for the side of Boom Esports, I'm not completely sold on this. Right? Like, you've got this Pugna who already has to play into an Abaddon down the line, so excuse me, you have to worry about the Aphotic Shield. You can't really stop them from hitting you outside of defensively Decrep, but you can't use Decrep offensively to soften up these targets. As a Batrider support, again, you have Aphotic Shield to be worried about. All of these heroes hate getting blinked and smoked on by Tofu's Ricky, especially Jackie. If he's caught off position, just won't have anything defensive for himself. So it does feel like you're going to want some force stabs here on Boom Esports. You're going to want a Hurricane Pike on Jackie in this kind of game if you can farm it up fast enough. And I think this game is just easier to play for gaming. It scales into late game. It's got good tempo into mid game. Its laning isn't too bad. Your lane matchups aren't too awful outside of maybe this lane of FBZ. That's the one X factor here for Boom Esports. The Timbersaw theoretically doesn't have that bad of a time. Again, outside of just worrying about Smokescreen. So that is going to be the main concern, and you're going to need something to help you just kind of get out of Smokescreen fast. And again, mass force stabs is probably something you want to see from Boom. But I think Game just have a very nice draft to place into what they'd want. Again, it's their tempo past 10 minutes. If their levels are online, if this Ricky manages to get his invis up, if you manage to get the Trident Golem, you get some good points in Fatal Bonds. Any connection Quinn has is just going to lead to very fast kills if you're not careful on the side of Boom.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be a very interesting kind of game one here between these two sides. I mean, the one factor that I think can be a bit of a coin toss as well from Boom's end is the FBZ Timber, right? Because I feel like more times than not, we see FBZ really pop off on this hero. And he can carry games for the team if he gets off to the start he wants. I just don't know if it's going to be one of those games from this game around. I think no matter what, it's probably going to be a pretty challenging game.
Yeah. Again, that's the X factor for Boom, but you're playing Timbersaw into Ricky with Smokescreen. That alone is already annoying enough, just cutting you off from what you'd want to do. Your lane as well isn't necessarily the easiest, playing into an Alchemist who has some minus armor to play with an AoE, so it's not going to be easy to just try to run in and damage away.
I mean, I opened the win probability, John, and it's already 64% per game. My God.
Yeah. Great, you gotta love Dota Plus. It already knows by draft. I mean, look, Dota Plus just does this. It eventually just somehow becomes 50-50 and forgets that it ever gave this advantage earlier on. But I will say it's just not an easy game for Boom. Like, how are you supposed to catch the Quap? Are you just gonna bank an Avalanche Toss? Or are you just gonna rely on a Blinked Lasso? Yeah.
Went up by 2%. Nothing happened, Gabe. Nothing happened yet.
It's the draft, man.
They're literally
Maybe.
running across the map and the AI is just like, no, that's another
55.
oh, they ran the wrong way. Oh no.
66. Well, maybe should have just hit 100, maybe.
Maybe. Should have.
Leaking the script.
Smoke on smoke scenario here, John. Both teams want to fight. Both teams are also going to narrowly avoid each other in that dyad triangle. Mac, however, might think about running into vision. They'll get some deep wards down in that triangle, but... Or Mac. I think he should be okay. They don't seem to really have enough lockdown unless Watson can land a stun. He's going to try. Mac. Oh, he's going for the bounty. Oh, they were so patient as well. Meanwhile, Malady also caught out. Who's going to drop first? It is going to be Malady. So Boom do secure first blood onto Tim's. Meanwhile, Watson does secure a kill for himself onto Mac.
Yeah, I mean, I get that play from Boom. Right, they managed to secure all bounty runes up against an alchemist. That feels good. Getting a kill on Watson at least kind of compensates for that. But it is a little bit better getting the bounty runes here in this case for the Alch. So you don't mind actually trading Mac away for that. You get a little bit of a gold injection for Tim's to start off. Just a slight amount of EXP as the game is still... Dota Plus is still... what is this crap? This is just a phenomenal crap. Yeah, this is something else. All right, so I guess we're just huffing coking for Southeast Asia as this game is just predicted to lose already. I guess we should just give up. Boom Esports, you know, if Mushi's watching it for some reason, bring the boys upstairs and be like, guys, we were going to lose that. Dota Plus said we were going to lose. There's no way it's wrong. You know? Why even bother?
Try making that excuse to Mushi. See what he thinks about it, John. I'm sure he'd have some kind words to give back to you. We're looking at bot lane FBZ. Should have a pretty good time against Watson and Malady. The issue is, of course, you are giving a bit of extra value to Shadow Word every time you do Whirling Death the Alchemist, but overall, I think FBZ is still going to be more than happy to spam away. Though, again, whether he can actually kill Watson in this lane or really slow him down is a different question entirely. As long as the Warlock support's there, it could be pretty challenging.
And it could be. And you're not applying as much pressure with FBZ as you are as Ace up top. Like, look at this pressure onto Jackie. Always low HP, does have the stick charges to play with, the Tofu's constantly jumping in with Blink Strike and the Aphotic Shield, and it's been just a great lane for Abaddon Ricky. Put the shield up, you can't really counterplay, you have soft targets that you can just poke into, and it's a very uncomfy time for the side of Boom. Again, you can't really rely on Decrep, at least offensively. It does really nothing in this lane, so you're looking to just stall out for Jackie, I suppose, but you can't stop these heroes from right-clicking the other guy if they are decrept up. So you always have some clean options here, and this kind of start for the Terrorblade does not bode well. Like, again, your Alchemist is going to be out farming that. Watson should just naturally scale faster. Jackie can keep up with some clean illusion micro for sure, as we've seen some Terrorblades do, but it's not going to be easy keeping track if the lane does go one-sidedly. Taking a look at the mid lane, at least, you are having a lane for Mac. At least he's not completely shut out in this Quap matchup, which does feel very good for the Queen of Pain, of course, for Quinn. He has a range advantage, he has good poke. He can just scream of pain every single time Mac walks in, and there's not much the Tiny can do to really pressure. You can maybe threaten with a toss or a little bit of a tree grab toss as well and some cleave damage, but Quinn's controlling the lane quite well and not going to lead to too much good times for Mac. He's also not going to have the best of times in trying to deny off water runes. Quinn has the movement advantage with Blink, of course, and his supports are too tied into these hard side lanes that there's not going to be any assistance for those water runes when they do come up.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, that's for sure. I mean, I just keep looking back at this top lane, and it's just... Like, Jackie's okay now in terms of HP, but that's pretty much only because Tofu's busy trying to contest the small camp pool that was made by Zhao. It's just every time the Riki is available, it's just so hard for Jackie to maintain himself in this lane. And of course, Zhao can't really help too much at all, apart from just pulling that small camp over and over again. Really, at this point, apart from that, I mean, every lane so far is going in favor of Game and Gladiators, as they are going to try and jump Tofu now. Fair bit of damage being dealt by Zhao. Tofu actually almost dead. One more Nether Blast would do it, but he's going to be outside of range, so it will not be a kill to come. But they do at least get Tofu out of there for a bit.
And that's a little bit of breathing space here for the side of Boom. Again, this lane is still rough as every time Metamorphosis is down. When it's up, they do have some good poke onto Ace at the very least, but even just the level 2 of Fodder Shield will reflect some damage back, and that's still a little bit of a nuisance for Jackie. I like this from Ace, going for the value point in Mistcoil over that Curse of Avernus we tend to see. And even just having that small bit of magic damage onto Jackie, a low HP hero, does do phenomenal amounts of damage. Because again, Jackie's just never the healthiest in this lane, and they don't really have Lotus control either. You're not going to have access to those resources to try to top you up. It's going to be a slow go for Boom, and that bodes well for Gaimin. And in comparison, you're having a pretty great time here on Watson. Sure, FBZ's kind of matching you, but you're not shut down on this Alk. You've got your phase boots up, you're going for the soul ring, you're going to get your Radiance eventually. You've got this runaway lane for Quinn on mid, 30 CS in comparison to 22 here from Mac. Water rune control was pretty on point for Quinn. He's going to have power rune control as well with the vision advantage he does have on hand. They are starting to poke a little bit on Watson, but a tree cut from Watson prevents FBZ from going forward. And just these micro plays from Watson ruining it.
Watson surely was just dead had he not chopped that tree down. So very nice little play there with the quelling. Meanwhile, top lane, Tofu again scouting about. They've got a TP rotation from Malady now as well on the Warlock through the outpost, but seems like Malady not happy with the with what he's seeing. Just goes back towards down to the bottom lane. Keep Watson happy. Because Watson, I mean, sure you had that almost kill attempt from FBZ, but he's still third in CS. You know, he's having a great time on this Alchemist. This is a fantastic game for Watson so far.
And it is. He's got some stacks as well. No one contesting from side Boom. They haven't been able to really play beyond the tier 1 tower, of course, and they're not really able to gate across. Jao will try to gate now, but it's also at the same time Maladich is spotting him out. Although
Malady should be going down. Chase is on. In fact, never mind. The Shadow Word's just going to keep him alive long enough, and well, they are going to bring Mac in now down to this bottom lane. Mac's going to take a courier. Do they go for at least the Warlock? I mean, surely they catch him. And they will. So Maladich will go down, and well, it seems like it is going to end up being a tier 1 bottom tower to drop. So Boom Esports finding a quick kill into the tier 1 tower. There won't be any kind of response on the top tier 1 tower either, so some good work being done here by Boom thus far. But here comes Watts. Stun will be channeled. FBZ will take it right to the face, and FBZ will get the chain away just barely. He'll go for the TP play out as well, and will make. So tier 1 tower does not drop, but it's a lot of damage that was dealt.
Yeah, they're applying some good pressure here on side of Boom. I'm a little bit curious why Quinn didn't opt to go, as they do trade lives there.
Now Quinn does secure his life first, so a bit of a win there for Quinn.
I'm just a little bit curious why Quinn didn't opt to rotate when he did have the amp damage rune. I mean, you still find this decent enough trade on mid. You applied some mid tier 1 pressure as well, but you don't relieve that pressure bot. I think the one thing for Gaimin though is, again, you're having a free ride for Ace up top. You're keeping Jackie in check. You're not really allowing the Terrorblade to just kind of free farm a lane. He does have some stacks of his own in his jungle right next to the tier 1 though, and that is something Jackie will secure at the very least to try to catch up. But again, you haven't really stopped Watson. And those same resources that the Alchemist has mirroring the Terrorblade, it's just going to be a lot quicker for the Alchemist to hit the spikes. Already working into that Radiance, of course, that you tend to see for the Alchemist. Already has a Talisman of Evasion, which can help him. Maybe some of that right-click damage that can come in. Tier 1 tower will eventually fall to even get the gate movement across here from Jackie, who does have the Metamorphosis ready if they do find a fight angle here.
Watson is going for a stun again. This time Tim's the one to get caught out on the Batrider. Tim's going to try to get out of the smoke screen. He is actually getting away so far, but Tofu eventually will still secure his life. In the meantime though, Jackie did rotate. He did find the tier 1 bottom tower. So you do get away with at least the tier 1. Which I think for a support Batrider kill, you can't really complain if you're Boom Esports.
No. I mean, it's some space out. It allows FBZ a bit of a free lane to just shove in, try to work into that Kaya timing when he can really start to burst heroes down. It can start to drag some tension top if you're not careful. Speaking of, Ace being targeted just a tad bit. Mind you, again, they don't have Lasso. They don't quite have level 6s on these supports. It's relatively early for that. But Metamorphosis is still ready on Jackie if they did want to try to make a Gambit play here.
Nice. Gonna get jumped for now. Gel gonna get to work as well. Ace does have that level 6 marker. Will pop it. Is healing up through it. Max rotated. A tossed in, but it's gonna be the TB illusion that was tossed in. So Ace is still okay. Meanwhile, FBZ gets his life taken away by Maladic. In FBZ, I mean, Ace, he doesn't die. He makes it.
Yeah. And it's just the Abaddon doing Abaddon things. Level 3 Aphotic Shield is a big barrier to try to burn down. You had Borrowed Time with a level 6. Not enough burst damage, no synergy. You can't really, again, try to play with Magical Burst with D-Crap because there's really nothing outside of Ava Toss. Maybe get this angle out to shove in bot, but considering what you've lost, again, just dropping FBZ is already a big deal here. Considering that, again, he is kind of the X factor for this game. It's him that needs to kind of style, get this Kaya timing and try to burst. Gaming are keeping track of that quite well.
They'll jump in. They're going to try for Quinn, but Quinn's got plenty of help around him. They'll drop the Warrock right onto Mac. Mac's going to be all right to TP out, but Tim's not so much. In fact, he helps Tofu out with that flame break. Knocking him to the high ground. Decrepify, they're going to allow Tim some space to get away. Now Tofu's being jumped. Big Sonic Wave out from Quinn, though, landing on 3 targets. There goes Tim's, there goes Mac, and there goes Zhao. They'll find 3 for the price of nothing. Nobody will die on game. Everyone survives. And Maladic is just slowly healing them up through these fights, John. I mean, this Shadow was just doing a bit too much healing, and Boom, they just don't have the answers for these team fights yet.
No, and I don't think they're going to have any clean answers for these team fights anytime soon. Outside of just playing pickoffs. Right, like your lineup just doesn't really have team fight control. You've got Avatos as your best bet, maybe a Lasso, maybe a Reflection back from Jack. He's going to be annoying, especially onto this Abaddon if he doesn't time his Aphotic Shield right on Ace, but probably not going to be an issue considering that self-dispel on hand. Very odd pause for settings on Mac, as we always get these odd pauses with headsets, Discord settings. You guys got to set your macros up.
What settings do you change on Tiny? It's not that complicated, is it?
I know, hotkeys. It's like, guys, you've been in the boot camp for at least a day. Surely you've played a pub or scrim. Surely you've picked your settings. That is beautiful music. Epic RPG music, fantasy music, medieval core, as the kids say.
See, this is my kind of music when you got that that angelic voice come in. Oh, my favorite. I don't want to talk because it's actually good music. Well, we can't not talk, John. That's our jobs. We got to say something.
No. They paid for the music as well. You know,
did they?
You got to license and stuff. You know, there's just like a website where you can license music for whatever production you're doing. Still, they're looking at the. Well, you know, you weren't also a professional producer, Mikey. They hired They hired us to just run streams, and they'd give us the music. We didn't have to buy the licenses ourselves. Back in those days, we had a playlist.
Back in those
days. We had the chill Dota playlist, if I remember. That was one of my favorite ones. Those are the days.
Yeah.
Those are also the days when Boom was a stronger team.
Oh, well, you didn't have to do that to him, John.
I mean, it's reality though, right? Like that was the era of Boom, all the way back.
I hate it. I told Gary. I told him. I said, Gary, don't try to trade Japoi. It's not a good idea. He wanted our bit, John. That's what he wanted. That's what he wanted.
You didn't even get him.
No, he didn't. I tried to warn him. Look, goodness me.
Beautiful snotty. Look at the model quality. Look at the polygons. Look at the facial expression. Like, gosh darn, 2024 quality. Look at that. Look at that model. And then you look at Morphling. If we had him in the game and we could compare the polygon count, it would be very sad that the mount would have more details than the full hero. So yeah, do you have to go ahead? Go ahead while Waston's disconnected. Good on you, Mac.
No,
go upstairs.
Mac trying to get a quick handicap for his team. Appreciate that, Mac. Speaking of Mac, I gotta be frank, John, we've seen a few rotations from the boy. Little bit underwhelming. Net worth-wise in the Tiny, currently sitting at 4K. It's a rough start for poor old Mac. He's not a Big Mac right now, John. I'll tell you what.
No, he's one of those.
He ain't even a cheeseburger.
No.
He ain't nothing.
It's like you have a like a burger that's really tiny here.
Oh, he's
Budget
like
burger.
he's like the apple slices you get from a Happy Meal. That's what he is.
No. You know what it is? He's like a minute burger. We never tried that, but it's a buy one take one burger joint. The burgers are tiny. That's what a buy one take one. That's what Mac is right now. It's not a full on Mac at all.
No, absolutely not.
It's a sad time. We were having some fun in some qualifier games. I was with like second Mike Hermes Mike, and there was some all chat there. I think what was it? Yoa versus Armel, and we had someone say. They said it in all chat. One rice mid versus unlimited rice mid. Only rice mid in that matchup. That was a fun time. Speaking of food, you know. Clap twice rice versus one time rice.
Why is it always rice with you?
Man, how will you... You've known me for how many years, Mike? You've known me how many years? How many years have you known me?
Quite too long. Too many years. For sure.
7, 8 years? Mike, how many years have you known I'm Filipino? 7 or 8 years as well. How many times have we been to the Philippines, Mike?
In fairness, you could be easily mistaken for an American.
That's true. I confuse everyone. Every time I join a new Discord, they're like, oh, where are you from? I'm like, then some guys just take a guess. I'm like, all right, take a guess. For some reason, they think I'm Australian. I don't know. I feel like that's an insult to you, Mikey.
I mean, we do have a lot of Filipinos and Americans suddenly moving to Australia, so I guess.
Yeah. What is this? Look at the polygon count in this. The ancient granite golem. That is horrific. That's horrific. Get your posture right. This, you know, it just takes me back. Remember the old memes of golem get you gone?
Yeah.
Man, that's what it was. Along with the mud golems, of course. Golems have terrible posture for whatever reasons. We do have the go ahead.
Great time.
Those were great times. We do have a great time as well for Quinn, as he does have his full Dagon up. So things are just about to get rougher. Again, this mitigates a lot of that masochist, which, again, thinking about micro patches, when I saw the micro patch giving masochist one less spell amp and 1% more outgoing spell damage, it's like, why? Why 1%? Why are we doing these patches? I was so angry. Now I just remember how angry I was when I read that patch. I was like, what the hell is this? Why?
In fairness, you get angry every time you read a patch. So there is that.
Hey, I got very happy when I saw Lion Fist dead. You know?
Okay.
You got to give me that. I was super happy. I was like, oh, heck yeah.
Oh, Jackie.
It's fun.
Jackie's kind of... he's going to be all right. He'll run north. Zhao, going to just decrep and TP out of there. He's all right. That is the one big positive right now if you are Boom Esports, is if you have a TP available, chances are they can't cancel it. You know, you basically got Watson with a stun and that's it. Maladich not going to be too interested in dropping Chaotic Offering if he can avoid it, as now Jackie's still farming the northern side of the map, is eventually going to be found by Tofu. Question is, does Quinn want to make the rotation? And the answer seems to be no. Quinn will continue farming.
Yeah, but Tofu will still creep at least, try to make this as painful of a process for Jackie. Meanwhile, the free farm you're getting here on Watson, Radiant's already up on the Alchemist. He's got his triangle clearing up, no problems here for the side of Gaming Gladiators, already invading across the river, playing on the side of Boom Esports map, and Boom really just have nothing to do. Look at this build up on FBZ. He's going straight for BKB. He knows he's got to be able to try to make a stand here. We're still waiting for that blink on Mac, and without that, it just doesn't feel like you have clean angles to play, but they've got to find a way. They're just fumbling in on these objectives with no care on the side of gaming.
Well, Jackie could be in pretty big trouble here. Jump in. FBZ's going to jump in with the chains out, but Golem has been dropped immediately on top of his head. Stun out onto Mac. Mac's stunned for a very long time as Quinn's going to jump in with a Scream and a Sonic Wave committal. Mac's still alive, but the chase is on now from Watson, but they don't want to dive the T3 tower. A very kind of messy engagement here from both sides, but Boom, they'll get away without giving any kind of lives away. And they do get to the spell committal from their end of things, as Tofu will aggressively jump in onto FBZ by himself, and he's gone. The Tofu may be getting a little bit too excited. Because now Mac's going to find another. They'll toss back Ace. Ace, of course, still has the borrowed time available, but really does not want to have to use it this early. He's going to be alright to back off. Tofu will be the sacrificial lamb for now. Chase is on for more, but they're not really finding it, as Quinn getting caught in the river for a second, but does have the blink away. Jackie even popping the metamorphosis for that, but won't really find much with it.
And they're doing a great enough job inside of Boom to try to force Gaiman back on their side of the map. Right, like there's a minute and a half where they don't have to worry about Chaotic Offering. I still feel like you're losing a lot more on Boom simply because this is still time Watson's free farming. In comparison, Jackie has to join. You're throwing FBZ forward. He's still trying to save up for that BKB. Heck, Mac is still like 700 gold away from full blink, 600 gold away from that.
Tofu again. Gonna be caught a secondary time. Tim's this time will catch him out with a nice dust, and Tofu not gonna be too happy about that as he'll be right back to the graveyard for himself. And if you're gaming, like considering how great of a start you had to this game, number one, you probably want to slow things down just a little bit. You know, you give Watson a bit of time, get that initial farm, and then get moving.
I think this is actually fine from Tofu, though. It is somewhat valuable for a kill, considering that you are that far ahead on the side of Gaiman. At the same time, this is just space away from Watson. All of these kills are happening across the map. Watson has free reign up top. Again, he already has that Radiance up. He's getting ultra farmed on this Alchemist. He's hitting his key spikes. He's got a Blink Dagger flying in. For the side of Boom, this is allowing them to try to ramp up. Like, they're taking over that bot jungle just a tad bit. Tims is inching towards the Blink Dagger. Mac already has his flying out at the very least, so you have some initiation angles you can take with the Tiny first. And the problem is that Jackie had to join you guys in walking around, right? So your Terrorblades kind of stalled out just a tad. At least Dragonlance is up, Yasha 2 parts away, or really basically 1 part away. And once you get into the Hurricane Pike, this becomes a little bit safer for the TV. Not fully safe though, mind.
Well, Mac's trying to jump in onto Quinn, but it's a very awkward initiation as now the cavalry trying to find a pickup. Will throw a stun out onto Mac, but Mac gets the blink away. So again, nobody really getting caught. Mac again going to be looking towards Watson this time around, but Watson going to make his way out. Mac does land the avalanche toss. Tims has the lasso, will drag him back in FBZ. And Watson does get caught. Boom Esports able to find a pretty damn good pickup.
And that's something you really don't want in gaming. That's your top net worth hero just gone. Not respecting the defensive wards at the side of Boom Esports drop and being able to gap close now with the blinks flying in. And if they keep getting these isolation sort of plays, that's where Boom Esports trying. That's the only way they win out here. If they find Gaiman 1 by 1.
Oh, they're going to find more. Mac moving in will at least take down Maladich here with Jackie. Meanwhile, they'll try to jump Tofu as well, but Tofu will blink strike out. This will allow some time though for Boom to just go right into that tier 1 middle tower, and it seems like there'll be no defense to come here from Gaiman. Nothing they can do about it. And this is a pretty big deal for Boom. I mean, considering again, like you were about 7k ahead just a moment ago. Now their net worth advantage will dip to 4k. And suddenly Boom Esports, I mean, they've kind of found their footing. Like you've got your blink up on Mac. Jackie's starting to become a bit of a nuisance with that Dragonlance and Yasha. FBZ's already becoming a nuisance going into that BKB into the Aghanim Scepter. And Gaiman, I do think might need to just kind of sit back a little bit.
That they do. I think if they will force a fight in Gaiman, it has to be pretty much a full team fight commitment, as I don't think you really lose out in a 5v5 as long as you do manage to kind of try to, you know, if you don't get picked up by, say, the tossback or the lasso, you're kind of happy on Gaiman for a 5v5. So that's where they kind of have to line up. Again, this circumstance was Watson trying to go for that play onto Mac and then just running back into this jungle, trying to get greedy instead of just instantly walking back across the river. And he was punished, and they just kind of get some good openings from Boom off of that. You still have some key timings coming in here for the side of Gaiman, right? Like you've got more flying out for Quinn, currently not chewing anything up, but again, has that value Dagon up. The blink for Watson leading into the Manta is going to be pretty strong as well with a self-dispel on hand. He's not going to be too worried, even without Ace next to him. He does have some counterplay. Ace, for his part, trying to go into the Echo Saber. And you've got this cheeky little Spirit Vessel coming out on Tofu relatively soon, really just lacking the Vit booster gold at this point. So you still have some good timings lining in. And I think the side of Boom, the pressure's on them to actually play this hit and run. Right, like Blink coming out for Tims to tie in with his Blink on Mac. They do need to be the ones to be on the hunt. They do need to be the ones to find these heroes straggling 1 by 1 and trying to farm. Get that kill, go onto the objective. Try to just ambush them with this instant jump that you do have on hand. because that's where you shine. You've got Lasso, you've got Blink Avatar, whereas the side of gaming, they shine in team fights with that Fatal Bonds and Chaotic Alpha. And that's just the way you have to run here on Boom. We'll see if they can maintain that off of this tier 1 tower take. Do have a little bit of a wait as we're sorting out some technical issues. Hopefully that gets sorted out soon. Maybe it's time to cue some music in. It'd be nice.
No, who do you think you are to ask for music, Jonathan? My goodness.
Hey, I'd like...
Oh, there it goes.
Thank you. Our great producer. Lovely music. You know me, I enjoy this music. Ah, look at that.
You'd 100% be a jester in medieval times. I'm just going to point it out right now, John.
I don't think I'm that funny, so I don't know if I'd be a great jester.
I never said you were trying to be funny, Jonathan. Right? But I think they just look at you and be like, that's the one. That's the guy.
Then I'd end up killed by the king for not being funny in the court, of course, as it tends to go. We have to go ahead at the very least.
It's what we're banking on, John. Come on now.
That's what you're lacking this day and age. Kaya up for Quinn. Look at this.
Oh my.
Zhao. All right.
Oh, the high school gameplay here from Zhao. You love to see it. He will not die.
Just turn around and life drain. That's all you need. Great stuff coming out from John Yuel. Does waste the Sonic Wave. So no freebies coming out for Quinn. A 7-7 game. Boom Esports have managed to equalize. And as this game goes on, if this lead doesn't grow for Gaimin with an Alchemist, it is an Alchemist game. You kind of need to have this lead keep growing, so they will jump forward.
Yeah, it's going to be an easy one for Watson. Happily take that away. It's still obviously an advantageous game here for the side of game. And mind you, of course, the net worth lead they have is pretty much all on Watson. But I can kind of make the same argument for Boom Esports right now. Like, all their net worth seems to be sitting onto FBZ. And he is very close now to that Aghanim Scepter, by the way, on the Timber Saw. So that could be the big turning point that Boom are looking for. Like, once that you've got the Ags up for the reactive armor, you can make some big plays happen. It can be quite scary to go into them.
That you can. You don't have anything like a Yule's on hand just yet from NMP Heroes in game to nullify that, so it's always going to be relevant on FBZ. 400 gold away from finishing that up. Echo Saber fully done on Ace though. And into the Harpoon that he's likely to go. Yes, he does queue it up. Will make this game rather annoying, right? Like, we've seen this coming out with Harpoon plays. Especially with into Blinks, it can be a little bit awkward creating that bigger gap, but can also work against you. So it should provide a little bit of variety here. So the smoke does break onto Tofu.
Now Lasso is going to connect. Tofu will go down. And Zhao able to pick that one up as FBZ could not land the chains onto a tree. Quinn's still sticking around here just farming the area. Obviously he doesn't really have too much to be worried about without the Lasso being up for Tims. So he will kind of just steal a few camps while he's around the area. Apart from that, it's going to be another nice easy kill here onto Tofu. Quinn's still hanging around seeing if he can pick off Tims perhaps. You've got that great burst potential on this Quap, but I'm not sure if it's 100% enough to burst the Bat Rider down, because we saw with Zhao it did not work out, and Tims is actually tankier on the Bat Rider than the Pugner is, so chances are it wouldn't be enough anyway.
Probably not. Choose to play it safe. I think this choice to play pretty damn safe in the side of Gaimin, not group up with his Chaotic Offering, is just giving a little bit too much space out to the side of Boom. Again, there's recovery coming in for Jackie. There's that Ags timing online now for FBZ. You've got the Phylactery at least very up for Mac as he does get the toss. The jump from Quinn doesn't amount to too much. There's just a little bit of threat out. They are starting to clump up. I mean, they hit this stride with the Manta up on Watson. It should be a little bit harder to deal with the Elk, but he's still trying to go for some offense into that Orchid. Still a little bit of time for that. But again, everyone else on the side of Boom has recovered. FBZ matching Quinn's form. Jackie just behind Quinn as well. Only Mac kind of taking that back seat, but we've seen Mac kind of do this in a lot of the Boom games where he's just bottom network core and he tries to make space in the end. And just with a blink alone, at least he can get things done.
Mac, look for a toss onto Ace. Won't quite find it, but they can look towards Tofu. Problem is they don't actually see Tofu. Tofu's okay to get out of there. No dust or sentries being placed. Watson's still farming across the map right now as well. I mean, if Boom wanted to try and rotate, but it doesn't seem like they really have a way to get there. So this rotation from either side, not really going to amount to anything.
I'm a little bit disappointed in Boom, just a tad bit there. Not even a single dust on the core. FBZ was blocked while walking. Jackie was blocked while walking. They pinged the area, but no one carries around the dust. Maybe that slot a little bit too... item slot too important at this point, but still, if they dusted up, they would have gotten another freebie. Only the support's carrying that dust, but you're not always going to be stuck right next to Tims and Zhao here. So you will want to at least have something to try to punish Tofu, but not quite having that. Again, 8-8 game, 5k lead for Game and rising back up here. They'll take their Tormentor as well, slowly but surely with Watson and Melodic. And it shouldn't be too long until that's up. You take a look at the graph, still at 66% win probability for the side of Gaming Gladiators, but I feel like Boom are managing this game well enough. Right, you get the freebie shard for Melody, which is also nice with the upheaval imps as well. It can be quite annoying in prolonged fight. They don't manage to blow down Tofu again.
Yeah, he's alright this time. Malich is, rather Watson's getting to the stage where he's starting to become a bit of an issue, I think. Like, this Alchemist is starting to really take off in the net worth department, now working towards a BKB after the Orchid pickup. I think once the BKB is up, you are starting to lack a lot of answers here in terms of what you're going to do about this Alchemist. And Boom Esports still doing their jobs, just looking for the Roshan pit now. See if Gaiman have the idea to try and make their way to the pit, but it seems like they're going to try and go the long way. Smoke up, they'll run through the mid lane, but they're going to be way too late to the party. So this first Roshan of the game looks like it'll just freely go the way of Boom. And they can't make it in time.
I'm a little bit surprised by that read from Gaiman. Maybe they take this post-Rosh fight. They're going to be running into each other. There is a little bit of vision here on Gaiman if the smoke breaks in a good spot.
It seems like they just want to get out of here. I mean, FBZ already TP. In fact, he didn't TP. He cancelled the TP, but indeed, they don't really want the fight. FBZ actually the one to take the Aegis as well on the Timbersaw. Not handing it over to Jackie this time. Would just rather take it himself. And with that game, they kind of missed out on an opportunity here, John. I mean, it's just losing Roshan like that when you're ahead is never going to feel good. It seemed like they knew what was probably happening, but they just couldn't get there as a unit in time. Not to be dissuaded, though. They'll still go for the bottom tier 1 tower, rather. But yeah, a bit of a loss. Probably going to put a bit of a delay on game and trying to make the momentum move they're looking for now.
And it will. I do appreciate that FBZ takes this as well. It never feels great to have to give Aegis onto a transformation hero, as now Gaiman will also get the room out to steal away a Tormentor. It's going to be nice to have for Tofu to get his full shard. So now you have even more minus armor coming in, and you do have that untargetableness in the smoke screen, which does make it fairly annoying for Terribly. That's the one reason you see the Ricky, and not just for the silence, but even just not being able to target someone in smoke screen will mean that there's not going to be any Sunder save or self-Sunder save as well. If someone's healthy in there, you're just not going to be able to kind of fix yourself up. Inside of a game, it's still looking to apply that pressure. I mean, this Alchemist is still very difficult to try to burst down. And the side of Boom still know that they've got some weaknesses here. They'll try to smoke us too with Tims and Mac, and they've got Lasso back up if they want to play.
They're going to make the double dust out. Tofu will get caught with that, but they want a bigger target. Tofu for now, getting away with Tricks of the Trade and the Blink Strike. They're going to lasso up Watson in the meantime, though Watson's still surviving. Does get the Chemical Rage off in time, and Mac's the one in danger. Mac will just get destroyed. Nobody from Gaiman dying yet. Watson in the meantime looking for more, does find Zhao. He'll look for a TP play out of there and might just make it and does. No stuns if Watson doesn't have his available. But they still found Mac on the mid-time. You gotta be happy with that.
And that's a real quick Orchid usage out to stop FBZ from getting any of his spells off as they're still hunting.
Yeah, Tims gets caught with his pants down behind the T2 tower. And with that, I mean, this is against the Aegis. Like, FBZ just did not find an opening to try and really jump in and make a fight happen. The Gaiman, even giving the Aegis away like that, not really dissuaded from just going for an easy push.
And again, that was awkward timing from Boom. FBZ had the gold for the BKB. They didn't just wait for him to build up first, try to force the fight. They didn't want that free pickoff, which I do agree with Boom and their rationale for that. It's time to start to really look for some bigger kills. But if FBZ doesn't have that protection with these Orchids on hand, then your Timbersaw still doesn't have a game. And he has the BKB up now, but it's just like 10 seconds too late from when he picked it up. And now you have your own BKBs up on the side of Gaiman. Watson has his. You've got the full Ags done on Quinn. So the Shadow Strike spam becomes a nuisance you have to be concerned about. You don't have a pipe to try to mitigate that here as well. So it's going to be consistent coming out from Gaiman. They're on the hunt with a bit of a smoke. Tofu already scouting out Jackie's position as well. Would be a nice pickup if they find him.
Oh, they might just as well. Watson's channeling up the stun. Jackie now realizing he's probably being watched, but it's all too late. In fact, a nice... No, it's not a mat to dodge. He'll try for it. Still trying to run. The Orchid was applied, and the life drain from Zhao keeping Jackie alive. In fact, now the Thunder is out onto the Alchemist, but Watson's still just outrunning everybody. They're unable to secure a kill. Tim's in the meantime jumps in with the smoke screen. Not going to allow the lasso to come out. They'll take down Zhao. They'll take down Tim's. Watson looking for another fight now, looking back towards Jackie, who's having to fight back, but it's not enough. He's gone. So is Mac. And FBZ, all he can do is BKB and run. I mean, he has a chance to fight back maybe, but he'll just chain out of it. It's a 4-man wipe. Only survivor FBZ with the Aegis intact once again.
Yeah, this is not good news for the side of Boom. I mean, getting that forced Thunder usage out from Jackie before they could line up for the burst play onto the Alk just really ruins any opportunities. And again, this is just the shortcoming of Boom's draft. Once it does become about 5v5s, you don't really win out. You've got the counterplay on Ace, you've got the Orchid build-up on Watson that just stops you in your tracks. The full Ags on Quinn just makes it painful for you to even consider clumping up. Not that you want to clump up anyway when you're playing into a Warlock with Fatal Bonds, but all of this really just staggers together. And even just the presence of Watson at this point just hurts. He's doing a ton of output now as well. Did 5k damage in the last fight, just with a Radiance and a few right hooks and the unstable concoctions coming through. And for Boom, I just don't see any easy answers. Like, BKBs kind of help. It's not something you could really see Jackie getting to pick up anytime soon. He is going back for the Bloodthorn and the Hurricane Pike if he can work his way into that point. A BKB on Mac maybe helps with trying to connect with FBZ a little bit better and kind of takes that, at least the Ags on the Quap away from the equation just a tad bit. But it just doesn't feel like any of this is enough. You're 17k behind. This Alchemist is off to its tremendous timing. And the high ground just begins. And this is Gaiman playing up against the Aegis that has expired on FBZ. Like, there's full confidence here.
Yeah, very, very tough. They're going to try for a defense. A lot of TPs incoming. They're stuck in the north of that tree line. They're going to try and move in now, but Watson's got his BKB off, so they don't really have the jump they wanted. FBZ trying for Tofu, but Tofu blink strikes out, and he will survive. Barely, but is still alive and does make it. So nobody will die here from Gaiman, but they do at least successfully defend the melee barracks. They'll lose a tier 3, they'll lose a range racks, but the melee barracks still stand. I guess that's something.
It is. I mean, they did pop Metamorphosis, so it's going to be down in short order, and that could be an opening for Gaiman if they did want to play. Have a minute and a half until next Roshan stuff as well, and they could kind of chill out into that next objective if they so wish. Have a full BKB done on Quinn, a Yule's quickly done here on Tofu to maybe just line up some better smoke screens, or just buy time if he does get jumped on. And the side of Boom, again, I just don't see how you itemize your way out of this when you're 19k behind. They have to look for a good pickoff. The smoke scanned out by the Radiant side. It's already very obvious here for the side of Gaiman. Their own scan goes off here from Boom as well, but not going to be finding anything on this. Although, smoke out on Gaiman on that scan could lead into some circumstances here.
Well, jump in with the Avalanche. They are going to drag back in Mac. This will be a big pickup if they can find it once again. Ace, he'll be forced to pop the borrowed time. Meanwhile, Watson just jumping right in onto Mac on that tiny, and Mac is just deleted. Like, the toss-back plays, you just can't make them happen. Gel, this time not going to be able to TP away. And Watson, he just wants more. He's not going to find any more, but there is a barracks to be taken up at that top lane. Issue is FBZ has forced out the creep wave, so they do not have any creeps here to back them up. They're trying to drag him in through the mid wave, though. So eventually Watson will have his way with him.
Yep. Shift gears, focuses onto the mid instead. And I guess this is one point where Boom can try to play. Like, they've got Blink Lasso Force Staff with Toss Back. They can have some great repositional tools as long as Ace doesn't get the save out, which is a big if. see if they start to work some angles on this defense. But it's do or die for Boom, feels like. If they don't manage to stop this, then nothing changes into the next tower, I don't think. Again, it doesn't feel like any items can really come to fix this game for them.
Jump in onto the Tiny. Ace happily just going to turn right back around and fight. FBZ will start to move in. Ace taking a fair bit, but has the borrowed time. Instead, they'll go for the drag back with the lasso onto Quinn, trying to burst down the Quap, and they've got him. That's a big pickup. I mean, they barely got there because he was just about to blink away. But they do at least take a Quap for their trouble. But that is at the cost of the mid-racks. Tim's still trying to find Watson, but Watson, he'll get the blink away. He's perfectly fine. It's still very expensive, these kills that they are finding, and they're barely finding them at that.
Yeah, it's just a tough game for the side of Boom. I have to say, Watson's reaction time and getting these perfect Bloodthorn usages has been ruining the bigger play potential for Boom. Like, Mac comes in, instantly gets Bloodthorned up, can't really get the follow-through. It has to be Tim's coming in. Would have Blink Lasso at that point. It just complicates things for Boom. It stalls out that instant burst they want for a nice quick fight, for the numbers advantage, and then translate that into a bigger win. They do have room to try to equalize, just shoving onto the tier 2s with Jackie and his Illusion army. And the damage is pretty clean. We'll force out the Fortify a little bit early here, at the very least, so they have an opportunity to find some space on the map. But they are still 22k behind. And they have to work their way up against this Abaddon with a Harpoon who has been a big nuisance, with Watson who's starting to get really tanky with his full Reaver coming in, probably the overwhelming blink to be picked up soon here as well for the Alk. And with Quinn going for the full Shivas, the burst plays just shine. Again, no one went for pipe on the side of Boom, not even any casual Glimmer Cape this time around, so the magical damage coming in from this Quap is always going to be relevant. There's that full overwhelming blink as they do go for a smoke on the side of Gaming Gladiators. And the side of Boom Esports, I mean, I feel like the best place for them to fight has to be high ground, right? It has to be these Blink Lasso plays, these Blink Tossbacks. Maybe you can try to force something around Roshan. Let's see, as their scan is on point and will clip someone in the end. They could take this opportunity to try to win a fight into Roche. And the illusion does kind of show some news there that a smoke is coming in from Gaiman.
That it is. Still waiting. I mean, Gaiman, they're not going into the pit. They're just casually waiting for somebody to try and show up. Tims will throw out a casual dust to see if Tofu's having a look around, but he's not. Ace going to jump in now with the Harpoon, but not really finding the opening factor. Oh, nice stun, Watson. He found Tims already. FBZ losing half his HP. He'll finally pop the reactive armor. Meanwhile, Mac's been spotted. Mac, though, just cannot do anything. Just needs to leave. They're always looking for this Tiny. Meanwhile, FBZ caught out, is going to get his TP cancelled and is gone. Meanwhile, Watson, double kill, triple kill. He'll take down Jackie and Mac on his own. And there goes Jao. It's a full team wipe. GG.
I mean, you can't fault them. Again, it just doesn't feel... I mean, it's happy for Gaiman, right? Although Quinn doesn't look too happy. In fact, none of them look like they're showing any emotions as you'd expect from Gaiman. Just another day in the office for Gaming Gladiators. Maybe a little bit of emotion on Tofu at the very least, but it didn't feel like there was much of a game to play, let's be frank, from the side of Boom. And it really just felt like this drafty ideas they had just didn't pan out. I'm surprised they pick all of these heroes just into the Abaddon alone. Already feels pretty awkward. They get the X factor of this FBZ Timber Saw, but it doesn't really have anything to tie into. They pick up the Tiny as well on the side of Boom outside instead of any other options, like say the Puck that was still available that entire time, or the Quap themselves. And I just feel like this draft just didn't really achieve much. I think on the side of Boom Esports, they've got to look for a style to come out for themselves, because even looking at their qualifier matches, this does not look like the kind of Boom we saw in those qualifier matches where they play somewhat aggressive. They got this good tempo from FBZ and Mac. Mac kind of gets the winning lane. None of that came out here. So nothing really came lined up for Boom. It was just all gaming. Free farm for Watson, a decent lane coming out for Quinn, a lot of pressure onto Jackie with Ace's off lane. There's just nothing to be done here for Boom.
No, there certainly wasn't. I mean, a couple moments where you were like, okay, maybe they can make this draft work. I mean, even Dota Plus was giving them 65% chance on game. I mean, that should tell you enough. I agree, by the way, in terms of that the draft versus draft situation. Like, the mid Tiny could do nothing. Like, Mac could literally do nothing. Basically, you were playing without a pos too. The TV carry, I don't know how to feel about it, John. I know Jackie likes the hero, but against Alchemist, it doesn't feel good. I mean, there's so many ways to critique it. There really is. There's just too many critiques that can be made. Let's avoid those critiques, Jonathan. Let's throw to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Game and Gladiator, and of course, Boom Esports.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. DreamLeague Season 25, of course, game number 2 between Boomer Esports and Game Gladiators, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. You must be very excited after that game number 1.
Yeah, I'm keen. I think Gaming Gladiators definitely showing up. You know, us boys in Southeast Asia, this is nothing new. We're used to it. We're used to being punched down just a little bit. We're used to just not having a great time. Yeah, well, you know, I was I was looking at the other standings in DreamLeague 25. I saw Shopify taking a 2-0 over Mooding Wars. I'm like, yeah, we're in for a good time here, Southeast Asia. Shopify, Yopaj, and Scam beating down on their friends on the side of Mooding Wars. And now, Boom Esports, you know, I don't know. The draft, I don't think did them any favors. I think they're going to have to take a look back, have to reconsider what they'd want, have to consider if they allow something like the Abaddon through. And again, for the side of gaming, they first pick Alchemist, right? Like, there was a very confident Alch pickup, wasn't banned out. There's a reason why Alchemist is a top contested hero right now on this meta in our 200-day-old patch. It's still up there as a top priority, and I'm just curious what ideas Boom really had to deal with his Alchemist, because it looked like they really had no idea how to deal with it in that last game. Let's be frank.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I think heroes like Alchemist, you probably should just remove them. You know, if it's first pick material, like Alchemist is just one of those heroes. It's just so hard to contest. You saw Dota Plus, it automatically gave his 65% win rate per game, and I mean, that's going to be pretty rough. Obviously, Boom didn't know that, John, but maybe they did inside. Like, you never really know how they felt towards their own draft in that game versus the draft they had to go up against, and Alchemist, Abaddon, like, it's all a bit too much, isn't it, John? Well, we do have draft number 2 coming up very, very soon, so we'll see how they do change things up, and hopefully we'll get a bit of a closer game 2, because there's not really much of a way to sugarcoat it, John. Game 1 was a pretty one-sided affair.
That it is. And, you know, Boom can do it. Boom has taken games off of teams like Talon. You know, they've qualified 2 lands before. They've got the power to try to show what Southeast Asia is capable of. Let's just hope they manage to waken up a little bit. Maybe they're feeling a little bit sleepy. Maybe Nate didn't get them coffee. You know how these players are in Southeast Asia. They're always looking for caffeine from their managers rather than sourcing it themselves. If you get into the game, and we've already got shift out in the bans, Boom, ban out the Alchemist. Surprise, surprise. They take that tool away from Watson, along with the Pangolier being banned out. Gaiman still take care of the Nyx, take care of the Macalina. And we shall see what else is in store. DK is still in the pool if they want to ban it. Instead, the Abaddon will be banned along with Magnus. So I like these bans a lot more from Boom. These are all top tier heroes outside of maybe the Pango, but that's just out of respect of Quinn not playing a real hero in 2025, I suppose. And ensuring that he'll play a real hero. You know, they're doing a solid for Quinn.
Doing him a favor. That's correct. Gaming Gladiators. I do like bringing out the old memes, John. You know, it's always a good time.
Never gets too old.
These new age memes suck. I mean, you've been going on about that Hawk Tour thing. It's horrible. It's not funny.
Why didn't you just talk to me?
Don't even. Did she go to jail yet? I don't even know.
No, she actually released a new podcast episode.
Oh, of course she did. Gaming Gladiator. I mean, why would they jail her, John? The Argentinian president now is doing rug pulls. Gaming Gladiators.
Oh.
Speaking of the Devils, Gaming, they've got a PA.
Yeah, I mean, the first pick PA is just insanely confident again, just like what they did with the Alchemist. So surely Boom Esports can find some solutions. Bristleback's there, DK's there. DK's probably the safer bet. We've seen Lifestealer picked into PA. You don't have the option to Abaddon the PA in lane, so it's not quite, you don't have that easy answer in terms of laning. Let's see what Boom will want to cook up here, but at least, you know, we're seeing some joy. You know, Tim's is having a laugh, which is a good sign that he's not depressed and like serious. I feel like that's when you get a little bit worried for Boom. You want them jovial. You want the Southeast Asian players to be loose and goosey. Mikey, just a bit. That's how you know they're still somewhat comfy. Who's not loose and goosey? Jackie looks a little bit downtrodden, and Mac looks stressed as all heck, I have to say.
So he should be. John. I'll tell you what, it wasn't a great time game 1. This Boom Esports, they're going to go into a Morphling pickup now. Yeah, game 1. I don't know if it was the hero Mac was playing. I don't know if it was Mac himself, but it just, I just need to see a good performance here from Mac. You know, it's been a bit rough.
That it has been. At the least, you open up with a Morphling, so you can ban to protect it. Doom's already taken up by the side of Game and Gladiators. You don't have to worry about that. The matchup for Morph into PA, I'd say, it's fine. It's something that Morphling can kind of work out against. He doesn't get insta-gibbed, and you will have to build something to go through the evasion, but the Conda burst down build can also kind of work just fine for Morph. So I do like that for Boom. It's a much better carry for Jackie to play with. See Gaiman banning out the Bat Rider now in respect for maybe that single target hold that can come in from Tim's, along with the Dawnbreaker that could come out from FBZ. So they take care of some of the bigger heroes that we have seen again consistently in this tournament. I'm wondering what Boom will want to kind of deal with PA. I mean, there's a pocket pick of like something like, say, Shadow Demon, which we haven't seen as much in comparison to like 2-3 months ago. But that does give you a source of innate break. It gives you a little bit of a save as well. It can stack up nicely. Presence in lane has felt good. I think we were, again, very recently in some qualifiers, we saw like Castaway going for the Promulgate facet and just actually going Disseminate like 1-3-1, which was very interesting. We'll go with a Phoenix instead, which is the top as a higher priority support. It plays nicely into PA. The attack speed slow is going to be big. You don't really have anything to protect the egg, but then again, you might not need it. There's some flex. Again, WS showed us the power of offlane Phoenix, but that was in C. Who knows if it works in an international land, but FVZ could opt for that as well, though likely you're just getting a Johnuel Phoenix. Nothing too fancy here for the side of Boom Esports.
More than likely. Gaiman. Well, at the very least, I'm liking this draft a lot more than I liked last game's draft so far from Boom, as Game and Gladiator is going to go into the Muerta for Tofu. I mean, again, I do like where Boom have gone with this draft thus far. You know? Not as... I mean, I guess it really does go back to the fact that they gave Alchemist away. When you give Alchemist away, just things get a little bit too complicated, I want to say.
I think it was the Alc Abaddon. Like, at least they take care of both. But it was those 2 years back to back. I do like this Muerta for Gaiman. I feel like it really counteracts Morphling and Phoenix quite nicely. And they get the Alpha Wolf Lycan now. This is extra toxic. I like, holy crap. Like, Owl plus PA on hand? That's not going to be fun with all the Minus armor coming in. Chow already looks like, oh crap, I'm not going to have a good game, aren't I?
He just chuckled like, it's that Ralph meme. I'm in danger. That's what Zhao is right now. He just knows it's going to be a really annoying game. FBZ just looks confused. Like, why does this keep happening? Why don't I pick Lycan? Why didn't I play Lycan?
You know, the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure if you go in FBZ's profile, check his profile showcase. He has a Lycan voice line on his profile. That's it.
Oh,
yeah, I'm pretty sure. So it's kind of funny that they've not been picking it on the side of Boom Esports, even in their qualifier matches. Let's see what their answer will be for that pesky Lycan, but it's already like not fun for the side of Boom, I have to say. Again, I love this Muerta. It kind of counteracts the Morphling and the Phoenix with the Calling already pretty good. We've seen Tofu just style on this Muerta as well, so it's a very comfy here for Gaiman for a long time now. The Ace Lycan, I'm sure he's going to play it very well. He loves his micro heroes anyhow, so this fits right in with the Alpha Wolves. The one thing with Lycan, though, is that it does take like level 8, level 9 for you to be really comfy once you have level 6 Wolves, so it takes a while. And Boom will just go in for the Tusk. So they go with something that Tim's has shown to be very comfy for him for a long time now. Oh, that's a big chug from Zhao, just to calm his nerves, as you know, he still has to deal with this as Phoenix, right? Like, at least you could try to Fire Spirit the Wolves so they don't give you down that fast, I guess. That's something.
I mean, I guess so, John. It's those damn wolves. They're terrifying.
Ooh.
Darkseid will come out now from Boom Esports. The FBZ looks very happy about it. What do you think about this, John? Darkseid pickup?
I think it's fine. I think it works nicely with his Phoenix team fight potential. I think you've got a good lane with Tusk Darkseer on hand, right? Like into a PA, she's melee. She's going to have to play with Dagger. It's going to hold back her farm just a tad bit here for Watson. So I do like this coming out for Boom. It's a decent enough aura carrier as well, and you can kind of try to use that PA against them with the illusions. Man, not the best feel in the world, but it can still be something, along with like an illusion. So I do like this from Boom. You don't have the best illusion player on the side of Gaiman, right? I mean, Battlefield PA is probably your best bet, really, overall. I think for Gaiman's side, I'm still rather curious. We've talked about the potential of Lycan Ags every single time. PA feels like the best case scenario for a Lycan Ags to come in. Again, not first, not even second or third item, maybe a fourth item pickup could be really nice in this kind of game. As you do get Gaiman just going into the puck, and you don't have a lot of stunts to worry about. You have Egg Stun, which doesn't really count. You have Snowball, which is easily dodgeable for a puck, and Adaptive Strike, which doesn't even get leveled up sometimes. I like this coming out for Quinn. It's already a pretty clear-cut puck game. You can kind of ban out the lane matchups that suck. A Shaker is something that can just kind of scale up. And a Respect ban for Warlock. How often do you see that here?
Not very often, Jonathan. But I guess that Black Grimoire facet, it really is too much sometimes. Not blaming Boom for just getting rid of it. Did you see it last game? I don't even know if they popped it last game.
Yeah, they did. They did. Wow.
They did?
It disappeared. Whoa. What a facet. Gosh darn, it's like pure with Faceless Void and Chronosphere being a facet, and me and like Black Grimoire, can't you do something else? Can't you just make him, I know, just something else, please? Why?
I've never seen Pure get that upset over any topic.
He was waiting to just rant about that. I swear. I was like, oh yes, dig deeper. Just dig into my soul. Let me
You know
rant.
what happens now, John, is next time he plays Faceless Void, everyone's going to be watching. Everyone's going to be watching so carefully now. Like, we're going to critique everything he does.
Oh, goodness. See, the Enchantress van as well, which is... We haven't really seen too much in a lot of games. It still popped out here and there for sure, but not the highest priority support. Probably one of the few left that feel pretty good in the lane here for the side of Gaiman. Gaiman just figuring out what mid matchups again. Monkey King still available for Mac if they want to deny that off, as Monkey King puck lane is one that we have seen be pretty terrible. Although Quinn probably knows the ins and outs of that one a little bit more now that it's been like a month or two since that tech came out. So it shouldn't be too bad maybe if you allow that through. And you see again a little bit of a comparison to our last draft. A lot being banned by Boom that came out in the last game. Like they banned 3 of the heroes that showed up. So again, showing a lot of respect for what happened to them in the last game. And the Lycan sliding through is a massive one. I think that makes up for it on Game and Gladiators. And again, the confidence to go PA first pick like this, like it doesn't feel like the PA is really necessarily counteracted outside of maybe the Phoenix. I think that's going to be the X factor for Boom. Just how well can Zhao land these fire spirits every single time. As the Zeus does come out as the support, Zeus PA lane can be pretty painful. Into a Darkseer, like there is a lot of good spell spam to come in there. Maybe not a direct kill threat, as jumping into Iron Shell can be hellish, but this still looks pretty clean. I do like seeing that FBZ and Zhao, Boom are still pretty cheerful about this one. They must have something special planned for Mac. Again, Tiny was banned instead of Monkey King. Maybe you could just get Monkey King mid for Mac.
We shall see. Mac, does he want to play the MK? I also like that last pick Zeus as well. I mean, it gives both your safe laners a way of just kind of jumping out of those ice shards that we're going to see from the Tusk as well. Oh, okay. Boom Esports will go for an Earth Spirit pickup. So there you have it, John. How are you feeling about this draft from Boom?
Better than game 1. Not sure why the Earth Spirit gets prioritized. I guess it's just more consistent hold for the puck if you can kind of connect your spells. Magnetize reapplication is going to feel good here. Mac does stick to Resonance, so he's just going for straight up the right click damage, which is fine as well for the most part. But I think that lane matchup for puck is still pretty fine. You have a lot of ways to dodge out the kicks, dodge out the roll. It's not like a very big threat for Quinn. Rune control is where things maybe simplify for Boom because you do have mobility on Mac. So you can kind of go in and pick up his own water runes, maybe look for movement out from his supports to help deny off and try to control that lane up against Quinn. If he doesn't manage to get, say, the Foreman rune at the very least and into the power runes, you do have good supports to kind of rotate in with that Earth Spirit. And you have some better tempo for Mac, right? Like you're not counting on a very specific blink timing on the Earth Spirit. You can kind of just play the game, kind of. Maybe hit your blade mail timing and just kind of happy at that point, or just the initial parts of that. with power treads perhaps, and you're already kind of set. So it's much more higher tempo from the mid in comparison to the last game, which can provide him some good angles. And plus, you're tying this in with a Darkseer, so you've got a great Iron Shell carrier for Mac, a great little boost to damage as well. The key thing is, they have to win their lanes on Boom. Because I feel like if Gaimin just run away with these lanes, like say Ace Tufu get a decent lane for Ace, and he gets Midas, and he free farms the jungle, and he comes out, and he has these level 6 wolves running around against you, you're still going to be pretty annoyed on Boom. Like, even if they're not finding kills, these wolves will give you information, will slow down the supports build up, will just slow down supports even just dropping wards around the map, and open up the map anyhow for Gaimin. Like, even if these alpha wolves don't kill, they are still going to be a problem. And once the Lycan's committing to run in with the wolves, they're definitely going to be a problem with how much damage they can pump in. And again, there's this ultra late game build up here for Ace. It's not the most popular anymore, but with a PA on hand, having Wolf Bite could be massive if this game goes super long. So there's always this room to grow.
Sadly, Ace did choose pack leader.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's boring.
Yeah, it's
fair enough. How did you just go for Alpha Wolves? I'm like, all right. I mean, this still kind of works. This is just standard Lycans. You're going for Dominator. You're not going for the Midas. You're going for tempo early on. But hey, this is your kind of gameplay, right? Like, if he could, he'd go Necronomicon.
No, well, that's what I'm saying, Johnny. If Necro was in the game, then I'd say yes. But it's not really my gameplay if there's no Necromonicon, John, right? And as for the pack leader, I mean, I kind of appreciate why he doesn't go for Alpha Wolf this game. Like, you've got 2 supports who can escape. Earth Spirit, Darkseer, like Morphling. Like, nobody's going to die to the Alpha Wolves, I guess, is the idea. Although they would have still been incredibly annoying to have to go up against. But, I think Ace, he's set in his wins.
I think it's also maybe connected to just having a PA on your team as well, like Howl. That last point with 7 armor reduction is pretty damn big. And the attack damage reduction up against Morphling is also huge. So I can see that being a good reasoning for Ace to not go for the Alpha Wolves in this case.
Oh, Jackie. Jackie! Went in for a right click. Wasn't expecting the body blocks to come in from Ace. Oh, no. Jackie. Oh, Jackie. Wasn't anticipating the body blocks from the wolves from Ace, and boy oh boy, does that right click cost him.
And it does. Not going to be a fun time for Boom to have to play into that. At least it's Tofu to snag away at first blood, but they also do manage to get 3 bounty runes for themselves, so you're feeling pretty sharp here on the side of Gaimin. This lane for Jackie, at the very least, shouldn't be the worst lane in the world. Until Lycan, of course, you're not going to be able to shove Ace away at all, for the most part, unless you're really on point with every single Fire Spirit on Zhao, and you manage to nail your spell timing every single time. But he's a very tanky Lycan. He's got good damage coming in from his range support on Tofu as well. Already poking Zhao down to a very low point, not going to be comfy in this lane whatsoever. In fact, maybe a couple more right clicks and a dead shot will clean up the job if Zhao's not too careful. Taking a look at that mid lane, in this matchup for Quinn should be fairly smooth. Mac has played a lot Earth Spirit in recent time though. But again, this matchup just isn't clean for the Earth Spirit. The puck is very slippery, it has phase shift, you have that puckish innate, so every time you try to attempt onto Quinn, if he has that shift, is going to be a little bit better. Although Quinn does overplay his hand just a tad bit, but Mac can't really shove him away. Even just the right-click trades for Quinn from his range is already feeling pretty damn good for himself here. Again, the key thing in this mid is going to be water rune control, it feels like here.
We always complain about facets and weird innates, but this is one of the innates that really annoys me, like this puck innate.
Oh yeah.
The fact that she can just keep getting these small resets every 8 seconds, it's kind of dumb. I feel like it's a bit much.
That it is. Like, the saying is just, I mean, the fact that it's a percent base of max just means it's still relevant into the late game. It feels like maybe flat values just to prevent scaling should be the right idea, perhaps, because puck late game is already a nuisance anyway. So there's that. We'll see in the patch, Mikey, whenever these 200 days are up. See if that's something that gets changed out. Still, can take a gander at the other lanes, right? Like, Watson and Maledict are having a pretty decent time up against FBZ. Like, this Darkseer can start to pop off if you hit level 3. Watson's actually just jumping in to harass across the creep wave, not caring about that first level Iron Shell, as Tim's is pulling. So I like that little aggressive play from Watson. Just goes in, Tries to get some free harassment while no support's there to back him up. They get the pull into the small camp as well to help Watson hold it for the next wave. So he's got a double creep wave for himself to kind of soak up with no one to really stop him. You're getting that EXP gain for Tims and FBZ, but you are giving a lot to this PA. Watson is just going to get smooth sailing into his level 3-4 as well, and he's going to have that stealth spam with the dagger. He's going to have a little bit more with a phantom strike as well. And yeah, I mean, we'll see if this pays off with the level 2 Iron Shell. They've got to do something on the side of Boom to make this lane a bit more annoying for Watson to farm in.
So far, so good though for the PA. Top CS right now for Watson. So really just having a great old time. You're not going to see too much in terms of harassment yet. And I think it goes back to the draft. Like, you've got PA Zeus against this Darkseid task, and it's going to be quite hard for them to actually catch anyone out. You're kind of seeing it now. Tims, he can go for his shards, but Watson, he has Blink Strike. He can just jump out whenever. And it's kind of the thing for this duo in the offlane. It's just, I can't really see a kill happening unless one of these two makes a mistake.
Yeah, and it's very forgiving even if you do make a slight mistake.
Tims might be dead. Tims! Oh, Tims! Oh, now FBZ's in danger too. They're just juggling the Iron Shell between the two of them. Maladich needs to back off. Here's a rotation from Zhao to try and help out, as Maladich should drop. He will save the life of FBZ. It's a nice little rotation from Zhao, but now Zhao's been jumped by Watson. Meanwhile, Mac goes down a Tofu in the mid lane while all this is happening. So that's a pretty big deal. And Watson, he's going to survive.
I'm a little bit surprised. Boom are focusing their resources on the other lanes. Tims does TP to try to help mid with a bottle top up. Does get the bottle in his inventory, but they're not able to contest water runes, so Quinn just finds all of it, gets to reset fully, gets a full advantage now onto that mid lane, and Mac just has nothing to play with. You're also just trying to give Jackie as much as he can. When you leave this Morphling alone, he's just not able to farm. 16-2 compared to Ace to 24-14 denies. This is not, you're not finding that timing you're looking for on Boom from the lanes here at least.
Jump in Tofu, bottom lane. They'll try and at least find the Muerta, but a very, very nice silence out onto Jackie, making life extremely hard. As Ace will force away Zhao. Tofu, he's going to survive another day. That calling really saving the day for him. Yeah, we're still a 1-3 in favor of Gaimin Gladiators. Again, all lanes have gone their way. Not one lane has been lost by Gaimin. They are ahead in every single one, at least in terms of CS. And that is not great news if you're a Boom Esports fan.
Nope.
Like, you just look back at mid lane, like, Quinn's really starting to take over now. Mac not having the greatest time now, one level behind on the Earth Spirit. And well, you've got the rotation from Maladich as well while the siege creep is up. Seeing if they can find an opportunity to take down Mac. If Quinn lands the coil, chances are they'll probably have enough damage to just burst him down. In fact, even more now. Tofu's rotating.
Yeah, they do get the scan off at the very least, so Mac knows something's up as none of the supports are showing, but this also gives Quinn easy access to the rune. It has the haste rune, could look for a rotation.
Well, top, Watson, he's going to blink strike out. Meanwhile, Ace bottom lane is in a bit of danger, but it looks like he might make it out as well as top lane. They are still trying to get Tims out of there. Tims, though, is out of options. He will have to die. Tofu to secure the kill. In fact, Tofu secured Jackie's courier. That was Quinn securing the kill.
Good cleanup coming out from Gaimin. Again, this is a consequence of giving that rune out. They don't even manage to find that kill on Ace as he just regens right through with a Feral Impulse and the Helm of Iron Will already up. Engine to heal through the damage of Johnny Well. They've got room to shove in bot. They even drag Mac in for this. He does have Magnetize ready. He has a good set of stones if he wants to try to play. He needs something juicy here though. Quinn would be a juicy one if they could find him.
Let's coil out onto Zhao. They'll try for the nice easy one. And Mac, he's going to roll through, but kind of just whiffs it. Couldn't really do much anyway, even if he connected. It's a nice easy pick-off here for Quinn. And this is the thing with Quinn's puck. Like, you just want to find easy pick-offs where you can. He doesn't mind. Dreamcore is such a low cooldown. He's just going to rotate every single time, find a kill, and just back to the mid lane. It's just rinse and repeat right now for the side of Gaimin. I mean, there's just nothing really going wrong for them.
Well, I'd say it's actually atrocious for Boom. They have no rune control. They've lost out on water runes, they're losing out on power runes, they lose out on bounty runes as well. At the least they do find, I guess their wisdom is, that hasn't been sniped away at the very least, so FBZ did manage to snag that, but everything else for this mid has just not panned out for Mac. There's a big target painted on the back of Mac, and he's not really able to do much. Heck, he doesn't even have brown boots or his power treads up. He's just so far behind on this mid. And you really don't have counterplay. How do you lock in this puck? It has to be from the Earth Spirit, but trying to lock in puck from Earth Spirit's position is asking for a lot.
Oh, Jackie, TP cancelled by Tofu. And Jackie will drop as Mac, he tried to help out. Pops the magnetize. Ace is just casually running out of there though. The more TPs they bring in, the more time it feels like they're wasting here as nobody's actually catching anyone. As now Quinn's gonna rotate over. Dreamcore connects onto at least FBZ. They do miss out on Mac for now. Quinn could be in a spot of danger himself now, trying to find a way out of this scenario. He's put himself in, will jaunt back towards the right side of the map. Even Watson coming through the outpost just in case, rather the twin gate. And it seems like they'll get away with the Jackie kill and everyone else just leaves.
And they just can't find Punisher and boom, it's back to these runes. Right? Like Quinn gets a regen rune, he drops low, it doesn't matter. Regen's right back up, starts poking on mid again after TPing away. Does get kicked back, maybe an opportunity to punish.
Just take down Quinn right now. Like you just, even if you lock him down, you really just don't have the burst potential to deal with it. Like you don't have that hero to get the damage out in time right now. It's a very challenging kind of situation already for Boom. You look at the top 3 net worths on the board right now, of course, they are all gaming. Top net worth is Ace on the Lycan as well, so the Helm of the Overlord timing is going to be very, very nice for gaming. And as we know, John, once that item's up, it can be pretty hard to contest.
That can be. They've got some room up, at least up top, for FBZ to just try to shove in onto that top tier 1. No one really coming in to try to punch the darks here, at the very least. Some pokes here for Tims.
I mean, they're going to find Maladich and Tofu, but it's really just Tims. Tims now looking to try and back away out of here, but that's going to be a free kill to Watson. So Watson will pick up his first kill of the game. Meanwhile, Ace is still just messing around with Zhao and Jackie, just throwing units at them over and over again with the wolf form, and they actually can't contest it.
No. It's a tad bit too quick. A little bit too much damage as well. So you do still have to temper yourselves up against the horde that Lycan can summon up for himself here. 1-7 Gaming Gladiators, a very clean game, and for Boom, it just looks a little bit lost. Even their stacks are being spotted. Malady.
I mean, he doesn't have the jump away, so he should go down. Watson not going to stick around, and neither will Quinn. They'll see the Zeus die, and that'll be enough for them. So Boom, they get away with a quick, easy support kill. The main issue being all the cores are still farming extremely well here on gaming side of things. And I think the biggest concern still stands. It is the Lycan. You know, he's going to have his item up in just a moment, and we'll see how Boom want to try and deal with it. For now, they're going to pressure that top tier 1 tower. It seems like they'll be left to get away with it, as well as Jackie will join. Gaming, again, don't really seem too concerned about this tier 1 top tower going down.
No.
Just keep the farm going on their cores. They know they're in a great position right now. And,
they are. I mean, they've got the confidence to just play across the river already, even with the mid tier 1 standing and the bot tier 1. Right, they're already just reaching into these closer camps that are right by there on the mid tier 1. They're reaching across to try to pressure down bot. Jackie doesn't even have his full Vlad's up, although it is flying in now at the very least, so as something if his courier doesn't die, and he does manage to pick it up before it dies. So there's that, but the tower still falls. It's a very straightforward game right now for the side of gaming. And for Boom, I'm not sure how you simplify this one down. You've got the mech timing lined up for FBZ, right, going straight for the pipes, so some damage mitigation coming through there. Egg is ready as the coil flies out.
It'll be a casual coil committed. Quinn seems like he just wanted to secure the power rune for himself. Yeah, just Dream Coil being one of the lowest cooldown ultimates in the game makes it so easy to just spam it out just to secure these little objectives. So Quinn now with an Invis rune bottled up, almost has the Witch's Blade available. when you look at Mac, I mean, he's going for the Blade Mail build-up, which is pretty standard for Earth Spirit mid, but I mean, it has felt quite underwhelming so far. Haven't really seen much of the early game Earth Spirit we like to see. Tim's, he's going to find Maladich. Heavenly Jump going to be committed already, but it won't matter. There'll be enough as Tim's now in the middle of nowhere. He's still going to try and move in, of course, but he's not going to get anything. He's fighting a god here in Maladich, and that's going to be another easy kill to Watson. As they're looking towards the tier 1 mid tower now, of course, Ace does have the helm of the Overlord up.
Yeah, there's just no answers coming out from the side of Vroom Esports. All they can hope for is just try to build up, get these auras out on FBZ. Maybe you take a good Vac wall with Egg kind of team fight here and try to buy space for Jackie, but even Jackie's farm is just lagging behind. No one having a good game whatsoever on the side of Boom. And that just means there's no launching point to try to connect with these two supports, with these early spikes that level 1 Egg has, that the Iron Shell has, and trying to get aggressive with a burst play that you could be looking for, perhaps with a punch on these softer targets. You just can't really look for it. And Gaimin, again, they're satisfied enough to allow their PA and Lycan to kind of build up. You've got some free space for Ace top. You've already got the Battle Fury up and running for Watson. Already one part into the Yasha, maybe the Manta or the SNY, depending on what he feels like this game. And again, Bloom has no map presence. They're not really shoving out waves. They threaten top tier 1, but they're not taking over that part of the map. They've got Ward watching top lane, but top jungle at least, but they're also just not able to play in that area. And this is just a lot of gold flowing into Gaimin, slowly but surely growing that lead. Looking for a play again.
Well committed. They found Mac. It's another big target. And Mac, he's just getting destroyed. He is gone. Maladich does die, but these are just horrible trades once again for Boom. Like, you're losing your mid laner, you're finding a support, and there's a pos 5 at that. Not great news. You're at an 8k advantage, by the way, now for Game and John, and this is without the Alchemist this time. In fact, they have a higher net worth lead than last game around at this stage of the game, funnily enough.
Yeah, it's just been rougher for the side of Boom. To be fair, that kill on Maladich was slightly better for Boom, even though you lose your mid, right? Like, it's 505 gold for 401. That's how far behind you are in Boom at 15 minutes in. Like, this is a massive lead for the side of Game and Gladiators. And again, Boom, I'm just wondering, when do you guys start to play together? When do you guys start to play off of FVZ? Do you have to wait for that full Crimson? That'll help up against the Lycan and PA for sure. Maybe that's the time they're looking for. Because it feels like there's this potential with Egg and Shards, Entrapment, and Vac Wall, and that you could get a team fight going your way somehow. We'll smoke up now on the side of Boom as the Blade Mail starts to fly in onto Mac. Roshan has begun though, and it's already falling pretty quickly here for the side of Gaimin. Not too much time whatsoever, so just a little bit too late in the uptake here.
Boomer, I mean, do they still want to take the fight? Like, Gaimin, they're in a great position to fight. They're still basically all full HP and mana. It's really just Quinn that's lacking a bit of mana here, but he won't mind as they do start. Tim's already just getting destroyed by Ace. We'll get a snowball off in time, but now they're looking towards Mac, who does get his roll blocked. Tim's will go down. Mac is not making it out. He is gone a boot. FBZ, he'll surge away, but the chase continues as Ace. He's got plenty of time on that shapeshift. He wants a bit more. He'll run right into FBZ, but instead he'll see Jackie, who's going to try and go for the man fight here on the Morphling, but he can do nothing. Look at the damage.
What is this?
That's through his strength morph here. So even find Zhao, that's 4 for nothing. Age is still intact here for Watson. No, they're just getting outclassed here, John. There's no two ways about it.
I just don't understand it. It's all right. They take that smoke, they break the smoke under the ward. Their focus is kind of split up. You know, it's a difficult game for Mac to try to land that instant control, sure. But even then, right, like the Vac wall's there. They don't really tie in with the positioning from Zhao. Zhao pops all his fire spirits, so he doesn't egg initially. Then he's forced to egg to try to buy space. That also doesn't do anything. Like, the decision-making Boom just looks a little bit lost. This is not the Boom that we see in qualifiers beating these other Southeast Asian teams. They look a little bit uncoordinated right now, honestly. They'll try again here, though.
They'll try. Tofu's not actually dying that quickly, though, concerningly enough. He still has 20 stick charges to commit. They'll roll in again. Tofu will heal up now. Eventually, he will die. Watson thinking about jumping on a Mac, but the roll away will be there. they do get Watson. It is worth a lot of gold. In fact, that was almost a thousand gold swing. Just out of that one support kill.
I mean, it's Tofu's worth a lot. He had a bit of a streak going as well. And you are 12k ahead at 18 minutes. A single kill can kind of swing it back that far, but not enough to really dictate the game just yet, considering the game state for the Boom cores. They're still working into that aura buildup we've been talking about for FBZ, at the very least just lacking the recipe for the Crimson Guard. And maybe your confidence starts to go up at that point. Tim's?
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to buy himself a bit of time here to get away, but there's just zero chance of that happening. Watson, meanwhile, has got an amp damage rune now, so he's definitely looking for a big fight. Might just find Zhao to burst down if he's lucky. He will not, though. Everyone gets back towards the base here for Boom. They are, again, 12k behind, and it does seem like Gaiman are going to start working towards those T2 towers. In fact, they are right now in the mid lane. Bottom T2 will probably be next. Boom, they are still just lacking any kind of answer here to what Gaiman are providing on their side of things. Like, you don't really have anyone to rely on, it feels like.
No.
Like, not one of the cores can actually make a big play apart from maybe FBZ. Ace, gonna get the wolf form off in time. They'll drag him back through the wall, but he won't mind. He'll just casually run out of there. Now a big Dream Core locking 4 of them down. Watson, he's in the middle of all this. He'll lose his Age at the least. He does take Zhao with him. Zhao's gonna buy back. They'll try again for Watson. This time around without the Aegis up. Can they kill him? The answer is no so far. Ace dropping low as well, but he's alright to back off. And really nothing, apart from the Aegis going down, comes out of this. In fact, they even had to commit a buyback on their Phoenix.
I'm a little bit surprised about that one. It's like Zhao doesn't even have a supernova. He already used it, and he died to Watson just jumping in with no care. Like this Phoenix egg stuck at level 1, not able to hit level 12 anytime soon here for Zhao. You don't have that durability to try to play with. And, you know, looking back at the draft here, Mike, this is Gaiman Gladiators' first picking PA. They first pick PA and Boom go into the Morphling. And we figured maybe they have an answer because the core, you know, it has some quirkiness here for Jackie. Right, like you can't directly kill off the PA with just right clicks. You have to go for an MKD down the line if you want that, or a Bloodthorn if you feel like you can just out-time the PA. Watson already has a Manta style, so that kind of isn't the solution. And like that, Watson's also going for the Glimmer Cape for just some protection on the magical damage. That's just going to be enough. Forces out some economy here as well, and Boom having to go for Dust and Sentries. They'll at least find their own Tormentor as Tofu finds his Shard and Zhao gets his own. So Sun Ray on Supernova is kind of nice, but Spell Amp for Tofu is kind of big as well, though Tofu hasn't really had kills under Pierce the Veil anyhow. So that's not really a factor just yet. 15k lead for Gaming Gladiators, 4 to 15 at 20 minutes in. A 74% win probability coming out for the side of Gaiman as well. As I just don't know what you're looking for in Doom. I don't know what kind of team fight you're gunning for. They've had some attempts with the Vac Wall and the Supernova on top. It has not looked anywhere near enough. Jackie has no damage to speak of. Just going for the Manta and still trying to finish that one up. Still 80 gold away. Even with the Manta up, like, that's still not damage. That's still not an answer to how much is coming in from Gaiman, and they're going to get collapsed on here.
They sure are. FBZ is going to be the target. Rod of Atos will hold him down. The calling as well on top, though he still had the Surge to play with, so he's out of there. Nobody dropping. Quinn was not around, or at least not close enough to be able to get a Dream Coil off that time. The gaming kind of just showing you how scared Boom are right now of their presence. Is they'll go back towards the mid lane. They'll just keep all the waves forced in. Because you're probably just looking towards the next Roshan if you are Gaming Gladiators here. Just keep the farm going and just continue escalating out of control.
Yep.
This game, they are still grouped up. They'll find another shield rune here for Quinn.
They've had such perfect rune control on the side of Gaiman. A lot of those early runes just leading to these kill opportunities for Quinn. A little bit of smoke out from the side of Boom. Dragging Mac, Tims, and Zhao along. With FBZ catching up as well. Maybe this play onto Watson can work out.
Oh, they're going to try to burst him down. He's got a Glimmer Cape up, though, so it's quite hard to actually get through his HP. Pulls now a big back wall onto 3 targets. This could be it. They found Maladich. They'll find Watson, and they'll find Tofu. Well, that's what you wanted to see. But it's all off the back of FBZ. Like, if the vac wall isn't there, there's just no fight.
No. And that's what they needed. That's the kind of team fight we've been looking for from Boom, that they've been trying to connect, but have really not, just focused on different targets on different sides of the fight. They get a 3.4k, probably 4.1 considering gold lost as well for game, and gold swing their way a massive amount considering. And they do manage to clear to mid-tier 1. Mind you, you're still in control for Game and Gladiators, but it's a shot in the arm for Boom. It's some gold coming in. It's allowing them to just catch up that much more. FBZ still trying to finish up the last part of his aura with that full pipe. Maybe just go for Guardian Greaves afterwards, and you're kind of set on that Darkseer. You've got the Manta up on Jackie. Along with that Dragon Lance, as Quinn tries to go for a solo kill.
Well, Max going to be forced to just pop his BKB. That'll be his first charge of the game being committed. I think Quinn will be more than happy with that trade. And he's got a full Plasma up, so his damage output is pretty stupid right now on the puck. Again, I think they're just casually waiting for Roshan, and it is actually a quick timer. It took 9 seconds for it to respawn. They might be a little bit early, probably not assuming Roshan would already be up, but if they do want to have a gander, they'd find themselves a nice present in the Roshan pit.
It would. Doesn't take too long again to clear out Roshan when you got PA and Lycan on hand. Just the Howl giving a little bit more minus armor does help Watson quite a fair bit, and Watson's doing a ton of damage already, going for the Nullifier to try to keep people tied in and stop that surge from being an issue, and stop the barriers from being an issue, really. The side of Boom, what are we inching towards? You've got the Yules on Jiao going for the side of Vice. You've got the BKB that we saw Mac pop on, trying to go into at least the Veil of Discord with that full Shivas up. And again, FBZ just, Jackie just trying to farm his way into a Butterfly. Maybe at that point with the Butterfly, you start to feel a little bit more confident. Again, the evasion's still going to be an issue, but we have seen there is enough magical damage here to take care of that PA. Since Watson did go a little bit greedy, right? He didn't go BKB. He's not respecting a lot of the magical damage output here, just depending and reliant on that Glimmer Cape, which doesn't have the biggest barrier in the world. So once they do manage to start to stack heroes on top, with the Iron Shell, things can start to go sideways fast. They're waiting for Roche, and Watson will find it, running back into its pit. And Roche will officially begin. They've got the output with Watson. Boom on the opposite side of the map, just clearing a tier 1. Not going to be able to contest. Not that I mean, this is actually a pretty decent spot for Boom to try to fight if they did manage to get their position right. They will smoke. Gate movement, no ward to watch the gate, but there is a wolf at the least, and it is going fast.
There you go, there's Roshan. They're still going through the twin gates. This could be a pretty awkward fight to force, but Boom, they're going to try. Max rolled in. They'll find Ace, but the wolf form is going to get off in time, so he's perfectly alright to just run his way out. They'll Walrus punch him up. Ace still kind of trapped up here, but he's just so tanky. They can't deal with him quick enough. He's perfectly fine. Meanwhile, Watson and Jackie, they're going for a man fight on the left side of the map. Jackie, though, still going. Meanwhile, Quinn, he got silenced up, but he'll run out of there as Watson still moving on to FBZ. Dream call out now. Back towards the PA. Watson might lose his first life, though he's still barely alive, though finally does go down the first time. Boom. Still moving in. With 5, they'll lose Quinn in the meantime here on the puck, so it's a good fight here for Boom so far. If they can get Jackie out of there, that is. But Jackie will go down to Watson, but Watson's still surrounded by 4 heroes. Can he fight his way out of this one? I don't think so, Watson. Looks like he is set to fall. Though where the hell did he go? He blink strikes. He's alright. Tofu was there to allow him the escape route. And meanwhile, Tofu, of course, will be left behind, but this is a great fight now for Boom.
They made that work. That looked so awkward for them to start off. The buyback from Tim's, the angle coming out, like Jiao being caught in the side. I figured they might have had enough, but Quinn just runs past them, focusing on the rest of the wider fight. They did manage to burst down Ace with the Sunray commitment with the Supernova. And I think that's a big part. Taking care of this Lycan, making it simpler to manage the rest of these engagements without having to chase this pesky wolf around, did make that fight simpler for the side of Boom. And again, it's coming back to this built for Watson. Not having BKB, not having anything to protect him from this control, from this magical damage outside of the Glimmer Cape is fairly greedy. He does have his full nullifier up, a lot more damage coming in, a lot more counter control coming in here for the side of Game Gladiators, but they have been bleeding gold back. The 3 cores on side of Boom are slowly starting to close that gap. Still a ways off, still 11k behind. And the wider team fight are looking good for Boom.
They're going to try for Ace another time, but we've seen this before. Ace with the wolf form does manage to easily walk out. As this time, Tim's does go down. Max going to try and roll out with his BKB, and we'll be fine for now as Watson's still looking for another target. We'll run into FBZ, but the surge away is there. Now the nullifier from Watson being placed onto Mac, as Max still in danger, has his roll blocked. Watson going deep, but he won't go past the tier 3. In fact, maybe they will. Coil was committed. Quinn wants the kill, and they'll get it. In fact, Watson now into the tier 4 towers. They'll drag him back with the vac wall, but it won't matter. Watson does make it back towards his team. And suddenly that good team fight we just saw means nothing.
No. I mean, it's a good showing from the side of Boom, but they get over-eager. They get punished for it again. This time that movement onto Ace just does not pan out, and Chao gets blown up before his supernova can come back off cooldown. They lose the mid-racks. They're going to lose top. They have respawn shortly at the very least, so they can try to force one last fight. No wall to tie into that one, just the vac might not be enough though. We'll have to see as Gaiman, they smell blood in the water. 11 to 20, 18k lead. They want to start off their Dream League Season 25 to a strong start, and so far it's looking good for them. Very nice and clean in both games. And for the side of Boom, just a little bit more scattered. Some moments of brilliance tied in with some very questionable decisions have just been really the story of Boom, I think, in this current roster. They've had some great times where they look amazing. They look like they should be at the top of Southeast Asia. And then there are other times where it's just like, they don't look like 5 players playing on a team. You know, it's just too inconsistent for the side of Boom up against a team like Gaiman.
It certainly is. Gaiman still looking pretty clean. Quinn moving on to Jackie, another coil committed. Just look at the damage output from Quinn. Watson now happily moving in onto the Morphling, and Jackie just cannot sustain himself when there's that much incoming. Another great kill here for Gaming Gladiators. And at this stage, you're just looking on high ground now, I think. Nothing really in the way of stopping you. You've kind of established you are the stronger team at this stage of the game. They've already taken a mid-racks. They may as well go for the bottom. And the top is already taken as well, mind you. So 1 racks to go. And Boom Esports, I just don't see how you defend unless, again, FBZ lands the best vac wall of his life, but they're not giving him the opportunity to do so. They'll roll in, but the wolf form was there from Ace instead, though Quinn does get caught. Quinn has been caught. That's a big one. Tofu's going to be left behind as well. It seems like Boom will successfully find a way to defend. The Tofu's still actually running, but does finally go down to Jackie, who does pick up a double kill on the Morphling. I thought it was going to have to be a huge vac wall, but I think Quinn got caught with the silence from the Earth Spirit, and that's all she wrote for Quinn.
Yeah, they got good entrapment out as well with the shards. All of that follow-through damage. Consistent Sunray coming out from Zhao as well. That percent-based burn is keeping them relevant here on the side of Boom. There are still 2 racks down. They're 19k behind in the game, but signs of life at the very least for the side of Boom Esports. Mind you, buying back on Jackie is stalling out his big spike with a butterfly. But once that butterfly is up, that will cause issues for Watson, who will need a way to get through that evasion, which is not going to be too easy. Neither will it be easy for Ace. Good to see though, Ace is going for the Ags here on our light. So we will get a wolf bite PA jumping around, a jumping wolf is what we'll see in this game, which always makes me excited, Mikey. Once that's up. I don't think it's even necessary. Honestly, legitimately, if Gaiman just wanted to clean this game out, they would probably just buy BKBs and end it. But they are looking to, you know, style on a little bit, try and just burst them down, force Boom into a position of surrender. And to be fair, if they find Jackie one more time, I think that's it. Like, there's not going to be enough unless, again, good entrapment, good silences come in along with a back wall and a sunray on top at minimum. And that's going to be a recipe for success on Boom. But Jackie's gone, and that just becomes harder to look for. Gaiman's still playing across the river, keeping every single lane shoved in. Only one last Rax to worry about. Tier 3 holding on to dear life at 22 HP. A breeze would kill it off at this point. You've got the Octarine up on Quinn. Full Satanic up on Watson. Ace has his Ags flying out. Very good to see. Wolfbite PA, let's go to close it out here. As Boom will smoke. Maybe they find an angle out, but Gaiman will smoke as well. And Wolfbite PA is not going to be fun to play into.
No, it's not, John. Let's see it. Go on now. Here we go. We have double wolves. They're going to move in. Butterfly up on Jackie, but he's left himself with 0 buyback gold. Nobody's here, by the way. Watson's finding out the hard way. Nobody's actually here but Mac. So they'll just go for the racks instead. I mean, if you don't want the fight, you don't want the fight. Rangedrax is down. Melee Barracks is the only one left standing here for Boom Esports. On the bright side, Wolf form is of course about to wear off on Watson, and they will retreat. They won't stick around for the final Melee Barracks yet. In fairness, Roshan is officially respawning in 45 seconds, so it's probably just worth playing it safe.
Probably best to do so. Again, you don't want to give Boom a chance to come back in. They've already shown that they can take some fights off the side of Gaiman, so they're showing a lot of respect in Gaiman, not underestimating Boom in any capacity. And we'll see Watson go back for BKB at this point in the build-up. Quinn just looking to also have the protection of BKB, so they are looking to end the game at this point, which is very nice to see. See if they can spot Roshan. Just a few more seconds here for Watson if he wants to camp this area. Doesn't look like he'll have the patience to wait for it. Maybe expecting it to be a nighttime spawn, but it's going to be a very brief daytime spawn here for Roche. For Boom Esports part, I mean, you are working into a BKB for Tim's. Jackie just thinking about what he'd want now post Butterfly, BKB for FBZ as well, with full auras going, with that full Guardian Greaves up. Casual Glimmer Cape for Mac to just protect with a full Shiva's up. I mean, there are still relevant tools on Boom. Again, as the enemy team gets more farmed, this Vac wall combination stays relevant. The egg from Jiao with a Sunray, and even just the Sunray alone, is already doing a ton of work as well. So you have a lot of that to consider. Side of Gaiman just going across for Roche as he will begin his march into his home, clocking out of the office at this point. He does have that Banner, Aegis, and Ag's Blessing on hand. So a lot of bonuses here for the side of Gaming Gladiators to take. And again, Roche does not take too long. Watson will go in. Boom have no way of fighting in there right now. They have to deal with 3 Ags. Probably just going out to Quinn, which means that if the Dream Coil flies on, the damage is just going to overwhelm them. Even though he still doesn't have that level 25 talent at the least. Yeah, Quinn will take it. Boom, we'll have to see if they can take a fight, Mike, because we're just inching towards endgame here, and Boom is just hanging on with a sliver of hope, that one hope for Southeast Asia, to get a draw.
Here we go. I mean, I feel like the hope's dead right now, John. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I'm usually the hopeful one, John, but it's not looking great. I'll be frank with you.
But yeah. It's rough. It's rough.
There's an assassin that's turning into a wolf, John. How do you beat that?
You can't beat Twilight, Mike. You can't.
No, but it still annoys me you watched Twilight and you liked it.
No, I didn't. I was making fun of it in high school. Me and my friends, you know, Lowell. We were all just yelling when Edward came out because it was all the teenage girls there as well. We were like, oh, let's watch Twilight for the funnies, and we were just yelling along with them. It was fun. It's like watching The Room and throwing spoons at the screen, you know? Good experience.
I've never watched The Room, Jonathan. They're gonna jump in. Mac, endangered. Coil to lock 2 of them down. Looks like the egg will be dropped here by Jiao. It's complete chaos. The wolf form Watson. Is it going to work out? He's actually in a bit of danger here, Watson. He might lose the first life, though no, apparently not. He'll just jump right back in, taking down Mac. Jackie the next target. They will leave Jackie alone for now, moving back into the melee barracks, but it looks like they need to run. There's too many buybacks incoming here for Boom Esports. And Gaiman, they still hold on to the Aegis, so they may as well look for a reset if they can. Tofu will go down, but if you get away with those buybacks committed, I think you'll be more than happy. The game, it almost looked like they want to try and jump back in. No coil on Quinn at the moment.
The illusions were doing a ton of damage. That's why they had to reset in game, and it was a very tight spot for them to fight into. But now no egg, no vac wall, no magnetize for a few more. They've got a clear angle back if they wanted to, but let's see if they'll want to force it. And Watson, the jumping wolf, is just doing so much damage when that wolf bite is up, and it's going to be up in a few more seconds. Might as well wait for that full reset. 32k lead for Game and Gladiators. Dota Plus giving Boom Esports a 4% chance to win, Mikey. Even Dota Plus, you know, having a sliver of hope, huffing that hopium as well. I would not give it 5%. I would not give it 4 or 5%. I would just be, it's 100%, sadly. But yeah, you know, Dota Plus is giving some hope for Southeast Asia.
And we appreciate it, Dota Plus. Thank you. This is why I continue paying for this service, John. For the hope.
Free service now as well, I'm pretty sure. This win probability.
Is it, John? I'm still paying. I wouldn't know.
I still am. I don't want to risk it. I do remember reading it was. Smoke on smoke. Boom with air smoke not quite amounting to too much in gaming. Well, they're just going to bash their heads against this wall. But that wall's back up. Magnetize is back up.
Ooh. There's an amp damage on Watson. They're actually going to jump Quinn straight away. Quinn might actually get bursted down, but no, in fact, never mind. Tims is the one to go down first. They'll buy back on Tims, but can they actually get much done with this? Jackie's trying to fight against Watson, but he's just getting destroyed. He's down. No buyback on Jackie. Now the defense looks impossible. It's FBZ. Look at the damage. Oh, FBZ, just get out of there. GG's call. My goodness. Game and Gladiators. Our dominant victories, a rampage in the Fountain for.
Oh my lord.
I mean, why not? Why not?
Yeah. I mean, again, the confidence from Game and Gladiators. They first pick Alchemist in the last game. They first pick PA here. Finally, some emotion showing on the boys as game one just looked like another day in the office. This time they're like, all right, we got the 2-0. We're happy. We can be happy. We've won. It's clear. There's no opportunity to lose any longer except for Quinn, who just looks bored, which you can't fault the guy. The series did feel pretty straightforward for Game, and there was a little bit of bite here on Boom. They were finding some opportunities to sneak some fight off the back of their team fight potential, but their early game just had no presence. They really had no presence whatsoever, actually. For the first, I would say, maybe 20 minutes of that game, it didn't feel like there was anything to be done. And again, they're going into gaming, picking Alchemist first, picking PA first. Normally, you'd be able to find a solution. It feels like Boom Esports aren't able to find it themselves, and they just get run down. A hard start for Southeast Asia with both of the teams going 0-2, but a job well done to Game and Gladiators, going back to that form that we're used to seeing from them, at least for now, up against Boom. Going 2-0 does set a good tone for the start here in DreamLeague 25.
It certainly does. Gaming going to be very happy with themselves, I'm sure. And this is with the standard as well. I mean, Maladich kind of just standing in for the team here for DreamLeague Season 25, but looked pretty good. I mean, it looked like he just kind of fits as part of the team. I didn't really see much of a difference here from Game. I like what I saw from Maladich. Props to him. I believe we will be heading to a break, of course, Jonathan, and right after that break, we'll be back with an interview from one of the players from Game and Gladiators. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, DreamLeague Season 25. You just saw Gaming Gladiators, I'm going to be frank, John, completely destroy the side of Boom Esports in a pretty convincing 2-0 victory. My goodness, Jonathan, what do you have to say about that series?
Boom looked lost, and Gaming just looked like they've found their mojo back. And it's a very quick dismantling. A lot of confidence in the draft as well, going for the Watson Heroes to open. I love to see just the win condition being prioritized first, and they still get to get away with it. So I think there's a lot of things for Boom to fix. And for Gaming, I think they just keep that ball rolling if they can, as long as possible, because it's looking pretty sharp here to kick things off for DreamLeague 25.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it might have... Oh, in fact, hold that thought. We do have someone on the line, and I believe it is Mr. Callahan himself. Quinn, congratulations, sir, on your 2-0 victory to start DreamLeague Season 25. How the hell are you feeling?
Pretty good. It's nice to win. We haven't been doing much of that recently, so it's a nice change of pace.
It certainly is. I mean, I gotta tell you, Quinn, considering Maladich is a stand-in, it looked like you guys have been playing forever. How did you find Maladich joining the team here for DreamLeague Season 25?
He's a chill guy. You know, we're kind of flying by the seat of our pants. We played 2 scrims, and then that final, the best of 5 yesterday, and then that was our first 5 games. So that was games number 6 and 7 with him. So we're all kind of just playing like it's a pub, and everybody's just trying our best. I mean, him and Watson are like best friends, so there's some natural chemistry there. They have the Kazakh Brotherhood, so yeah, we're just trying to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, Quinn, you guys made it look like a pub in that last series. It was a bit too easy for you guys. I can only ask you questions that don't relate to the game because you guys made it look a bit too easy. What do you want in this new patch coming up, Quinn? It's been 200 days.
Side ancients removed, obviously hero changes, remove watchers. Yeah, that's the big stuff. No side ancients, no watchers.
Go on, John.
Fair enough. I'm curious, Quinn, you did mention it yourself. It's been a little bit up and down for you guys in Gaming Gladiators for the past few months. What was the confidence level coming into this event? You mentioned being chill. Is there any pressure at all to perform? Or are you guys just taking this as a chance to try to fix things up or improve on things here?
I mean, there's always some pressure. It sucks to suck, especially after you won for a while. People expect a certain standard of you, and then you don't meet that standard. There's an extra level of feel bad, like if I let people down, whether it be friends or the org or whoever. So that sucks. So there's always some pressure, but I mean, we are playing with a new player, and so that relieves some of we're just trying our best, and if we win, then cool, and if we don't, then what can you do? Back to the drawing board. We've been drawing for like months now, so we should be pretty good. We're practically artists, I think.
Fair enough. And I'm curious now, me and Mike like to poke a little fun every single time we see teams go up against you and they ban the Pangolier. Do you personally feel relieved when the enemy team bans Pango for you, or is it here that you still kind of want to play?
To be honest, Ace plays it more these days than I do. So honestly, I'm a bit sick of the hero. I mean, I'm fine to play it, like my brain's not even on when I'm playing it. It's all just like running in the background. So it's nice to play something that takes a little more conscious thought.
Right, and I think one last thing to close out, touching back and potentially the patch coming in, is there any hero you'd want to see be relevant again for yourself that we'd see from you on mid, perhaps in the next patch?
Leshrac, Void Spirit, OD, Death Prophet. I don't know. There's like 15 mid heroes that are all unplayable. I'd like for all of them to become playable, please. Thank you.
Fair enough. I'll take that.
All right, well, Quinn, thank you very much for joining us for an interview. Congratulations on your victory, and have a fantastic day, sir.
Thank you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, always a pleasure to speak to Quinn, Jonathan. Look, I'll be frank. I mean, I told him myself. Sometimes these players make the game too easy, and I'm not gonna try and act as if there's some interesting question to ask about. There's no interesting question to ask, John. They dominated the game. What else am I gonna ask? What do you want to see in the next patch? If there is a next patch, John, because it's been 200 days. It's been 200 days.
Let's make it 100, Val. Let's do it. Just no patch until around the time TI rolls around. Let's make it happen. Let's keep it spicy. I will say to Quinn, him asking for OD to be relevant makes me very scared. Please don't. I'm very happy to read heroes not relevant. Please. Every time OD is relevant, guess what? Meteor Hammer combinations come back because why not? That's the easiest way to play with your brain turned off and you're just getting annoyed. Like, I get everything else, but his Leshrac, he wants to play that again all the way back when we were watching him on Optic Gaming, if you remember that time.
I do.
That's something we associated with Quinn. So I like the vibe, but no OD. Just no OD. You know,
Well,
none of that.
While OD is not relevant right now, Jonathan, the good news is we're also no longer relevant because we have 2 brand new casters coming up. We've got Aries and Trent. We've got some actual professionals coming up here. Thank goodness. We'll head to a break and we'll be right back with our 3rd series of the day.
League Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the second half of the day here for Dream League Season 25. We've seen 2 series go at it, a lot of teams here, Trent, a lot of Dota. We got more action coming. How are we doing today, my friend?
Oh, so great. It's, the snow has finally stopped. Now it's just ice everywhere. You can skate on the sidewalks here. It's something else.
Nice.
No skating for the players here, though. They're just going to be gaming all day. As you said, busy days here at Dream League.
Yes, sir. Yes, it is. Groups 1, we really get through the days here. It's a lot of series, a lot of streams going on. I'm sure everyone is well aware of all the Dota we have on all 4 streams. So for us on the Ember stream, we're going to be lucky enough to be able to cover the boys on Shopify versus Extreme. We saw Shopify with a really good opening to start. They got a 2-0 over Mudang, who I wasn't quite sure where the skill level would be. I know this is kind of a new team, like some of Aurora. Jab's going to the 4, you bring JT in. Wasn't really sure what the skill level was going to be, but of course also then because wasn't expecting that coming to play as an offlaner. So I'm very excited to see him perform.
That was one of the biggest double takes I've seen on a roster move in a while. I was like, who? Because in the offlane? I mean, I know the offlaners, they've been getting a little greedier over time, but Because I think showed signs of being one of the best farmers, period, when it came to that carry role. So going to the off lane sounds like it's going to be a pretty major adjustment for him, but like you said, it's a good start so far.
It is a good start so far. We'll see if they will be able to continue. Of course, their opponent Extreme have been they've been struggling. They've been struggling through a lot of the recent tournaments, and also to start the day, they kind of got demolished by BetBoom, 39 minutes and 26-minute victory as well. I guess we do have to keep in mind, a little asterisk is the fact that you do have a stand-in playing. You've got Undyne playing for PYW, so it is not the full roster from them. I do think Undyne is one of the up-and-coming position 5s in China, which is also, just with that being said, really the up-and-coming scene for China at the moment is not really a thing. So let's see what's it's very small.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. We're hoping that getting him maybe into these tournaments like this for Extreme, right? The idea is maybe he can start bringing another competitive roster to come and play here. So Undyne, yes, as you see him there, are stand-in, but the rest of the crew, China in a bit of a tough spot. They got a lucky break, though, thankfully, in the current round of qualifiers, because your Colt's not there. So, Extreme, maybe if they can race them home, they could do a qualifier when they're not actually present. But we got XM, we got Low, we got New, and we got Polison here of the 4 actual Extreme players here with the helpful stand of Undyne. And overall, I think this should be a very good meta for New. I've watched a few of his games lately. He's definitely who I'm looking to carry this team right now. Because I just want to see the Beastmaster and just run the game down from there. That's what I'm looking for.
And I feel like this guy has been praised very heavily for his introduction into the scene. I know we saw with LGD for a while. I think even Vici Gaming, when the Last Chance qualifiers were going on, was really the big break for him. Everyone has really spoken highly of him, but he needs to really put the team on his back, because something at the moment is not going well for Extreme, and you would probably be surprised considering the lineup that they have. This is a good roster, but I don't even know if it's a team. Apparently it's just China as a whole is really struggling.
Yeah, I think they're kind of in a rebuilding phase, trying to figure out exactly how they want to sort stuff. I feel like C was in a spot like that for a while too, and then eventually came up with some pretty big rosters back when we started to see some success from TNC and stuff 4 years ago. This idea of just right before COVID, they were kind of in disaster mode, and we got a couple strong rosters together, and then from there the scene kind of built itself back up with a new generation of players. So I'm maybe hoping that we'll see a little bit of that in the Chinese region as well, right? Because we need some more players.
We do, and it definitely feels like I think Dota as a whole looks very competitive when you have China competing.
Speaking of regions,
yeah,
North America's greatest representatives here of Shopify Rebellion. Yes, that's right. we have officially lost all North American players, except for Coach Bulba on Shopify. But you know what? They still rock that Shopify Rebellion flag proudly, and I appreciate it from them. And of course, we have long-standing at this point. I mean, you know, we got Yopaj, Hellscream, Scam, Tomato, and now Pakaz added in here, as we were just mentioning, fresh to the off-lane role. It's the classic trend right now in the pro scene. It's the hot thing. Can't get a team in whatever role you like to play? Well, you better learn off-lane, buddy.
Let's see how long he's been learning offlane for, because like we kind of touched on before, probably would say that he was the big carry, right, for the hot commodity when they had that run. Maybe was it TI 11 and then I think even TI 12. So I'm kind of surprised that Pakaz hasn't been able to land a team in regards to carry. I know South America is looking quite competitive at the moment, in particular Heroic. We saw Beast Coast as well be able to compete against Heroic in some of the qualifiers. I think even the teams under them are very competitive in the qualifier scene as well, but very surprised the fact that Pakaz is having to play in a different role, but hopefully he is able to have success.
I'm going to have to agree, yeah. I'll be curious to see if he plays, like, so far in his 2 games, he played Doom and he played ABBA, which are really just carries in a lot of ways, you know what I mean? Like, we've had position 1 Dooms, we've had position 1 ABBAs. I want to see him on, like, a playmaker. I want to see, does he have the moves? Does he have that sort of style within him? Or is he just going to be, like, a hard farmer and we're just going to put all our pressure on Yopaj? Because honestly, that is kind of Yopaj's, I think, strong suit, is the playmaking. So maybe we just try and give him Puck and Ember every game.
Maybe indeed. Maybe that's the way to go about it. I believe we will even get to hear a little bit from the boys from Shopify and see what they have to say.
Shopify Rebellion are the only NA representatives attending this event. But how NA are they really? Well, they've got Bulba. He's from America. And they've also got... okay, fine. Maybe they're not the most American team when it comes to players' nationalities, but they are still here to fight for American Dota. When Bulba isn't cooking up some wacky drafts, he is working his hardest on turning the heart and soul of this squad into true American Dota gamers. But who are they? After what was quite a long period of disappointing results, with some decent results sprinkled in, Shopify Rebellion changed up massively. They decided to build a new roster of Tomato, Yopaj, Mangekyu, Hellscream, and Skim.
Wait. Hold up, Brian. Mangekyu is now Pakaz. Okay, continue on.
Their new roster features a mix of old faces and newcomers, hopefully bringing the best of both worlds to the table. And you know what? They actually look decent with their first LAN event being ESL 1 Bangkok, where they got 7th. Along with qualifying for this season of Dream League and ESL 1 Raleigh. They're off to a pretty good start.
Even our best, but Shopify are the kings of NA.
Will Shopify Rebellion manage to perform above expectations and get far in Dream League Season 25? That remains to be seen.
North America represent Bulba and the boys ready to go. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. Like Beershare was saying, you had a pretty good showing at Bangkok, but you know, what can they do with the new roster? And 2-0 start here in the group stages. They'd love to finish day 2 with a record that is above 50%. We'll see if they will be able to continue or if Extreme can bounce back. We've spoken at least about the teams a decent amount and the players as well. What about the meta? Because we had the opportunity to cast some of the qualifiers. We had back-to-back, I think we had Dream League and Raleigh. Then, of course, we had a lot more qualifiers going on and apparently a LAN 2 with Blast. The meta has apparently changed, or at least some new heroes has been introduced, even though we are on the same patch. And from what I didn't know until I found out today, it's the second longest patch. I did not actually know that, but which is crazy. But we got the new heroes. So how are we feeling about everything?
They're, the people are getting restless. They're starting to sacrificing the penguins on the subreddits. People are slowly becoming more and more deranged every single day, posting their various theories. I believe right now we're on the stars align theory. That someone really did a nice write-up this morning. So we're getting desperate. But yes, the pro players, patch or not, they have found some new loves. You and I, in the greatness of Eastern Europe, got to see so much Dragonite. And I came out of that region watching every other region going, why isn't everyone else just first picking carry Dragonite and going Mask of Madness, Sanjin Yasha? I don't know why they weren't, because a lot of them just kept throwing it mid and losing. So as far as I'm concerned, that's still the best hero of Dota. I still feel like safe lane Dragon Knight just carries games. Right now, he's like 2-4 to start the day, so he's not having a great time. The new hot thing is Phantom Assassin. She's the hot one. She's everywhere.
She's doing not too bad at the moment. I think maybe there's some games going on currently, but at least with the statistics so far, we got 9 PA games, 7 wins, which is crazy. So 78% win rate. Abaddon very close behind, 7 games with 5 wins for 71%. That is another one. That's another one of the hot ones that we are seeing at the moment. What's with the Crave, with the craze with the Abaddon? What's going on there?
I mean, there's a lot. I think it's his innate. It's always a little bit of everything. I feel like the innate is just kind of amazing, though. I'm loving the innate. There's so many times where it's very useful to be reducing all this HP regen. He suits the best items really well right now, of course, like the S and Y. Everyone loves that item. Glimmer Cape feels really good on this hero. Lincoln Sphere feels good on this hero. It's another item everyone's up for. He's just like solid with everything that you want to buy already. And the innate, the way that it functions, it's any damage you do. So, you pick up a Radiance in some of these games, like some players have tried. Your innate's just working on everybody. It's just this big AoE potential to reduce all these heals, regens. And even when you don't go these Radiance builds, like most people aren't, since we're throwing the off lane, there's still plenty of splash damage happening from your shields. And of course, he's also just super annoying to deal with. If you get into this like late mid game and he picks up a blink, he's kind of unkillable. So you're in these weird situations where they're like pseudo split pushing and then just like blinking away from you with their ulti going. He's an annoying guy to deal with.
Annoying guy to deal with. Okay. Is he a hero that has the flex potential though, or is he pretty much predominantly played in the off lane?
He's 1 and 3. He can go safe lane or he can go position 3. He's kind of going to do a little bit of the same thing in both roles. I think ideally you're probably throwing him in the position 3, but some teams will certainly be playing him carry as well.
Okay, all right. Well, and then of course we have some of the other heroes as well, right? With the invis heroes, I believe at least what I was seeing was kind of Crit was popularizing the Bounty Hunter, and then apparently everyone's playing that. And then of course we saw Sarks, or at least again from what I saw, was with the Ricky, and then everyone is also playing that as well. So what the hell is going on? The Nyx Assassin started the trend, and now all the other invis heroes are back.
Yeah, they like to go in like an order. You'll have the same team just ban like Bounty Hunter, Ricky, Nyx Assassin, often when they're second pick, because they just don't want that first pick by the other team, and they don't have to deal with it, especially if those players have shown any semblance of capability on those heroes. It's kind of like, we talked about it a lot ever since the map changed. This idea of like, well, the map's so big, the sentries are so limited, that it should, in theory, all Invis heroes should be good, and then it just doesn't seem that way, and now it does. Now it feels like they're messing with your camps and your stacks, and if you get pushed out of lane, there's an Invis hero chasing you. Some of them are also putting down courier wards and being very annoying and sniping their couriers that people are relying on to get these like heavy stat bonuses to start the lane, but then you don't get the regen that you neglected to bring, and then you're just kind of like, ooh, this doesn't feel very good right now.
It's a tough game. It's a tough game to play. So we'll see if we get any of those sneaky heroes to come out. I was at least under the assumption that the invis, the Ricky and the bounties, maybe their lanes were something that was a little bit lacking, but maybe they don't need to play the lanes if you're just choreo sniping constantly as well.
It's a little bit that. It's also, everyone's so good at, again, just like breaking the lane, where we're just going to like grab the creeps, we're going to pull, we're going to run away, right? We're not going to play real Dota. We're not going to play honest Dota versus you guys. That's not what's happening here. We're just going to cheat. We're going to move the lane into the jungle. I'm going to pull in between the tier 2 and the tier 1, whatever we have to do to make sure we're not playing an honest game here. Everyone's getting a lot better at that. And the supports that are good at stopping that don't feel really good right now. You think about like, I don't know, a Bane or something. No one's really wanting to hard commit for that. So it seems like most people are getting away with it.
All right, well, let's see what either side is going to prioritize heading into their second series of the day. We've got Extreme on our screen, of course, led by Maps. And again, keep in mind, I know we brought it up before, but Undyne, of course, playing for PYW. But let's get ourselves underway. We're going to have to respect some of the Venomancer, which we did see earlier in the day. Of course, a lot of teams are first phase banning it. And I know Yakult Brothers even picked it up as well. I believe they won that game with the Venomancer. I'm not sure if we've seen any other Venos so far throughout the day.
I have not, I haven't even got to cast one. I think I might have cast one Veno game where someone was doing the shenanigans, but it feels like the second a team does it, no one wants to play with versus it ever. Which I don't blame them.
Don't you worry. I casted in the fissure groups. I casted Extreme get 20-minute GG stomped by Wildcard when they had a position 4 Venno. So this is some PTSD from another tournament from another NA team.
Fair. Well, and we brought her up. She is currently, I believe, the most picked hero of the day, and that will now continue. And Pakala's just going to be like, oh, I wish I was playing that PA. He's just, come on, hand it over. And immediate answer by the Doom, though.
So this is, there's your new hero already. I mean, something, of course, we've seen him run in the past. Something that teams have, we see priority. I mean, I suppose if Tundra have this available, like 33 is always going to want to play it, but then we have seen other teams look to try to shy away from the Doom. So Extreme wanting a potential late game answer, I suppose, to the Phantom Assassin, but I'm hearing a lot of talks at the moment that this hero is actually pretty decent in the early game, and a lot of used to be concerned about the laning phase of PA. Apparently that's not a thing anymore.
Well, if they pick Warlock, which a lot of teams just straight up ban in this exact situation is Extreme, if they don't ban it, I can almost guarantee Shopify are going to immediately grab this Warlock. It's really annoying. You just throw the heal on it, and it's like the heal / damage, as Shadow Word is now. So the PA just gets free sustain, and there it is. Because it's that good of a combo. That's crazy. That the combo is so strong that Warlock's like the only support people feel like just really makes this PA super annoying to lane against, and they would rather deal with any other position 5. That blows my mind.
So does this like leave a Lich or something else we may be looking at? I feel like that's one of the other ones, right? And I don't know if this hero fell out of popularity, but
I mean, they're taking the Zeus, so I'm not a fan of this Zeus counterpick to the Invis heroes. I feel like it has not worked very well, but a lot of teams keep going for it. I think Shopify are doing this to essentially cover their Riki. They want to give their Riki a good game, so they're going to put the Zeus position 5 just so Extreme can't take it to get the position 5 lane matchup versus the Invis Riki. Because it can get kind of lopsided if the Zeus just bolts you a couple times because you're pretty weak in the earlier levels. We've seen it happen, but you're also fairly capable of just going deeper into the jungle, hiding, pulling the wave. But yeah, they don't want to have to deal with that. They want to ensure that this Riki gets off to a good start. So they're just going to straight up steal this Zeus. This should be a liability for the PA lane, I would think. I would pick a really strong position 4 if I was Extreme. I would want to pressure this for sure.
I don't know, dude. I see Zeus Riki as my support duo. I feel like I've got some concerns on the shop if I drop it. Who am I to say? This is just... I like your more traditional supports and what role they're able to fill in a game.
Yeah, that's a report for sure. I mean, you're in your pub. This is your 5 and your 4 ranked roles. Like, you're not happy. No one wants to see this.
No, you really don't. So what do they provide? What is a Zeus and Riki like? I know you mentioned, of course, about maybe them covering each other, but what can they do together? I suppose with the Zeus and Riki.
So Riki is one of the absolute most annoying heroes in Dota right now, due to a lot of the changes that have happened with the smoke cloud, which have been gone over numerous times with why Riki is popular again. The main thing, which I still see a lot of people not get because it is kind of counterintuitive, the way the smoke works now is that it is also an ally buff. If you are inside of the smoke and someone attacks you from outside the smoke, you have evasion, which wasn't how it used to work in the past. And so people find that really annoying.
Fair enough.
Fair. I don't blame you. That is really annoying. And there's nothing you can do about that other than get them out of the smoke cloud because it is a positive buff. Like if you are outside the smoke cloud and you activate your BKB, you will miss on someone who is inside the smoke cloud, right? Because it's a positive buff. It has nothing to do with your own magic or debuff immunity. So Riki's like mega annoying to deal with. So obviously MKBs are good, repositioning are good. I'm a big fan of just damage that does not care about smoke clouds. So Call Down is really good. Bristleback is really good. Pangolier is really good. Those are the kind of heroes where like they're just rolling through, they're doing their AoE damage, you don't have to care about the stupid cloud.
Double Doom potential is a big FU to the cloud as well, I would say.
It sure is, yeah.
Sick cloud, bro. What are you going to do against my Soulbind Doom combo? It does seem like probably the team fight big advantage at the moment for Extreme, and we're potentially going to get another mid laner that could you continue to use the Soulbind, maybe even the Inkswell as well.
Yeah, that sounds really good. I mean, just I think there's so many heroes that suit him. Like, I think it covers the Pango, because obviously it's kind of nice. The Puck would be fine. The Ember is a classic with the Grimstroke. Even if you don't double up with the Soulbind itself, obviously, like you're saying, there's all kinds of Inkswells that are gonna be great. So yeah, I think Extreme have a really well-balanced draft right now. And Shopify have this like wonky duo into a mid/off lane pick now.
Yeah, it definitely seems awkward. I mean, I think if you're looking at your Yopaj here, and it's going to be the Tiny, so you're Stunning Initiator. I was thinking maybe the Earthshaker is something that we could see from him, considering I know we played it early today. We're seeing a lot of the Shaker from him as a whole, but Tiny Fulfill is a very, very similar role, and we'll see it protected as well with the Viper getting banned.
Yeah, he would love to play Shaker. I think a lot of people, some players are willing to pick it with the counter pick left, or like, you know, risking some counter picks to the Shaker, but for the most part, you're going to suffer a lot more than someone like the Tiny would. Shaker's a little bit more vulnerable in that regard, so you kind of get forced to take the Tiny instead.
Which I'm sure you're pretty happy with still as a whole.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I'm still a little bit of a mid-Tiny hater, but I get it. I know that you have to pick a hero blind, and Tiny is still one of the best ones for that, so I'll allow it. I wouldn't mind like maybe a Dawnbreaker would be kind of cool for Shopify. Downside, they have Doom, so it's the issue of trying to deal with the heal. But on the other side, you have coverage for things like hookshot initiations. You get the evasion that doubles up with the Riki, which is kind of funny. Eventually, plus then you have global potential with Riki roaming around into global plus Dawnbreaker ult. And the other hero that's good at that is the Lycan, which they then ban out. You can have Alpha Wolves plus Riki plus Zeus ulti, and it can kill a lot of supports. All right, genius. Simply pick him carry heroes.
Yes. I see. This is the tech I feel like the Hawk plays incredibly well as well, where you're X carry, just give him Terrorblade off lane.
Yep. Yeah, that's pretty fine. Their team fight control is pretty miserable. They are very dependent on the Tiny's first jump and the positioning of the smoke cloud. I don't want this draft to win. I can see how it would win, but I kind of hate it.
Just, you don't want to see drafts like this in pubs, because who would guess the roles actually? Like, if this is crazy to think that 2 years ago you're gonna have a Zeus 5, Riki 4, Terrorblade 3. Like,
yeah, it's yucky.
It is yucky indeed. So Extreme, what are we looking for here with the mid? I mean, traditionally we would want a lot of magic damage to do with the Terrorblade, but this is not the carry.
I like the
TPs.
Oh, the big dog! Wow,
big dog.
All right,
it is out.
So, all right, that's kind of cool.
It is.
Gives you a break. It gives you something that doesn't care about status resistance, which is good. That's kind of nice. Everyone's buying S and Y anyway with the ulti. No cares. Inkswell, as he said. Primal. How does it work with the Grimstroke thing again? It does punch them both, and I think they both take damage from the slamming too.
I need to see it again. I don't remember.
I know. I think there was a time when it didn't work properly, but I think it does work properly now, I believe. So, but we'll get to find out live. That's what we're here for.
We will see. And Grimstroke is going for the Instigate facet as well. I think some of the recent ones I've been seeing is the Fine Art. So
yep.
You maybe are going to get an early-ish blink from the Doom. We'll see, of course, has the Devil's Bargain, so it can sell some items, pick up some items, whatever he wants. Potentially the Clockwork you can give the Inkswell over to as well. So we'll look to see how 3 of the initiating heroes can look to use the Inkswell. But how we feel about the draft, because I feel like I know you said you don't really want to see the Shopify draft win purely just because it kind of looks a little bit ugly, but can we see what at least strategy they are going for? Do we feel like it is able to work, or do Extreme just have a draft that is quite well-rounded?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to describe it. I think they're very well-rounded. I think it's very clear how you want to play the game. It's just low gyro is just going to farm his way up, do his thing. He's going to rotate into that twin gate with an ulti or two a couple times in the earlier parts of the game. It's going to feel nice. It's very formulaic Dota coming from them for sure. No surprises whatsoever. Whereas Shopify are going to be trying to enable this mid tiny. That is definitely the key to this game. And they're doing that through the support duo. You have this Ricky who's going to be roaming around the enemy side of the map and then trying to get a level 6 up on Skem so that he can assist with those earlier kills for Yopaj. That's going to snowball into the Blink, into the Phylactery, and try and put enough pressure on the side of XG that it's opening up farming space for Tomato here on this PA, as well as Pakaz, right? Like, because he's, this offlane Terrorblade, he can farm up quite a bit. He's really good at turning early kills into tower takes, and that's what they're trying to generate off of this mid-tiny. So definitely looking a little bit more snowball-y, I would argue, for Shopify.
Okay, so are we then concerned, like, if they're not able to snowball this game, you definitely would probably favor the XG lineup?
I think it's not like you have to snowball necessarily, but it's like, if you're going even into the mid game, yeah, you're still kind of okay, right? You got PA, you got TB, it's not so bad. But one would think that in the mid game, if you're kind of even, I would say XG looks stronger because you're expecting PA still going to be a little bit weak. TB's not going to have the right stats and defenses to make good use of his Sunders and stuff, so fights can go awry very quickly. The BKB timing as well, I think, for the Primal Beast looks pretty spooky.
Yes, how are you really going to be able to stop him from being able to spellcast and do whatever he wants freely inside the fights for XM? We'll see how he even feels on the hero as well. It definitely doesn't feel that much like an XM hero, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm curious. It's good. He's got to, he's got to move on. Yeah. We got to get away from these Vipers and Razors. We got to open it up.
Oh, don't worry, my friend. He went back. He tried the Necro earlier today, so... He's experimenting still.
I didn't see that game.
I believe, yes, he did. And we also have a First Blood Skem. He's going to be able to yoink it. Free kill onto Polison. Southeast Asia battle between these two.
Solid start alongside those 3 bounty runes. So yeah, I'd say they're pretty happy with how things are going. That's the one thing about this position 5 Zeus. The level 1 is very annoying. It's just constant spam, and then you hit level 3 as well. We've seen some 2 points of lightning bolts, and you really got to keep an eye on the mana pool for the Zeus. That's the big thing. That's why his courier is like the key one to kill. Like if he could get this one right now, that'd be amazing. But unfortunately, he's just a Grimstroke. Kind of hard to snipe those couriers.
A bit tough. And unfortunately, the Grimstroke had to make the walk all the way back.
I say that courier is going to walk right by him.
Oh, surely not.
Dude, if he got that
even dead? Level 2 from Shopify. New steps up. Wanted to try and deal some damage onto Scam, but Yamato now can turn to Polison as well. He's got the Orb of Venom. Another round of spells in a couple of seconds. So this lane from Shopify is off to a flying start in game 1.
Oh, that's the worst. That's the worst case scenario. The absolute worst case scenario is the Zeus gets the trades and dies because now he has full mana again. This is how you lose this lane. This is exactly how you lose this lane. It can't be worse than that. Like he got the null delivered. He gets a few more blasts off. He's out of mana. He dies. He comes back now level 2, full mana, null. And you're just like, yeah, you're so miserable.
Are we saying Tomato or Yamato as well? What are we going with?
I mean, I just know players can't change their names really, right? So like, I don't even know what they want. I assume I'm just going Tomato. That's me. Okay. I haven't heard him say like, hey, I'm Yamato. I think he's just Tomato. I think it's like El Saber Lido being stuck as El Saber Lido.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I'm still trying to find out if there is a name change that has actually worked for someone. I feel like I just see, maybe it's a Southeast Asian curse where I just see them change the names and apparently they get worse. I don't know if you've seen this curse as well.
Happened to me casting, yeah, same thing,
That's right, dude. You're doing good with the name.
Rest in peace, Mob Packs. He's great. Great lad, that one. How's Low looking down there? 15 last hits on the old gyrocopter. He's fine. But, I mean, Pakaz also just doing great considering the situation. Yeah, you got to be a little scared in this situation, right? Clockwork plus gyrocopter. There's a lot of magic damage, and you have not the most HP. Just under 800 right now. Also, it's Afterburner for Low as well, so he's got the ability to really chase you down. didn't opt for the secondary strikes facet.
Speaking about bottom, but this mid lane as well, Europage is bodying XM 17 and 12 compared to the 9 and 6. Jesus, dude, this is not even close.
No. Oh, just he denied right in his face. He charged for that. I mean, here's the thing. What do you have as a tool versus Tiny? If he's holding Avalanche and Toss, you have no threat with Trample at all, right? Like, he just shuts that down immediately. So he's going to be very dependent on stacks inside that, like, Radiant jungle area to maybe catch back up.
Well, this is what you were saying, though. You know, get a early blink on Yopaj, connect with the Terrorblade, find some of the towers. Speaking of the Terrorblade, because pops the meta, does get somehow dragged in the cogs. Undyne, perfect placement with that, because tries to get the kill before he dies, unable to do so. Undyne slips out of danger. Hellscream's got another round of the blink strike, but no vision, and Low chases him down.
A little unlucky there, striking the random units. He had one chance to hit Undyne, but it jumped onto Low instead. So missed out on the kill, and now Undyne is back up to like 80% HP in the second year. So he's just fine.
And they're going to stack bottom, apparently. So no meta to play with, but because want to give him solo experience with the wave under the tower. They're going to continue to help top. Tomato, like he will have Hellscream maybe required here with the Inkswell being a bit of a deterrent. Undyne tries to move on over. Maybe puts himself on a silver platter. There's not a concern that he's going to be there for Shopify. They'll look for the third, an easy dive under the tower. Both safe lanes off to a good start. Paulson tries to snipe one, but that is not going to work out in his favor. So Tomato 4-0-2.
Yeah, good raindrops here, paying off. These early aggressive PAs trying to capitalize on this damage that you get from the Zeus. We're often seeing the Orb of Corrosion early on. Right now, it's just the Venom, it looks like, from Tomato. I don't think he's bringing the rest. He just wants to go straight for the Battle Fury, which is fair enough. Hellscream's going to get some sentry coverage in the mid lane here as the 6-minute rune's about to spawn. And they're going to try a toss play here. I mean, there's Ava toss right into the tower. This does not look good for XM.
No, it doesn't at all.
Oh, he missed the toss back.
On the upper side of the river, yeah, it wasn't a little bit awkward from Yopaj, and now it puts himself in an awkward spot inside the river. Cogs from Undyne, and XM gets a much-needed pick-me-up. Maybe a haste and look to go back in. Playing a little bit
what happened there.
Actually.
Yeah, he just he missed it. I mean, that was a level 3 toss. It's not like, I'm pretty sure he had the reach for the Ricky. Just couldn't quite get the turnaround in time. Ooh, I think Undyne's ward just got spotted there. Well, got the courier.
Courier, maybe even connecting with XM. Haste rune down to bottom. Hellscream.
This is aggressive. I mean,
wave that it could maybe blink strike away to. It could be a little bit awkward. Oh, it was too close. Look at the kill into the Ricky. Because didn't show himself for a second. No pulverize. Gonna be a long chase down. Yopaj is here as well for the Wisdom Rune fight. They need more though. Shopify, where can they get the numbers? Skem's gonna come from the south. Yopaj will try and do it all by himself. And the good cogs will stop Yopaj from entering the high ground. Low, he's a little bit stuck out of the tower. It's all 5 heroes. Why not? Why not bring Tomato as well? What in the world is going on down bottom? A new lane to be able to brawl in by the looks of it. XM tries to scurry over to the left side. Tomato with the help of Yopaj will stop him from running away. So they're going to be able to clip the Dino. Wisdom Room, yes, you take it, but the casualty, it's a high price to pay.
It really is, especially towards that Phantom Assassin, right? This is the most pivotal part in the game for Phantom Assassin. It's the build-up towards the Battle Fury. This is what matters the absolute most for this hero. And Tomato, he ran down to get that Wisdom Rune. Knew it was too late to go and cover it.
Wow.
So he missed it by a second. He gets the steal down bottom while this is all happening. And then immediately TP's in to a bunch of kills. Now he's 5-0-4, top of the board, and level 7.5 right now. That's a big commitment down here from XG.
Maybe back live. Tomato, he's not going to be short of the action. Beautiful toss from Yopaj, and now Scam as well with a slowdown. Tomato's got another round of the spells. The high levels from the Phantom Assassin keeps the Phantom Strike up. What he's got... Dude, 7-0-4. This is 8 minutes into the game. So much impact from the PA.
Yeah, it is very interesting the way you get to play now with this methodical, right? Because it's not a question, you know? You TP in, you throw your dagger, you wait a second, you see how it's looking, and then if it seems good, you just hop in. You know you're going to get the crit proc. So it's a lot more consistent when you go in for these jumps like that.
Oh, you thought we were done, Trent. We're not done, my friend. This is the dive under the tower where Low doesn't stand his ground, and this is the snowball that Shopify were needing.
Yeah, this is the dream. This is exactly what you want. This is all pre-Blink Dagger here. Yopaj with the phase boots. He wants that armor. He wants that mobility this game. I mean, they got the top tower. We still have a Doom in the chamber here for New, who is working towards a hand of Midas. See if he can find himself into this game. Polston level 4 right now. We gotta get some alties on these XG supports right now, just for the defensive capability they have under their own towers.
We look for New. Got Polston on Undyne up the high ground. The Thunder God's going to be able to scout them out, so they know there is a turn potential with the Doom, so they're going to play their distance. Let Hellscream come from the south, play around with the Doom, get Skem involved as well. The two supports combining together, and now Undyne does just get the TP away. There's another brawl going on inside the river though. A much needed kill. XM getting some experience, putting himself at level 7. Polston as well, offering some assistance and a stack as well afterwards.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, Hellscream getting a little greedy on that one, trying to set up for some additional chase from his allies, it looked like. But hey, it works out. Yopaj gets the rune kind of because of the pressure he put on them. And the Doom will now finish up his Midas there for New. And it's just getting into a 3k lead. It's jumping back and forth between 2 and 3k. So it's obviously very good at 10 minutes, but it is, it's still an opportunity to come back here. Secondary strikes would be really nice. That's where you see, I think, the value of that facet is right now at this point in the game when you have these quick gyro rotations into these giant team fights, which we've had a lot of right now. You can imagine that there could have been a crazy amount of value there. I see Undyne had to hookshot in the mid lane, I believe, to escape. And barely makes it out.
Unfortunately, no Thunder Gods, so yep, Undyne's okay.
Oh my god,
Sim's gonna farm the stack, but Hellscream's coming. Oh, no way. At least Polston heals up, but Undyne... Oh, they got the sentry.
Yeah.
Well aware of the little shenanigans going on, and the supports... Oh, Skem's able to nuke him down. It's maxed out Bolt already. So at least you get the kill, 1 for 1. Skem's still looking to stick around, but no one else really to play with.
Gotta get rid of this hop, folks. Wait. Position 5 Zeus only lives because, or it only exists because of this jump.
Oh nah, dude, it's not that broken. Come with that. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah. Who needs? Yeah, mobility doesn't matter in this game. That's true. What am I thinking? Blade mail for XM. Now that's a spicy item. Let's just say that's pretty spicy. Zeus, Ricky, PA. You gotta be a little careful versus XM right now.
Is this the best Battle Fury timing you've seen? 1140, I think he got it.
With orb, treads, wands. Yeah, it's a
shot
pretty
mid
nice
Undyne.
timing.
Nice opening onto Yopaj. Get rid of the main damage source. Bakar's got a TPM. Tomato even wants to join the fight as well, but they've freshly completed Battle Fury, so this is stopping the PA from farming. It's a little bit difficult now. You see, they are really relying on the Tiny to get the initiation and get the toss back as well. So a big kill here for Extreme.
They get it without the Doom too, which also gives a lot of hesitation for Tomato to want to hop in there. Not the best lineup at pressuring these towers super easily though.
Yeah, no, I'm just watching the Dino right click the T1 done. Unfortunately, not gonna be the easiest time for XM.
It's good. Someone's got to do it, you know. Hard work. Blue collar Dota right there. And
Low, that's where Low's able to. Yes. That's Scepter for the Gyrocopter. We do have a smoke as well for Extreme, so actually looking to try and take the fight to Shopify with the blink about to be completed. The smoke underneath the water, look to go, what a timing. Doom is ready to go from you, wasn't required previously, and this is still in the arsenal to net them a big kill back to back onto Yopaj.
Huge. Great vision slap down there from Undyne. Yeah, that is exactly what you want. This is the key to their lineup right now. This is where the game gets out of hand, as if this Tiny just pops a bunch of kills and gets no value out of this blink yet. Which you can imagine would be just free kills with a Riki and a Zeus right now. Scam, I think so, right here. He's going to make his way out. The offlane TV does have a lot of options. Pakaz has opted for the Orchid this game. So he's going to try and kind of like stabilize a little bit. If they keep pressuring in here, it also puts some pretty big concerns onto someone like XM. It could be even for the Doom maybe, if New's a little bit too far in there. But, you know, I wouldn't say it's like the craziest Orchid game. I don't see a massive punish window here for it on, it's not like a Puck or an Ember or something, you know?
Importantly, what's that second item that you feel like Pakaz could be looking at? Because it can definitely change depending on the item and depending on the game and the player.
Yeah, I think like Pipe is the big one. You know, that's generally because you can see Pipe pretty good this game. Obviously, it looks amazing for the Radiant if they can get one out here. Looks pretty solid versus Tiny and Zeus, but they don't have the easiest setup for it. And of course, we have Glimmer Capes now, so like, who wants a Pipe?
Sure. Apparently, Glimmer's a good item. Scam's got unqueued up. See if that's Tomato's actually going for his second item, so we have been seeing like the Sanjin Yasha into the Glimmer, but
so stupid.
What a world we're in.
It's like when it first dropped. They had to nerf it because of this exact same thing. They had it first got introduced.
Fight down bottom Tomato. They farm the creep wave aggressively. Extreme is setting up. They are reading this by the looks of it on Shopify. They're bringing the numbers for a fight. No brawl at the moment.
See him. Hellscream gets busted here because he's starting to hunt.
This should make my life easier.
Good ward from Hellscream.
Very good, yeah.
Pops the smoke. Undyne's gonna run straight to Scam, but Yopaj is quick on the fingers, gets the combo out, but not the greatest hero. You want to jump on the clockwork. He'll take some spells, turn with a hook shot. XM's gonna be the middle. It's a beautiful sword bind. Their chain control pulverize. That's what they were hoping for with the combo. Extreme. Good for two, looking for more as well. Hellscream's got the target to be able to jump away, but they are still in pursuit. Low's gonna be able to slow him down. Cancels off the escape avenue, and they did lose detection though. Dust run out, so Hellscream, by the looks of it, is okay.
He's gonna just chill here for a little bit, but big timing to win a fight here for XG. It's only a little bit of gold for low, but it's enough. You can see
what are you
Doom is down, team. Doom is down. Yeah, he tried to do Tomato in the last fight, but he glimmered immediately.
It was no way, Clip. Is he out?
Oh,
what?
Nice.
Polished him! Oh, what a read!
That was beast.
Was a massive kill. Low gets a gigantic streak, and apparently he's just as farmed as the PA who's 7-1-6.
Oh man, those kills on the Tiny. I mean, I don't want to say I hate mid Tiny, but there's days. There's still days. This is it. This is exactly what happens.
Yeah.
I mean, I say that every mid's like this. If it was an Ember or a Puck and they die in that same way, it's the same issue. I just feel like the Tiny, it happens a little more too because he's just so dependent on that Blink Dagger. And what an amazing play by XG to really recognize that is how they would lose this game. Is if Yopaj just got a few more kills and pickoffs and just set up for a little bit more freedom on the map for Tomato. And they shut that down so hard to balance this game. And now you're at a point where it just doesn't feel that great for them.
Oh, okay, they saw him. All right.
Just caught him, yeah.
Yeah, just got him. Very well done. I wasn't sure. I saw the ping on the replay, so confirmed it was there. Backlive Scam. He's relatively tanky with the Glimmer Cape. Nu has no Doom as well, so Hellscream's laughing. You killed me previously, but you wasted your ultimate. And now you don't have a potential fight. They need Yopaj. Lacking a little bit of the resources, however, but it looks like Pakaz's gonna wrap around, gets a double kill. Shopify, they're gonna wait to be able to cancel News TP. They do not. Yopaj just out of range, unfortunately.
Looks like Low will be able to just skirt away there, but they're not chasing after him. They're going right into the pit. Got a TB. He's got his shard for the Demon Zeal, so There's never going to be a concern about just damage right now. And that is also where the Orchid certainly comes into play, is because you want to be a little bit greedier on the map. Sure, it is a bit of a playmaker item. It's a punishing item, but it's also a pretty good farming item, just not a TB.
So triple Glimmer, apparently?
Oh, yeah, you know, that's what we're doing.
I definitely was on board for the pipe, but apparently... Is this the carry mentality coming in as the offlaner? Are they going to go through the portal? Oh, they scanned. Okay, they wouldn't. But yeah, is this the carry mentality where, like, you know, we don't want BKB. We could go like Lincoln's, or we could go another like kind of half defensive item.
Glimmer is 2150 and Pipe is 37. I think it's pretty much that simple. I think you get almost as much value out of the Glimmer, if not more sometimes. You know, it's more situational. It gives you individual plays that you can make too on the map.
A hook in, but his boys are nowhere to be seen. There's a slow movement from them through the portal.
Yeah, they're on a bit of a delay plan right now. Let them roam the map here with this Aegis. Tomato's going to use that time to farm up into the Shard by the looks of it here. Wants to get that breakout with the Fan of Knives. And Polson is trying to get to an Aghanim, and he's close. He is just a point booster away on this Grimstroke to finish his first item here.
Wow. How's his farm? What? Bottom new?
There's that BKB, pretty much exactly as you'd expect, considering his game. Blade Mail to BKB right at the 20-minute mark. Would have loved it for a Roach fight to test, but I couldn't find it, and yeah. So how many Glimmers are we going to have this game? How many do we already have? We're already at 1, 2, 3 Glimmers. And we got a few more on the way, huh? Yeah, Picasso's, that'll be our 4th Glimmer. Yeah. That's beautiful. That's just good stuff.
Do they go for this kill on low behind the tier 2? I think they're a little bit too slow by the looks of it. Picasso and Skim up on the high ground.
I mean, it's very close to his BKB too. It'd be a nice time to grab it. Right now, it's just we want Ricky Vision to set up for the Tiny and just try and blow something up. He's level 13 on the Tiny with the Flak Tree, with an Amplify Damage rune. So he could kill, let's see. I mean, definitely the support. They're easily one-shots right now. Just Polson getting taken out by the Tormentor here.
Yo. A Hell Scream?
Oh, he's crazy. He's crazy!
Oh, you might get both. What, the Parvus?
Oh, he's trying to
get one more blink down. He got both? No way, dude.
He was trying to vacuum Cogs. He wanted to vacuum Cogs him over the defender's gate, but he's a Ricky. Like, he'll probably just get out again in this thing. That was so greedy, dude. God, that was the greediest play. Oh, trying to do too much, man. Too much. All right, beautiful play by Hellscream. Nice setup there from the Zeus, just checking the LT post Tormentor.
They are just sitting out of the dude. Hellscream. Oh, this guy is doing so much. They're gonna fight. What's really gonna stop them? You got Aegis.
Why are they coming out here? There's no hook shot.
I don't know. Trying to force the issue. Tomato gets a freebie. No clockwork. You've got Doom, but it might not be available because Yopaj nuked him down. Why are they forcing the fight? Low wanting to try and maybe play around with the BKB, but Shopify just look clean, dancing in and out, waiting for the spells to be back up. And Extreme, they've got a Dark back inside the base, but the map is now Shopify's T2 tower down bottom under siege. Rest of the map getting pushed in. Tomato looking to maybe get some heroes top as well.
Yeah, they were pretty sure they weren't all sitting there, I guess. Maybe thinking, sure, you know, they wouldn't all be here, right? But they were. So now they're going to immediately start spreading out to that north part of the map. But they're quickly coming to close this down. Yopaj TP's up near the Twin Gate at the outpost, and I think New's going to get caught here. Glimmers. Oh, Avalanche.
Oh, my mid lane. Okay. Oh, there you go. Never mind. That's okay. I was going to say my mid laner has an Iron Branch, my mid initiator, but it's okay. It's no issue. They're going to get him. It's okay. We got another fight breaking over the triangle as well. Tomato with the help of Skem. Gets rid of Undyne, I believe, as he was trying to D-ward, and yep, that was the case.
Well, despite sort of clawing back some of the issues in the earlier part of this game, you can see there's still a couple problems here for Extreme. Most notably, I think, the Primal Beast. Because by the time he got his BKB at 19 minutes, they had already lost that lead that they had managed to steal back. Yeah, he's just getting bullied right now.
Just Hellscream's trying to right-click him a couple times to get rid of his mana. An absolute nuisance. I'm kind of surprised at the net worth, to be honest, with the kills. I suppose a large sum of that is because of the Doom, the artificial net worth. So we'll see what Nu is really able to do inside the fights. But the fights haven't looked close recently, though.
Oh, but it's go time now. Oh, wait. Oh, because... Oh, he almost got the eggs! He was so close to killing his courier. But the speed burst will save it. All right, we got Grim Eggs. Let's go. Where's the smoke? Undyne's got 3 observer wards. They're going to be able to see the entire map in this next team fight.
Let's see where they place it. We're smoking out. They've used our smokes. We're going to walk outside the base. We'll look to try and run behind XM. Level 15, still a little bit away from the Scepter. Unfortunately, needs 2 more components. Shopify, they've got their own smokes to work with, though.
Nu is doing the sell back of the Midas to get his blink. He's ready for the fight.
If it gets delivered before the fight does break out. Looks like Shopify have the read that someone's maybe looking for another high ground ward again, which we saw previously work out for them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean,
he's never been the
this
greatest.
This is going to be a lot of damage very fast. Like, they don't care. They'll just send Pakaz up here.
Yeah. Worry about Pierre. Give the Terrorblade that roll. Gonna get D-ward instantly with a hook shot. Undyne. I mean, that's the Rikyu. The Rikyu doesn't care. He's able to get out with multiple ways. Yopaj looking for a deep jump in. Not the greatest toss. XM's gonna do wherever he can with the Pulverize. Down to the low ground. Nu has been able to silence up the Phantom Assassin, minimizing some of the effectiveness out of Tomato, who is now in a lot of danger. Yopaj tries his best to cover him with the Avalanche. Doom's about to expire, but they're going to be forced to run the opposite direction, just hoping the Glimmer Cape is enough. Yopaj puts himself back in a position to try and get the Phantom Strike target, but still the missile, it'll chase him down. Extreme finally able to find a team fight that goes in their favor, and it's going to be a wipe. Skem, I mean, the last person is still trying to make something happen deep inside the base from Extreme. Undyne's going to find him, and Extreme once again will somehow find a way to claw themselves back in.
You got to tip Yopaj on that one. That's our guy right there. So he initiates, he jumps in, right? He BKBs, he chucks in the Grim. And like the monk under the waterfall, in full calmness, Polson gets the double onto the TB and the PA, the Soulbind, and they both get doomed. And that's pretty much where this goes off. I didn't even see where he got the ulti. So Polson gets chucked in, and then Soulbind, doom. It's like saved. The fight is saved. So thanks for chucking me in, Yopaj. That pretty much ended it for Shopify at that point.
So is this do we learn our lesson? We're not chucking Polson into the middle,
or we're just killing him ideally. But yeah, we gotta keep him under control, because you can't let that happen. That's a big problem.
Yes, that is a big problem indeed. And see if he's going to be able to continue to find these dark portions inside the fights. And you've got a Terrorblade as well, who's kind of itemizing for stats and damage as the offlaner. So Dark Portraits are going to hurt, and this is a big advantage for Extreme, is their team fight, and they're going to have all their ultimates back up for another fight around Roche.
Yeah, how do you play this right now as XG? I mean, they got pretty decent vision. They have a ward in the river, but of course they're smoked up. They're moving through. Dire scan, they are correct. They're all sitting here. They're going to start the Roche. There are no scans available on the Radiant. They got no vision up here. Oh, this looks pretty bad.
Tomato's not with them just yet. Got a Thunder Gods for the information. He's going to try and tip in. It's a massive combo from Yopaj and nukes down one. Now Tomato's going to be able to show up, and this should be a fight where he can just clean up. They're so low on Extreme. He just needs the vision. He needs to play strong.
They're going to try and play
Nothing to
back.
fear. I guess the Doom is the only thing. Tomato, Lincoln's still yet to be completed. They're going to get a glimpse of load. Yopaj once again with the combination, looking to try and do his best to nuke down Gyro. Ducks into the north. Stuck inside the Roche pit as well. XM doing whatever he can for the finishing blow. Hell Scream. Can he catch up to the Primal Beast? It looks like they're going to be able to do so. They'll have to TP out and cut their losses. There will be a buyback from either side. It's a dieback on the clock. Hell Scream had to rejoin. A valuable fight for Shopify. They're going to be able to get that second Roche component. Aegis into Tomato. They got the banner as well.
And they've got both gems right now. They got Undyne's gem and Skem's gem on the side of Shopify. So they'll be very happy about that. But that fight in the mid, you know, at the tier 3, that is a perfect situation. That's a Soulbind double Doom. You can't guarantee that's going to happen again. And no scans. They didn't know when the timing was coming. The Ricky just moved on in, found the Grimstroke to start, so immediately had to force out a Soulbind just onto the Tiny. You weren't able to get these big connections and links that you're going to need in a fight like that. And there's such a decent vision advantage, of course, with the Zeus ulti, right? In combination with the Ricky. Like, you have Clockwork Flares, but it's Zeus ult. It is the king. Short of Dawn, I guess, at this point. She's kind of taking the queen of vision for a few brief seconds every time the sun comes up.
Go look at that replay back as well. I mean, Yopaj, the ability for him to be able to dance in and out of the fights and get multiple rounds of spells off is probably a big reason to the success for this Roche fight for them.
Yeah, and then, like you said, like the first array is gone, and it's just like, oh, like what do we do now, right? You don't have a whole lot. He's able to just wait it out, come back in. They're just fish in a barrel at this point. Even the Dark Portrait they managed to get to the TB since it's kind of free with the illusions and everything. PA obviously someone who's pretty good at just cutting that thing down if she gets on top of it.
They're looking for another successful fight here. Shopify. The smoke from them, we've seen this previously. They really like the smoke running to Radiant's high ground. Looking for the toss back with the Arcane as well from Yopaj. Paulison is going to put himself in an opportunity, and they will be able to blow him up. Sans preventing some of the spells on his dying breath. And now this is 40 seconds without a key component of XG's lineup. Yopaj, he's ready to go once again. They'll toss XM down to the low ground BKB. And a Blade Mail will prevent Tomato momentarily, but once that expires, there's not much they have to be worried about. Oh, dude, Yopaj, these spells, they always feel like they're up.
And to make sure he didn't have the toss charges going here, it's just an Arcane rune. Just toss, throwing them all back. Because takes the high ground here. They're still holding Tomato in the back line, always ready to jump in, even with the Aegis. Not risking a thing and just letting the illusions go to work.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Like the
Creeps are going to be a little bit too long, so they just let it go.
What's the duration? I mean, meta's still a while, actually. Half. Not to get too much more value out of it, but you still have timing of the ages. We're closing on some items as well. Some of them want to stick around. Because wants out, though. This is that carrier mentality coming back. He sees he's close to BKB.
Oh, yeah, you got to get it. Of course, they have no real vision of this. They're going to see the TV illusions up top now. Because revealing. So if they want to go out, this is an opportunity. But they have to hit a Soulbind Doom, or at least the Doom on the PA. But of course, they're fighting into the Aegis. That's why, you know, it's going to be a tough fight. Also with the Lincolns on top of that. So not only do you have to worry about this PA and trying to lock her down with a Doom, but maybe she passes off to someone else. It'd be pretty tricky.
Scrim again, writing a lot of information. Blaze gets a glimpse of new. Rush is coming down with another power rune. This time it's going to be the Invis. They've got a pretty deep Observe Ward, freshly completed. Polison's actually going to TP out before he runs down the stairs, so very close to getting caught. Shopify were looking to try and cut them on the escape avenue, but back inside the base. Still a 7,000 net worth lead, but the win probability largely in Shopify's favor.
It is crazy that like every hero on the Dire has more armor than Gyro except for Zeus. Like I'm looking at like trying to dish out the splat cannon damage, but it is a decent amount of armor. Just, you know, it's a Tiny, it's a TB, it's a Ricky. Yeah, Zeus, you know, he's got no hope, but Is it just me, or does Demon Zeal sound way too much like an infused eggs? My ears perk up every single time he uses it. I'm just like, oh, Eggs Blessing? Who?
Is this farmed? It's a bit too similar.
Mm-hmm. We gotta tweak that, Dota. We got the best audio in gaming. All right, it's our one problem. We gotta sort those two out.
Trying to think what even comes remotely close to Dota's audio.
No.
Dude, people who play without audio, I don't get it.
That's griefing. That should be reported.
I have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Illegal stuff cannot be allowed.
I mean, I had to do it before though, but that's only because the caster setups sometimes don't have audio, and you know you're waiting like an hour and a half. It's like, well, we could play a game. You don't get audio from your own game. You get it from, the PGM. So sometimes you got to play a game deaf. I'm sorry. It happens.
Yeah, of course. Sometimes, but if you do it normally, then we got some problems. We're going to have a tour. Stream. Trying to work out what they're able to do. Have talks between the players, find a way back in. XM gets the Tormentor, so Ag shot for him. And we've lost the Aegis for the last 30 seconds now, so we're unable to crack the high ground anymore. It was just the range barracks mid.
Got some chop shopping happen here from Low. He's doing some illegal dealings, sending back his Falcon Blade stuff, trying to craft himself a Chrysalis.
All the damage they're going to be able to get at Low. 20.
XM so brave right now. They do successfully scan that there are heroes over there, but Scam's just going to reveal anyway eventually.
Should they lose the wisdom? Cars gets to his 20. And this one's slowing down a little bit. Are you expecting a fight to break up before Roche, just so maybe either side can look to get control of the area?
I mean, a fight is good for Shopify if they know that they're at an advantage. Like if they have good vision, they see multiple heroes, you can fight, sure. Otherwise, I would not. I definitely would not go high ground, that's for sure. Because like, what's the point? I don't want to take a fight without Aegis versus Doom. That just seems silly. My PA is just so dependent, right? She wants those multiple plays with her spells, the in, the out. She wants to be using everything. It's just, let's not deal with that problem. And that is one thing they're lacking, right? They don't actually have like super deep vision. They got a couple of weird wards that won't get dewarded, but they're not giving them too much. Like that one like way down bottom. They didn't manage to get any high ground wards because they are covering there with some good sentries from the Radiant. So this would be a pretty chaotic spot to fight. And they're going in. What's the grab? Oh, they go the wrong way. Wrong guess.
They're gonna go. Oh. Kai's just able to narrowly.
Low just keeps going.
He's no fear from him. Loses a decent chunk of health. Tenic, of course, is already, unfortunately, really close to the Daedalus, but lacking the gold at the moment.
How crazy is Hellscream feeling? He's gonna go hunting. Oh, he's gonna get the Daedalus. Oh, wait, Hellscream. Wait, he's waiting. Watch that courier. Oh, Gyro. He's 300 gold away. How long will Hellscream wait? Not long enough. It's fine. Okay. I'll just kill it.
After it takes the life. And they're just gonna maybe cut and look to go bottom, send them back potentially. Let's see what the call is from Shopify. You don't have the cars there, and also Hellscream looking to deal with the top wave. He's going for a Lincolns himself as well, and with a couple of heroes showing down bottom, XM forced to come back. They've done their job from Shopify, continuing once again to be able to occupy a large portion of the map.
Doom players have really been going deep with a lot of the creeps lately. We see like way more alpha wolves in the late game. We're seeing more of the time warps in the late games. And he's decided to go for the Granite Golem this time. So no controlling options, no stomps, no dispels or something. No, he just wants to give everyone a bunch of HP. Let's see if it actually ends up working out for them. But it's also another thing in these fights too is just like this Ricky shard too. That's why you can't necessarily go 4 staffs anymore versus this hero, and that's why you don't see them too often, since the shard is pretty much guaranteed to happen.
Scam. Let's see, Low tossed over to the right side. Low should be okay. Satanic to get rid of the silence. They're trying to do their best to poke the gyro. Daedalus, he buys it out, and you wanting to try and catch up the Scam, but Scam actually get a hook shot to the face, drag back. Low, quick and easy kill down to the south. The XM's also found the Ricky, but he doesn't have anyone else to offer some assistance. Nu was able to get the important Doom onto the Tiny. Still, we got another brawl going on. XM doing what he can. It's away from the team, creating some chaos. The Doom is expired, so Yopaj, they might look to try and fight now. Polson's got a TP. They all want out, but Low, he wasn't able to TP. He's still sticking around. He wants the brawl. He's forced to stay here. Shopify, what's the call? They need to play off the back of Tomato and Yopaj's initiations, but can they see the angle? It's not easy onto Low.
XG just got to get out. It's just going to be fish in a barrel time. They're out of options. They have no tools left.
And they won't be able to get out. The important hero, Low, is gone. And Doom going to be chased down to the left side as well. Shopify, the patient gameplay will work out massively for them. XM's going to be caught as well. Undyne will look to TP. Oh, dude, Scams tore him too. No way. Scam's going to be able to get a glimpse of Undyne, who will try and look for the Hail Mary kill, but will not be able to find it. Shopify, an incredible team from them. Once again, just the ability for them to read how they need to take these team fights, playing the outskirts, going in when they feel it's the best opportunity for them.
Yep, and never rushing the high ground, right? This whole fight just kind of breaks down, and this is really where it ends. When they attempted TP out, the Grimstroke already TP'd out. Yeah, Yopaj jumped in and tried to go a full 100-0 on the Grim. Didn't manage to get it, but dropped into 100 HP to the point where Polson just couldn't play the fight anymore anyway. So he TP's out. Now it's a 5v4. And now Polson's dying back in the real game here to just Bloodthorn and a bunch of smacks. So he can join the rest of his team in the grave after escaping from that top fight early on. And that's going to be the top tower and surely a full set of racks here. They'll glyph, but there's no tower. I can't see them leaving.
Oh, I cannot see them leaving either. Full set top, full set mid.
Man, 15, 2, and 11 on this PA. Oh.
First pick overall, right?
Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yep. She is looking like a bit of a problem.
This is a very defensive item build as well. Glimmer Lincoln's Manta.
Yeah, that's pretty gross.
But you are level 25.
All right, we need to get all the parts of Exodia here.
All or nothing.
Combine them all together.
He's got ages. The Tomato's fine. Chain control's not going to be there, so we can jump over the high ground. They did get the Doom over to Bakaz, but Bakaz finds the Glimmer. Yopaj, if needed, was ready for the toss as well. And this Doom is now on cooldown, and now your fight condition, it's not there. And you've just lost the gyro. You're going to lose the Doom as well by the looks of it. I mean, Shopify, this is an incredible start for them in the group stages here of DreamLeague Season 25. They are looking on another level at the moment. We'll see if they're going to be able to continue, but this game from them, you know, you struggled through some of the earlier moments in this game, but man, the team fighting was incredible.
Yeah, they have really made this work. So much patience movement in these fights, and really just drawing out some of these larger cooldowns, especially the Doom and then these combinations with the Soulbind. They just ensured that, yeah, they got one good fight with it, and they recognized like, okay, yeah, we'll definitely still lose to that, but outside of that, these fights are kind of free.
Yeah, they are. 42 minutes by the looks of it, but 3v5, an incredibly difficult defense. No Doom for another 20 seconds. T4 is under assault. Yopaj will get his Scepter cancel pretty early on with the tree volley, but it's not going to matter. It's just space. It's just time wasted. 4 heroes now up. Tower is gone.
I think looking back, the biggest problem was definitely their inability to capitalize on the 10th pick. I think the Primal Beast just was not it. It did show moments where you could see the damage, like even that last fight, like the Soulbind and the double ulti and the trample, like he actually got Tomato down to like 20% HP. Yeah, I know he's an Aegis, but you can see how there is some damage there, and the logic of like, well, he gets a break eventually. That's pretty good. We can use that to our advantage. You can trample through Smoke Cloud and, you know, get your damage going maybe, but it was just too late on the BKB, and also lost the lane to the Tiny that you knew you were laning into.
Oh my god, dude. Oh. Okay, it's just Aegis, never mind. Yeah, tough game. Tough game from Extreme. The results still aren't showing from them. Maybe there's a possibility, but Tomato still holding BKB. It's a massive tree volley as well, and this will be the game ender by the looks of it. That's a dieback from your Gyro. And we're going to be heading to game 2. Shopify with the game advantage. They are 3-0 now. For day 1 of groups. Not expecting this, but this team's looking good.
Yeah. It's kind of just been an unfortunate part of really XM's career is he does not thrive with the 10th pick. Almost never. Unless someone offers up something really vulnerable, like it's just not his style. You know, he doesn't have a massive hero pool. He picks pretty static and tower heroes. He just plays Viper or Razor. he's amazing at them. And he even has some good spirits too. I'm not even trying to like rag on the guy, but like they need to, I don't think opening Doom, unfortunately, is going to work well for him, even though it is a good hero in a sense versus this PA and the idea of trying to like shut down this like one big carry. If you're giving last pick over to XM and it's a Primal Beast in this game, you're not getting any value out of it.
You feel like you needed way more oomph, right? That's what you're asking for.
Big oomph.
And just the Dino wasn't. There are some things we could look at. Like, is there anything that really comes to mind that you would think could have replaced the Dino?
I mean, I don't really remember what was banned, but it's not an easy one. I'll say that about Tiny. That's kind of the frustrating thing about Tiny and why it gets banned so often is that you can't really count on winning the lanes. So you just need to find something that complements your team really well. So I don't know, maybe something that could have tried to like continue that snowball down of just knocking down the towers when they did like knock down the 2 blink dagger kills right away onto the Tiny, and this idea of him like not being able to snowball. Unfortunately, they couldn't really get any more map after that. They did struggle there. So I mean that's part of the problem with Dota. It's hard. It's going to be a tough time. I think maybe Pango still looked a little bit better to me personally, but he can also run into some of the exact same problems. So I can't fault him too much in the end.
Yeah. So well, let's see what they're going to be able to do heading into the upcoming game from Extreme. You need to get at least one game victory here because there are a lot of teams at the moment as well in Dream League who aren't in the top 8 to potentially qualify to Riyadh as well. That big event that everyone is looking for with all the points, and these are one of the last opportunities that the teams are going to be able to get. So Extreme, we're really getting to the stage where we need to get some wins under your belt because everyone is an incredibly difficult opponent for Shopify. Let's see if they're going to be able to continue with the momentum. 3 map victories for them so far. Can they find a 4th? We'll find out after a quick break.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
And we are back getting ourselves underway here with the upcoming game. Let's see what the boys are going to be able to do. Shopify taking on the beautiful team of Extreme, but we need to see something a little bit different from them. Trent, what do we want? What do we want? What is some strategy you want to?
If I can be honest, I feel like I need to be holding one while this music goes off every time we come back. That's what I want. It's very
trumpet vibes, is it?
Yeah, it's very good. I'm a big fan right now.
What is?
Yeah, I also want air horns. Also, those. Thank you.
We've got the beautiful sounds going on. I'm sure there's a lot. Hopefully, they can get some trumpets. They can get some sound horns for their upcoming victory, maybe for Extreme or maybe Shopify to end the day being 4-0. That would be a very good way to end the day.
It certainly would be, and it's a nice little setup for them too, where you can kind of like XG is not one of the strongest teams right now. Obviously, they also have a stand-in, so this is kind of the perfect situation to really get that momentum rolling and ensure that you're gonna get at least a decent result in this group stage. So, like you said previously before the break, the idea of getting the points. We're after those points here at Dream League, so every win really matters.
Every win does really matter indeed, but let's see, I guess, heading into the upcoming game, like what we get with the Phantom Assassin, where this hero is going to go, and you kind of touched on it as well, like where XM's hero goes, and the priority, I suppose I should say, with XM's hero, like do they want to pick his hero early on? Do they give him last pick? Because you were saying that you feel like he isn't maybe the best player to fully utilize the last pick overall in the draft.
Yeah, it feels that way. But, maybe he can surprise me and bust out his, Storm Spirit or something and have something a little bit more solid in the game. Who knows? But that's why we have a draft. Try and figure it out. That's why we have a draft, and that's why we play the game after the draft. Because sometimes the draft can look really good, but it comes down to the gameplay. And I think XG were very close. They almost got something there in the middle, but they still cannot overcome the power of the drafting Phantom Assassin right now as he continues to dominate.
Yes, this hero continues to look incredibly strong. So let's see what the difference is going to be. We've got our draft up on screen. We've got Tomato on screen as well. I don't know where they're boot camping, actually. Were the offices in Canada last time?
I know for Dream League, most teams find a spot somewhere in Europe, so very likely somewhere. I'm sure they've got a spot somewhere in Europe. Looks like we got the Liquid headquarters there, obviously for XG. Guess we know where they are.
Sure.
They're hanging out in the Netherlands, presumably. Maybe get some scrims in with Team Liquid, maybe. I see Blitz maybe coming over and staring through the window, just taking a look at things, just see what's happening.
A lot of Starbucks going on there too. Big Starbucks
That's true. Yeah. They're shopping.
All right, well, here's the matchup you were kind of speaking about in the previous game, at least the Zeus to pair with the Bounty Hunter, so pair with the Ricky to be able to cover. We will now get to see at least the Zeus up against one of the Invis heroes, and importantly, we get the Phantom Assassin banned out as well. So it's hero stocks, at least we are not going to get it in another game. It will be banned out, but the Bounty, do you feel like this hero is first phase overall, or do you feel like this is maybe Extreme overvaluing it?
I personally think he's my top out of the three Invis heroes. In my order, it's Bounty Hunter, and then depending on the players, I think overall, generally, you'll get more out of Nyx than Ricky, but some players have been very successful on the Ricky. I thought they played it really well last game on Hellscream. Like some of those plays he made, like going for the extra kills, and in the middle of the team fights, he had a lot of just good times to get bonus damage on heroes to help Zeus get the finishing blows. Like as a support duo, they actually did a lot of work finishing their kills. So for them, I think they'd probably go back for the Ricky, but maybe versus the Bounty, there's kind of more value in the Nyx Assassin in comparison, just because you have that Nyx sense, which can come into play versus these other Invis heroes. We'll see if they want to opt for it. Of course, it's always kind of risky picking an Invis hero into Bounty. You don't want to feel stupid if you just go over sentries and get tracked a bunch.
If we do get it, we're going to still back to the Tiny for Shopify, which I think actually Extreme, even early today, they new played the Tiny in the offlane, so showcase they have the ability to try and flex it around a little bit. I think this is probably 90%, 90, not even probably higher than 90% going to be your Yopaj hero. I think he looked incredible on our last game. Honestly, I was very impressed, but I feel like I always am when he plays this hero and these style of heroes.
Yeah, it's really annoying when someone is a good Tiny player because they can just pick it early like this, and then with the 10th pick, they can do these flexes between the 3 and the position 1. So it may, if they offer some of those heroes, they can kind of cover, like the Magnus is decent there, but he's banned out. The Abba also banned out. I like the targeting of those 2 heroes. The Bristol will be the other good hero, but it's Shopify who have removed it. I think that's the flex that looks the strongest to me with Shopify Rebellion right now. And XM will be picking up the Pango. Now I say XM. This obviously could just go to New because a lot of the offlaner heroes are banned out right now, and it is a hero that can make it work with the Bounty Hunter.
Why do you feel like what does the Pango have that can make work with the Bounty? Like compared to
the idea of the lane. Yeah, just like you have an escape in the swashbuckle, you can kind of cheese your way to some last hits just by like swiping at the range creep, but it can get worse depending on what you see in the safe lane. And oh baby, oh, the Pangolier players, they hate this guy. They can't stand the Bloodseeker. Oh wow. Yeah. Oh yeah, give me the Spearbreaker. I am loving seeing this comeback. This has been great to watch. I am a huge fan of this hero. Who doesn't love Spearbreaker? You know, I love having him back. I feel like there's only one other team that was picking it up, right? Was it, I want to say it was Bet Boom? Oh, who was it? Someone else was picking it up. Actually making
someone played earlier today. I'm trying to look. Who played it earlier today? Did you see?
No, I did not. I didn't know that he'd been busted out. I can take a look.
Chimera played it in a loss. So against Team Spirit. I don't know if anyone else played it, but okay. You mentioned you're happy about seeing the Spirit Breaker back. Why this hero why is he coming back?
I mean, that's a good question. I don't really think he's that good. Historically, he is pretty good versus Bounty Hunter because, you know, you see him over any sort of an off-sentry combo. You get the charge on him, and he's a relatively weak hero to just combo down. You have the Bloodseeker, which is cool. So you have this ability to just, if someone's thirsted, you charge onto them, and then he is the Zeus. So there's a situation where he pairs very nicely with all 3 of his allies, too, because he's like the first jump, which can help the Tiny close the gap to get the finish on a kill. You can do Zeus ulti and then immediately charge the ideal target. So there's a lot of really good reasons to pick Spirit Breaker in this lineup in particular. XG will go back for the low Morphling, one of the most frustrating and best heroes in Dota 2. Also quite good versus Tiny in terms of morphing into the Tiny, getting these Avatos plays. And Spirit Breaker, of course. Historically was one of the best combos with Morphling. Can't overlook that.
Still waiting for this hero to be flexed more into the mid, but I think that is a very specific style of player. I know BZM, I believe, actually played it earlier today versus Falcons in a 36-minute victory. So I don't think there are many other mid laners though who will play the mid morph.
Yeah, I'd like to see more position 4 players take up the mantle versus these Tinies, because that's where it's looked the best to me, the 4 Morphling. You just get so much value out of just copying Tiny. It's insane, because your cooldowns are nothing. You're just Ava tossing over and over.
Yeah, I guess the concern then is just can you get to that stage? Because your lane is what do you do in the lane? What do you do in the early
you pick a Tide Hunter.
Well? True. Yeah, just pick someone who actually does not care about the position 4, so you can make it work. Because when you get to that stage, I mean, 9 class is pretty much the only one I'm seeing run the Morphling at the moment, and when he can get to the stage where he can play Dota, like the hero looks very fun to play and also very good.
Well, they're gonna ban out the Dawnbreaker, which you played earlier. The Doom is still in. That could be something if they want to rock that with the Bounty Hunter. It's all right.
Yo, Punch, like, Bubba, get out the way. let me look something up. Going on, actually, I wonder.
I like the idea of the Dawnbreaker ban because she like really helps bring a plan together. Like, she has a very specific thing that she could do. She has her ulti. She gives you a lot of direction on how to play the game. You just know, like, oh, ulti is up. Let's go forth and find kills. Someone else in that arena would be kind of nice. Like a Mars style hero, I guess, to pair with the bounty hunter would be helpful.
So you're feeling more confident to put the Pango mid?
Yeah. I think into the tiny. I like the idea of them just immediately countering or picking this Pango. Just seeing the tiny and being like, yeah, just give me Pango. Like, I'll get my lane. It'll be fine. And at least I don't have to farm to my BKB. That's why I think it would have worked a lot better last game too. Because he was so BKB dependent that at least you could have been doing Rolling Thunder plays. Oh, were we paused that whole time? Oh, restarting PC. Oh, I missed that. That explains it. They had to restart the PC.
So, okay.
I didn't even know this time. Notice the timer wasn't moving.
Honestly, same. And then I heard the pause noise, and then I'm like, okay, never mind. We paused. We're back on the way. No stress. No stress. So, let's see then what we are removing. We're gonna get rid of the primal again. I know Nu has a very good primal, but I don't know. Do you pick? Or you just go for many heroes that don't like being ruptured? I see. Is that the thought process?
Yeah, there you go.
So, no primal, no dawn. Is there anything else you're seeing besides the Mars?
I'd say it's fairly open-ended. It really depends how they envision themselves playing this game. Like, do you want to play around the Pango timings? How much is your Morphling going to be joining with you? How worried are you about them scouting out your Morphling and just like Thunder God's wrathing and like invading his territory? They'll just grab the Doom. I mean, he's a bit of a jack of all trades, right? Like, he's not particularly amazing at anything except just isolating and targeting a single person. But other than that, you can kind of farm into whatever items suit the situation. He played quite well last game too. I don't like the speed of their lineup right now on XG.
Same.
I feel like a lot of their times don't work out that well, and I'm a little worried for them.
Yeah, I would agree. I think I like the Night Stalker, what it's able to provide you as well. I think you're kind of mentioning a lot about the vision, right? And then you have this extra hero to really be a big issue. I mean, the Lich is probably the big one you're looking to get, but it really hinders the game of the Pangler and the Morphling as well.
Yeah, this lineup just looks crazy annoying to play against, honestly. This is like a pub nightmare lineup. You fall behind a little bit, and they're just running over the map, pressuring you, jumping on you. You always feel like you have to be like TPing to a team fight to try and save something, but then someone's already dead because it was a mid-tiny, and they got wombo comboed, so you're TPing into a fight that's already a loss. Then you get chased down by a Night Stalker, a Spirit Breaker, and a Bloodseeker. So there's a very clear way this game can get a hand for you. How do you not have that happen? Good identification by Polison on the other side of the map. You try and get good wards down. You try and see where they're moving to. Maybe some mid wards to keep an eye on where these charges are coming from and try and preemptively prepare. Undyne's got to be clutch with these Sinister Gazes. Depending on his positioning, maybe he can pull Hellscream out.
I think we got to look for the early involvement from XM as well, who currently has Thunderball. We know this is a hero who can have some impact with level 6 and maybe Diffuser Blade. So we'll have to see how his early couple of rotations go before the Bloodseeker kind of starts to show up to some of the fights with Rupture. I think because that will really dictate like how good of a game XM is going to have. Like, are you rushing Lincolns? Are you going for the style of like Blink Ag Shard, so you play around just like jumping in and controlling someone for a quick duration where the Rupture doesn't really matter that much because you can just do a quick U-turn. Another thing is probably the power runes too. I know you're mentioning a lot about the vision around mid, so maybe you can have wards to be able to enable you to grab the power runes, because I think the big thing last game was just the fact that Shopify, for a vast majority of that game, completely controlled the power runes, and we saw what Yopaj was able to do with a lot of those runes inside the team fights.
Yeah, now they have a really annoying situation too, because the wait, he swapped back? Wait. Pakaz was on Night Rain, and then he swapped over to the Blinding Void, and when the draft ended, he was still on Blinding Void, but now it says Night Rain in the game. I'm confused. Okay, never mind. Interesting. I mean, I prefer the Night Rain, but I was actually kind of coming around. I was thinking about it more about the idea of the Blinding Void being good. Because you do have this Spirit Breaker Zeus thing, and the idea of the Blinding Void is that they only take the damage if none of their allies can see them. And it is a good amount of damage. It's just hard to force it. It also really threatens your laning stage because you don't get your good HP regen because of the innate of the Night Stalker with the Heart of Darkness, where during night, your health regen is increased by 40%, and during the day, it's decreased by 20%. So when you don't have Night Rain, it means the first 5 minutes are trash. But it looks like he did swap back. Must have been just as the drafting phase closed. So it will be nighttime here in a moment.
Is the other facet still even good, or is it a bait? I don't know.
I don't like it, but I've seen players make it work. I saw Seb pick it in a couple wins when they had their run through the Vlahio qualifiers, and it looked pretty good. But I do think largely it's a bait. I think you need to have this kind of a lineup to make it work. But it also comes down to your lane. I think your lane has to be solid.
Wow, that's a long tree throw. Sorry, you so you said the lane had to be good?
Yeah, because I mean you're stacking your lane when you go for that facet because you're just making sure the first 5 minutes you're gonna have shit regen. Frankly, it's just annoying. And then you can't go for the early points in the Hunter in the Night either when you're laning too, which generally feels pretty good.
Yep. Oh, we will see. I like the confidence as well, just the fact that you leave Bakaza's hero to last. I think it's... Actually, I may not be able to speak. They've got this high ground award that... Scarlet Scam and Tomato, maybe. It doesn't look like they... Okay, they will actually consider about stepping up to contest, but... No and Undyne aren't going to do anything about it. So, do have Low getting chased down too. A little bit of harassment.
Polison's trying to body block the wave down bottom as well at the same time as they're getting this Morphling, and wow, he actually can't even stop him from doing it. Scam and Tomato knew it was coming, but they knew the Lich was lurking nearby and got a little bit too worried about it, so that means this will push into the tower.
It's so ambitious from Hellscream. It's trying to find the Morphling attribute shifting and healing back up as well to repair up top, but they're able to find it, so...
Right, well, I'm curious to see how Scam does versus these Invis heroes, because, again, I have seen it work, but I've also seen it fail miserably. As we have an admin pause here. I'm guessing it's another camera issue. Thank you, Balian. Get him. Get him, admin.
Would you make a good admin? Can you be a good admin, Tron?
Oh,
would you make a good admin?
I'd be a great admin. Oh yeah, I would just play it by the book. I would just control, like copy and paste constantly. Sorry, those are the rules. I would just have it ready to go every single time. I would follow the letter of the rules precisely. And they'd be like, "Hey, could you offer us time?" I'd be like, "No." Like if they try and get it from their teammates and from the opponent rather, I would say no. It's like I'll make them press the pause button. If they want to use their pause, go ahead. But I won't even have this discussion in chat.
Is this how the admin should be, or is this just your style?
It's just well. Otherwise, I'd be too friendly. I would have to play it by the book, or else I'd be a bad admin.
Okay.
You know, I'd be too lenient. It's like when I say I'm not coming in again to tuck my daughter in at night, and then she yells at me, and then I come in again. You know, I'm bad for that. I gotta, I gotta make sure, or else I'm gonna do the same thing in admining.
I see. So you gotta be mode strict.
Yeah, can't have these empty threats like my parenting.
Oh, I can definitely relate to that.
Yeah, I got you, buddy. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Polson getting zapped away there is up top. Oh, look at that charge. Whoa, man. Spirit Breaker, this poor cow. The early charge isn't much, but it just might get it done. Ah, he gets there. Look at that regen. Oh, regenning a blood grenade too, thanks to the the innate easy peasy. Oh, that charge is so funny. It's so slow.
He's got boots coming out. It's okay. A little bit faster soon. Maybe another opportunity once you get that tango going here for Bakaz. We'll see if Undyne's going to be in a bit of a position where they can look to go. But yep, lane's looking good. I don't know, bottom as well. 5 last hits for the Doom. So I know it's early on, but Tomato, the kills aren't there, but the last hits are there like we saw last game.
Yeah, it's hard to get that same value like last time. That was a hell of a game. Yeah, alongside my general disdain for mid Tiny, which I'm slowly getting over, I'm in a similar case with Bloodseeker. I'm not gonna lie. I was not a big fan as this hero was first coming out, particularly in games where it didn't have a massive counterpick reason. Obviously, versus the Pango, it's gonna be mega annoying. It's gonna be a better game than average. But this long build up to the Radiance, there have been some painful games for it, where it just feels like it's taking so long to get there. But then when they do get it, and then they get the Ags, I mean, I confess, it's a gross amount of damage. I see it.
Top lane, do we aggressively wave 4 men? Because I thought was going to maybe continue to run down the morph, but we will not. So we're going to get a 5 mid as well. Want to transition to what you said. Looks like we have a brawl for the water room. Yopaj with the avalanche arm won't help him secure it, but he does get a kill, I suppose. So a little bit of extra gold coming through. Unfortunately, it's just the assist gold.
Yeah, Blood Grenade doing work there. Sam grabs that.
So you're a Maelstrom enjoyer on the
I mean, I was for sure, but I'm kind of being convinced that maybe Radiance is the play. I don't want to be convinced, but I think I've reached that point. Charge in might be a bit too late for some help. It actually gets canceled. I looked at it. Yeah, he got grabbed. Hellscream's dead. Tried to charge mid on an escape as Yopaj is getting low.
Oh, nice jump. No, doesn't have any more spells. Polison's going for it. Can he get him? Oh, he jumped the ward. Oh my god, he used the ward for the vision, but he couldn't get the kill.
That hurts. That was a pretty solid play. I don't mind that attempt, but yeah, now they have just lost a bunch of heroes. At least they got Hellscream up top at the same time. Oh, baby. All right, some problems here. Yo, what happened to XM?
Maybe the Morphin Lich?
Because he just kept on diving.
XM, sorry.
Yeah. Scam just zaps them. The tower just really beat the hell out of him. Yeah. And I saw him going up that way. All right, he just died to Scam. He just got bolted. All right. Oof. Hey, good news. They probably didn't see that ward. So, you know, we got a deep ward here from XP. We'll see if they get some value out of it at some point as they're now chasing onto New's Doom. He turns.
Is the turn really going to pay off, though? Maybe onto Tomato. A little bit extra movement speed, and this long drawn out fight could favor Scam, who puts up the lightning bolt. But they
Hellscream, he's going
kills. Maybe we will. All right, he wants to go. There's the nuke down. Scorcher's going to be still on cooldown for quite some time. Hellscream, can he slip out of trouble? Tries to get in the tree line, but the damage over time, it is good. Meanwhile, an important kill. Yopaj solos XM in the mid lane. So,
oh no,
you've got all these crazy stuff happening in the side lanes. That's not the all important thing. The fact that your mid laner now is getting some solo kills is a bit of a concern.
That's a major problem. That is a level 7 Tiny to a level 5.5 Pango, and now Night Stalker's taking over.
Is this ambitious? Wait, I believe it's going to be on cooldown for a little bit too long because does he want to go down bottom of the Dark Ascension? Because the fight's going to continue to break out, but he will not be needed. It's Yopaj, in fact, that wants to get involved, you know, put his mark down bottom, and, you know, this will help them get multiple kills, and apparently a Wisdom Rune as well.
When he popped that ulti, he was pressuring low. He forced him to TP back to the tier 2 with the pressure from that ultimate. So Low just missed a bunch of creeps. I mean, you can see he is 13 CS behind Pakaz. And now he's just going to TP out.
Yeah. That's cancelled, bro. She had adaptive strike.
Now, if Undyne's crazy, he might go for this Wisdom Rune, but he's going to be too late anyway, so it won't matter. Oh, speaking of which, of course, we have Herd Mentality. So you can tactically use your Wisdom runes, right? Oh, it's perfect because he's level 4. So it only works by level. So yeah, he got the bonus of the Wisdom rune from Pakaz. So whenever you get Wisdom runes as Spirit Breaker, yes. Whenever your team is getting Wisdom runes, you want to make sure one person is actually a full lower below everyone else, and then they get the 50% bonus.
We
You can't like guarantee it, but
lane XM. I've mentioned the last second clips, and they're gonna have a Rupture out as well. They'll use some of the XM of the Rolling Thunder already used, so it doesn't really provide them much. I guess guarantees the kill, but will not really stop the Morphling. Waveform back up if you get close enough to the high ground. Yopaj Toss is going to be able to find it, gets the vision. Hellscream flies on over. Man, this Shopify team, well, what's going on? They're playing incredible Dota.
Yeah, and you're winning lanes with these heroes. Like, the train does not stop very easily. Big old locomotion happening here as they're also onto Undyne back up top of the tier 1. It's going to be a tough escape here.
Escape that. Maybe. Okay, well, Skem just goodbye. Cool frost shield, bro. And you've got Heavenly Jump as well.
All right, we got the Zeus.
Oh. Okay, we got it. Never mind.
No Doom required, at the very least.
That is true. No Doom. Did have the TP, but he's second in net worth, so he's farming well. So is Tomato. We're looking for a kill mid though into XM. Hellscream level 6, Nether Strike back. And apparently Tomato is here if they need the Rupture, which will not even be required.
Yeah, they're in a full free fall right now. Usually your saving grace is like, oh, well, at least the Morphling's farming, but even though they're getting that kill on Pakaz, he's still 500 gold ahead of low.
Yeah, it's going to be a long game back in for them, and unfortunately they have a mid laner who is quite heavily countered, and 4 deaths as well for XM.
They need track kills like no one else has ever needed track kills. They do take the tower, but now they're on to New, who is out of mana and out of time.
Are we being convinced a little bit more in the Tiny, or at least is Yopaj on the list of
yeah, allowed.
Yes.
Yeah, he gets a pass.
Oh, XM. Tomato is still nearby as well, farming in the area to get involved around the potential Pengali gank. Polison's able to slip over the high ground. Yopaj is still wanting to hunt though.
It's about enabling the Tiny too. Like, they have such good ways of enabling it. Like, just between the Zeus vision and this Spirit Breaker charge. Like, you know that you've always got a friend. You've got that little bit of oomph damage. Because nothing feels worse than a Tiny who's trying to get these early combo kills and then people walk away at like 80 HP. That's not going to happen in this game. Pakaz just beats down Undyne.
Oh, he's looking good. Actually, very impressed with his transition. Bottom lane, New. Against the tower, but they're quick on the TP. Shopify. They will make sure that nothing goes freely across the map. This is your highest net worth hero on Extreme, just going down to another rotation without the blink, which is now getting delivered from a level 10 Tiny. Oh my god, they're all level 7 and up.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying something there with the Morphling too, right? This idea of, like, at least they pressured down the tower. He was there. He immediately bailed out. They're trying to get him back in the game, but he's just managed to get past his own Pango. And of course, Morphling doesn't exactly have like a one-item come into the game moment. Really, it's going to be taking a point into the Morph and maybe finding some sort of a counterplay as either this Spirit Breaker or this Tiny that's going to get you back into the game. The poor Lich, man.
Yeah. Oh, 7 deaths. Jesus. I mean, this is what you were saying, right? I feel like, would you say this is a pub draft where, like, if you're playing from ahead, it's just literally impossible to play?
Yeah, and you're all laughing in the voice call too. Like you just like kind of like uncontrollable laughter where it kind of hurts a little bit because it's just so funny that the second you see someone, they're just immediately dead. Those are really the best kind of games. Yeah, that's what it feels really like right now.
Oh, they just can't get out on the map. Like they're trying to maybe get a little bit of an area control down bottom, but as soon as you sow, you got apparently a Spirit Breaker charging you.
Okay, goes to the left here. This might be theirs.
Oh, no. This is crazy stuff. There's a Tinted Tower, guys. You're paused. I mean, it's licking those lips at the opportunity for everyone to clump up. The Morphling was there. Doom as well, apparently, is going to be gone as two. They will snipe down the Spirit Breaker, but Undying put himself on a silver platter. These are 4 heroes dying. We've got 23 kills on Shopify.
Yeah, they must have some plans tonight or something. I don't know. Heading out to dinner, maybe gonna go see a movie. Clearly, there's something to be had later on here because Tomato now has a Radiant stun. This is all pre-Radiant. What? That was not old Spirit Breaker. Old Spirit Breaker as the Morphling, maybe you get that stun far enough from the tower where you get your kill and you get out. That's just a sad Spirit Breaker you're turning into.
Oh, they're gonna get the Wisdom Room?
Scam it. He steals it. Scam just steals it. He just hops on top of them and takes it.
Dude, they might lose everyone as well.
All right, call it.
Wisdom and Kate, the heroes. Oh, Tomato did just run headfirst into the Doom. Gonna try and look for some kills, but at least you feed over a pretty big streak to Noob, but it doesn't matter. The damage has been dealt. This game is getting to a dangerous territory for Extreme.
All right, 7x kill streak though. That's a lot of gold to the Doom. Wait, it was only 500? Surely it was more than that. All right, it's just lying. It didn't have the both kills. And Bounty should be getting the bonus gold on that streak too, right? Did he get the... Oh yeah, he got 150. Nice. Big bonus. So the... what's it called? Big Game Hunter? Yeah, at an 8. That's a good one. A little extra.
Is this what NA needed though? Another
of course.
North American player to join the team? This is where the power levels increase.
Yeah.
Cameron Yopaj, run into Polison. Already used the Lightning Bolt, unfortunately. But he's going to run back into the vision, and Yopaj with the amp damage says goodbye. Level 12 Tiny. Oh boy.
I mean, as you know, like he's just south of the Gulf of America. So that pretty much makes him an American now by association. So that's great.
A bit awkward. We're going to run the opposite direction. Unfortunately, is underneath an observer. And Tomato's going to be tossed in the middle happily. I'm making this look incredibly easy for Shopify. Yeah, they are munching away at the members for Extreme. Well, you were speaking about the potential comms for a team when you're playing from ahead, but you know we've all been in that position when you're playing in the deficit in games like these, and damn, comms must be pretty dead silent for Extreme. Both the supports are level 6.
Yeah, it's painfully quiet except for one person. Yeah.
No.
That one person's just like, yeah, that's fine, it's fine. I've almost got X item. Yeah, no, I've almost got Yasha. We turn with Yasha.
He's not safe. Really? Is he?
Yopaj?
No, okay. He's not.
Damn, he just turned around. He knew. Oh, he's coming down bottom. He's godlike. Look out, New. Oh, yeah, he's good.
I think this maybe has the makings to be one of the faster GGs of the tournament, but
I mean, they're all a higher level than the highest level on the Dire. Skem is a higher XP than Morphling right now. That's crazy.
11 deaths on my Lich. Oh, speaking about the Lich, we got a Rolling Thunder inside the river. Ruptured up his XM. Yopaj is... What is that? Line him up, knock him down. Are they even gonna kill the Blood Dude? Tomato doesn't even die. He's got a Glimmer Cape.
Let's do the fight recap. So look what happens with the XP too.
Yeah, we go now.
So the Zeus gets 860. Everyone else gets 629 because at the start of that fight, he was only level 11. So he gets all the bonus until he ticks into 12. It's such an interesting thing that the Spearbreaker has. Just like that. That's why it's just like snowballing further and further and further ahead for them too. And all these constant fight wins.
They don't even look at me.
I'd be pretty chipper after that.
Just another day in the office, apparently.
Yeah, they made that seem pretty easy. Pa's fitting in quite well into his role there. And got to have a lot of fun, I would say, in that nice soccer game. As Yopaj goes 12-0-17. Yopaj and Tomato really just having a couple of free matches here in those big core roles, being well supported by their allies. This Skem Zeus, by the way, Invis heroes are not on the enemy team. He looks really good on this hero, and they play really well around that vision. I would be considering removing that kind of early in the next series versus this team, personally.
Yeah, there's a lot to look at apparently for Shopify. This team is now 4-0 to end day one. So for them, this is a incredible way to start. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. I will say, I'm excited to see how they're able to perform versus some different opponents as well. Just to be able to see where their ranking is versus some of the higher teams. I mean, they bodied Extreme and early today looked very good versus Mudang Warriors as well. So if they can continue with this, I've really liked the gameplay that we saw out of them. You know, they weren't really, wasn't a difficult showing, wasn't a difficult series. So would love to see maybe even like if Bakaz is tested a little bit more, because he looked very comfortable on the off lane as well, which I wasn't expecting. I thought there was going to be a little bit more of a period where he would have to adjust to the role.
Yeah, no, confidence definitely up here for them. So maybe we'll hear about some of that confidence after the break, Gary's. What do you think?
Yes, I think so indeed. We'll send it to break. We'll see you guys soon. We're back. Just needed a quick break to get our interview ready to go. Of course, one of the members here from Shopify after their victory against the boys on Extreme. So we get to ask them a couple of questions. We'll get to find out who that lovely member is going to be. We've got to be thinking about some questions throughout the break as well. And Trent, I hope you're ready as well. I hope you're ready, my friend. These are some important questions.
Yes, people are burning to know just like how have they done it? How have they had such a spectacular start to their day? Oh, I think I hear it now, Aries.
I think I do hear it now. So we will get Yopaj. Yopaj, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Firstly, congratulations. Not only a 2-0 victory in this series, but also the previous one. So you and the boys are looking good. I just wanted to ask you, how did it come to be with the roster, with Bakaz coming through? Have you guys scrimmed for long, or has it just been a couple of days?
I think we've been screaming for like almost 2 weeks, I guess. So yeah, I think we prefer enough on this tournament.
Okay.
All right, 2 weeks, getting Pakaz in. Did he approach you guys as like wanting to play off lane? Obviously, I know there's a lot of players right now who are trying to switch into that role. So was he kind of someone who like wanted to play off lane, or just kind of, did you guys reach out to him? Did he reach out to you? Do you know about that?
Yeah, I remember we kind of struggling last tournament, and I think the team was decided to reach out Pakas, and I think Pakas was down to play off lane.
I hope Alan ends his game in time.
So far, it has looked great. Speaking of looking great, you have had an incredible day, by the way. Like some pretty wild score lines. You are picking up kills all over the map. I feel like you were everywhere on the Tiny in those 2 games. What is it about this hero right now that you seem to be able to do? Like, I'll watch some mid Tinies who maybe struggle, right, as they're getting that blink dagger and stuff, but it feels like whenever I watch you, your team is very good at playing around that mid Tiny with you. Do you think it's like sort of a team thing where everyone's playing and understanding how the Tiny works, or is it just because you've played so many matches of this Tiny before?
I think it's both. Like, I think Tiny was just a broken hero for
Забавно, что Фантомка в паблике это такой, суммарно, если паблики с ним хайп, это суммарно средний герой. И на нем многие лузают. Хотя,
я думаю, это проблема того, что
certainly a great patch for you because of that, because you've got it all figured out, your team's got it figured out, and hopefully it continues to work out well for you. And good luck moving on there, Aries. You all set there, bud?
I've got one more question. Just I haven't had the opportunity to be able to cover many of your games moving to North America. Of course, I watch you a lot when you're in Southeast Asia. But for you personally, what do you feel like has been some of your biggest areas that you've improved on from your time in Southeast Asia now in North America, like as a player?
I guess maybe for me, I think it's mentality, because I think there's a lot of good player here. You cannot be like a mediocre player in this kind of region. Like basically, NA is just a playing pub for Europe, right? So I think that's a different one. So mentality-wise, and I guess as a player, I guess, like explore more.
Okay. Just one more. Was there anyone who mainly helped you with that? Like, was there any player in particular or support staff that was able to help you in your improvement, or was it mainly just you?
I mean, I think my team taught me a lot too, and I guess Bulba, like for watching a lot of other mid players, 2 of us. So yeah, Bulba was helping me too.
Okay. Well, Yopaj, thank you very much for joining us through the interview. Congratulations. You guys look incredible on day 1, and wishing you and the team a lot of success heading into day 2 of Dream League. So thank you for joining us, man.
Thanks, Yopaj.
Right, thank you so much.
Thank you. There we go. Hear from Yopaj himself, and yeah, he's looking good. Team's looking good, and we'll see what they're able to do. Trent, they're 4-0. 4-0.
Great interview. That was nice. Yopaj gave us all kinds of tips there. Broken hero for him of all time for Tiny. He's always found it was broken, and well, he's certainly continuing that trend with an 18-minute stomping victory here. So watch out, opponents. Don't give him the Tiny, don't give him the Zeus. But that was a pretty solid first series, and we just got more for you here, folks. We got the best matchup next. Best matchup of the day across the tournament. All right, I'm telling you, it is here on the Ember stream. It's Team Spirit versus Paravision. We got Satanic, right? We got Team Spirit back. We got Collapse. We got Yadoro. They've been heating up. I'm ready to watch some game.
Oh, you're hyping me up. You are getting me hyped. So I feel like the only thing left in store is for us to send to a break. Hopefully we can then get the players in the lobby faster, get everything set up, and then get the most exciting match ready to go. Like Trent was saying, Paravision, Team Spirit, a break, and then we've got our final series of the night. We'll see you guys soon.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadea, and 1xBet.
We are back for our final series of the night with a blockbuster matchup as well. We've got Paravision taking on Team Spirit. It is a Eastern European affair here, Trent.
That's right. It sure is. We got two of the top 5 teams in the EPT leaderboard, of course, with Paravision with their big winning performance there at Bangkok, and Team Spirit also not doing too shabby themselves, as they wanted to garner up some early points here at the start of this season. So it continues to be about the points, and that's what we're all here to get.
Without a doubt, that is what we are all here to get. So let's see if they're going to be able to continue to cement their position. Like you said, in the EPT standings, that is the important thing. I don't know actually how much of a hit Paravision will take with the roster changes. I don't know if that is... need to look into that.
Yeah, we got the math.
We'll see afterwards.
Yeah.
The math, the transfer window, if there was inside that transfer window or not. But their opponent, Team Spirit, difficult boys they're going up against.
That's right. That's right. Yes, we have a special focus here, folks, on Team Spirit's achievements. You all know them. You love them. They won that TI a few years ago, 2021 at the bottom there. And they just kept on winning after that, right? They kept on going. Toronto Tokyo was there, but then he had low. We got Laryl. And with Laryl, that roster, Mirror, they were very successful. They just kept on winning over and over. Before all this, you guys know Team Spirit was a team for like 5 years before this. You know players they went through? You know, Nine was on Team Spirit. Duraccio was on Team Spirit. We had Havost on Team Spirit at one point. We had pretty much every player under the sun that you could think of. They had F&G. They had Skeeter. Like, everybody was in there. No success, nothing. And then this all happened. But then, you know, they got bored. They needed a break, Aries. They vanished. We lost Yadoro. You know, he didn't know what he was doing. He just started streaming, playing Elden Ring, named himself Radon, and just kind of went off into the sunset. Said I needed a break. Still continued to play a bunch of pubs. He couldn't stop himself. Just played PA every game in his pubs. Then Collapse was like, you know, I kind of need a break too. And Yadoro and Collapse, they're kind of the identity of this team. And Poshka, sure, he's the captain. He helps run things. But those two being gone, Silent also, the prolific coach, he went on a break too. But now they're all back. They've all returned from the break, and we've assembled them with this new hit player of Rue, who's also in there. He's been looking great. But one of these players who subbed in during that break, of course, Aries, was the lovely Satanic. He got kicked out when Yadoro returned. See you later. Sorry, bud. The old guy's back, and they stole him. And there's that graphic that we were looking for, which shows Rue, of course, the only new guy. Laryl used to be the new guy, right? But now he's got 615 games on Spirit. He won a TI on Spirit.
Jesus.
Yeah, now Rue, he's the only boomer. Meanwhile, Yadoro and Collapse are obviously refusing to play with each other, as you can see. As they have the exact same amount of games when they took their breaks. And Maposhka, the one who stuck in that entire time through Team Spirit's success, he's the guy who never takes a sick day, you know?
Looking at it, I'm surprised that Maposhka doesn't have more games than Utoran collapse. I mean, this guy has been around for an incredibly long time.
Oh,
and
that's just
LOL,
on
I'm
Team
like,
Spirit. You're right. It's only Team Spirit games. Yes, that's why.
Okay. Okay, this makes more sense.
Okay. Oh yeah, he's been gaming for a while.
LOL's got a lot of games.
He sure does. I know. He's been on his grind, Team Spirit. You know, he's not the new guy anymore. Right? Like, you know, like Toronto Tokyo he stuck around for a little while after, but then he was gone. They all came in. They get their TI. Now he's a seasoned Team Spirit veteran at this point. And Rue is the one who certainly has some pressure on him, and he looked fantastic. I mean, we got to cast a lot of him, and how many times did we say Rue looked like the standout player in so many of those first games back as they reassembled the squad?
Yeah, we definitely mentioned it maybe a little bit too much, but what can you do, dude? If he looks good in every single game, then man's going to get his praise, and that he did. So, of course, their opponents being Paravision that we saw in the recent tournament. I believe it was Fissure, where Paravision actually knocked them out. In 4th place, Team Spirit getting eliminated there. Then Paravision ended up losing in 3rd place to Team Falcons in the lower bracket.
Mm-hmm. And yes, there we go. Satanic, of course, now he's jumped over from subbing in on Team Spirit to replacing Chrysalis on Paravision. And the people, they want to hate him because Chrysalis has had the craziest return arc to Reddit favoritism that I've ever seen in the history of Pro Dota. Outside of maybe fucking Mad, now known as Seb. Possibly the only other person that got such a reversal in terms of love. Going from hated to immediate TI double winner. Take that, everyone who didn't like me. Satanic, you know, people want to hate him, but he is good. And they want to see him fail a little bit because they're such big fans of Chrysalis, but so far it's looking pretty good. And we'll see exactly, can he use some of this knowledge that he picked up on Team Spirit to continue taking some wins versus them?
Yes, we will see. They have played against each other, again, like we were saying, and I think there was another series that they played even in Fissure. So they won one at the moment recently. We'll see if that knowledge is going to be an extra beneficial thing. But if we want to look at some of the other members on Paravision, I mean, dude, no one, I think. Where would you put him as mid laner at the moment? I would probably say best mid laner. We could maybe argue like top 3, but I have been so impressed with every game that I see no one in.
My top 3 right now are probably Sumail, No One, and Emo. In terms of players who I've watched, just from a raw mid laning early game crushing of all the, like, I've been watching replays of every tournament, and those 3 are the ones that have stood out to me as being like, holy shit, they're kind of beasting on the, like, because they were just winning matchups they shouldn't win. They're going even in matchups they shouldn't go even in, and then they're taking that that gold and XP bonus that they get out of this mid lane and really helping their team. Those 3 have been the big ones for me for sure.
Interesting. Okay, so. Screw you, lol. Apparently you're not in Trent's top 3, so it's a hard list. What can we say? Mid is incredibly competitive. This is where the egos are at. So, lol, let's see what he's going to be able to do, and what the boys on Spirit are going to be able to do as well. And I think for Paravision, we're going to keep in mind they also earlier today had a 1-1 tie versus Team Liquid, who is a team apparently they have just been absolutely bullying in every single tournament. So maybe they were expecting to get to the 2-0. Spirit, of course, got the 2-0 versus Chimera, so they're off to a pretty good start. But this is definitely a series where you're really hoping to get that 2-0, because that's going to be able to elevate you further in the pack and try and separate you from the other teams towards the middle.
That's right. This is what you need. You gotta get the wins versus the tough opponents. Okay. Now Shopify, they're getting that momentum so they can keep it going. I'm currently looking through the player profile. Sometimes players have some really good ones. Collapse is a picture of Maposhka, which then he next to it says, "Enemy has ruined. Don't give up. Support diff. What can you do?" And then he has pictures of Laryl just saying, well played. So he's a big fan of his teammates. That's nice.
I see.
It's good. Whereas Rue has a picture of Laryl, which is tagged for when he played for Bet Boom, and it just says, "My bad." So he's throwing some shade at Laryl. That's good. That's nice as well. Some good bonding on the team.
Yeah, you need the banter, a little bit of back and forth, And like you're saying, Lyle was the youngest. Now it's Rue, and maybe Lyle is taking a little bit of a somewhat older brother role in the team. So we will see. We will see if that bonding is going to be able to continue into the gameplay as well, and where the priority is going to be in regards to the heroes. I will actually pull up the upgraded statistics because we have had some other games going on. I need to find my tab for it. There it is. So PA, 80% win rate. 10 games, 80%. That hero is continuing to rise. The Abaddon, I believe, won one and lost one when we were on. Earthshaker, 5 games, 5 wins. 100% win rate, apparently, for the Earthshaker.
I do think he's one of the best mids right now, but you got to make sure you get the right pick. You can't just like first pick him. You got to wait. You got to see the enemy team reveal their mid first, and then you can bust out the Shaker. Then I think it's super solid. So I'm not too surprised to see that, to be honest. I will let you know, our players are ready. We just have a camera issue. They're trying to get their camera to go. So we're making sure we get all our integral admin systems up and running, and it looks like it's going to be good. So we're going to get the draft going here and try and fix it during the draft, hopefully here. That's the current plan. So shout outs to our admins to moving things along here.
Yeah, it looks like that would be the go. So yeah, draft's going to be up on our screen, and we will get... What do we got? We got Team Spirit on the Radiant side. They're going to be playing with second pick. We got Paravision on Dye's side playing with first pick. So let's see if the Phantom Assassin is going to be first phase ban. We didn't even talk about the Dragonite in our previous series. That hero apparently is forgotten at the moment. So let's see where the priority is actually going to go with that hero. Ed has been played 6 games and has 2 wins. So
yeah, that's why he was taking some L's.
Yeah, I see that.
Maybe he's been figured out.
The PA apparently cannot be figured out. This hero is absolutely ridiculous at the moment.
5 seconds remaining.
Big contested heroes here. Probably the Zoo, the Enches, the Chens, I think is something to be keeping an eye on here. I'm just assuming we're not going to see Phoenix today because we also haven't talked much about that hero, but it's largely because it's just being banned. Not much we can get at from that. It's just going to be removed all the time. And Paravision has busted out the Ricky, so has Team Spirit. So obviously they've both been scrimming and figuring out how they feel about these Invis heroes. So with how many bans are left, there is a decent shot it's going to get scooped up by one of these two. And I'm curious if either of them like this whole Zeus counter thing is... Oh, there goes our DK.
Yeah. I think the specific one is the Tiny Ben as well from Paravision. Of course, we saw how good Tiny was able to look in the last series, but
wait a second, buddy. They have first pick and Alk's not banned.
Oh,
that's interesting. Team Spirit are willing to give up the Alk because most teams who have second pick obviously ban the Alk, because teams who have first pick are usually pretty happy to take it. Now, that's not always true. Sometimes it's the team who has second pick. The team who has first pick who still ban it because maybe they're not comfortable opening it that early. But Paravision are. They are going to immediately get it after banning the TB. This hero who has high armor and can often go into the off lane versus the Alchemist and have a decent time.
Yeah, we saw this matchup was a little bit more TB favored as the game went on, right? I know you're speaking about the offlane, but like if we were speaking about like purely the carry matchup, the L could be relatively decent the early game, but then later you would see that kind of flip on its head. So yes, good call, good read that the Alchemist doesn't get banned. We get it picked up, and we're gonna get the opportunity to see the Abaddon as a response from Team Spirit. So yet to be determined, of course, whether that's gonna be your offlane or your carry.
And this will be just the second Alchemist. There might be one who's live right now, but in terms of the finished games, this is only the second one. And he did win his only game. He has been banned in 18 other matches. So not a surprise considering the more recent tournaments. He is almost always banned. And I think he finished some of the qualifiers at 100% ban rate, in fact. So it's a bit of a shock to see him even show up in the first place.
Okay, I have some interesting stuff. I just wanted to see if Yutora has been playing Abaddon in his pubs, which he has 3 games. They were 7 days ago and 5 days
I know
ago.
what you're about to say. I'm ready.
Okay.
Are you ready for this? I'm about to snipe. You're going to bring up the Phantom Lancer, aren't you?
No.
Did I snipe it?
Is he playing?
Damn it.
Oh, well, okay. Okay, I didn't even see that because what I was seeing is he has 9 slot games. And apparently with a 66% win rate, he's playing Beastmaster carry
is what I was going to mention.
All right, but do you know who else was playing Beastmaster Carry? This is an easy question for you. Who do you think Yadoro saw play Beastmaster Carry, and thus he started playing Beastmaster Carry?
I
want you to think of a famous Yadoro picture, maybe where he looks really happy. Yeah, that is correct, my friend.
Ame was playing Beast, really?
He played some Tide Carry. He played some Beastmaster Carry. They're flexing it around over there on your Colt. So, if Ame is doing it, Yadoro's going to do it.
In a pro game or just pubs?
Oh, yeah, no, pro game. They busted it both out. I believe they won both games.
Okay, I need it.
Yep. I mean, I think both. At least one of them was with a mid Lina, I think, for sure. Because, that's when it works, right? You have a mid Lina, she's the hard carry, so who cares?
Okay, I see. So I'm a fanboy, I guess.
Of course. Always.
How can you not be? So, yeah, let's see. Let's see where at least the Abaddon's going to go. Let's see if he will continue to fanboy Ame and go from some more unconventional carries, but that will be determined later in the draft. One of the Invis heroes that we were looking at, Bounty Hunter, gets removed, but of course we're still looking at the Riki and potential Nyx Assassin.
I like the Nyx versus the Alchemist. Feels pretty good, right? There's a decent chance you're going to get some plays versus him. Of course, he's got the Radiance. Has to always contend with that. Could cause some problems for you.
I suppose versus the Abaddon too, right? Like with the Ag Shard break, with the potential maybe to nuke the Abaddon with a +1. But
alas.
I know this is... yes, but alas, we do get the Riki for Team Spirit. So there's your Rue hero. I wonder how that lane would look, honestly. Riki, Abaddon.
I think fine. Abba's pretty self-sustainable, and Riki will just do lane shenanigans. I'd really like to see someone try and double down on catching the Riki and ruining his laning. But I don't know if the Zeus is the answer. I feel like the Bane sounds kind of solid, because if he can't pull the wave, you'd have pretty good control. But then, of course, you have a Bane, and it's into an Abba of all heroes. So unfortunately, not this game. We'll see. But yeah, Riki versus Nyx Assassin coming in. We'll see if we get a Nyx Sense moment, which is one of the hardest things to say when you're casting.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward one. So we'll see if we have to worry about that or not. But
I want to hear it in a team fight Ares. I want to see you really shout the Nyx Sense.
The Nyx Sense. Oh my god. All right, we'll see. We'll have to keep tabs. We've got the ET, so something that Liquid actually played twice against Paravision and was able to get, again, 1 victory with it. So you got 3 melee heroes.
I'm thinking the same thing right now, buddy. I'm just thinking, ooh, how do we punish this? We got Veno, we got Timbersaw. What are we doing? Veno looks so annoying here, but you already have a Riki. That's a pretty cursed support duo.
Yeah.
Veno, Riki, and then you just have like a attempting to safe lane carry hero. I guess if you
Could
did
you put Abbas?
Yeah.
Could work,
maybe.
No?
I mean, it's a Nyx Assassin, so you know it's going to be a weak off lane anyway. You probably could, unless they go like Darkseer, maybe could be the answer if you commit to that right now.
Which I guess, so like, that is the thing. Do you want to go, do you want to have a weak safe lane? Because then it makes Paravision kind of get away with the weak Nyx Assassin.
Right.
But then you get away with it, right? I mean, they're going to go Oracle, so maybe this is preemptive against the Darkseer. Of course, Oracle, you can play it versus the ET lane as well, I suppose. And now that's probably where the big combo comes out. Oracle with the Brewster back. I have to imagine, honestly, Oracle and Abaddon probably doesn't sound too bad as well.
Yeah, they're, again, annoying. Annoying is like the key word to all these drafts right now, I feel like. That just looks so annoying. You have to jump the Oracle. Yeah. If you don't jump the Oracle, he's going to False Promise. You have to jump the Riki. If you don't, he's going to Smoke Cloud. You have to break the Bristle, but even if you do, maybe he gets False Promise and just lasts through your break and manages to like heal back up with like a Bloodstone or something. This looks very obnoxious.
But it looks like quite a free game for whatever no one wants. Really, Riki is the only thing, but if there's no more follow-up with the Riki,
I guess you do have to keep in mind that Lyle does play the Riki. So this is something that we could see from Team Spirit. I don't know if people are really playing the Riki at the moment, but when it was getting played mid, he was one of the people that was actually playing it the most. So maybe this is something that you have to think about.
That would be a very impressive flex if someone busted that out of that tournament. That's a good shout actually to keep an eye on. Because it is hard to make it work, but when it's a good game for it, we have had it obviously snowball. We've also had it go disastrously in the TI finals, I believe it was. So, there's ups and downs to the mid Riki.
Yes, there very much is. So, let's see, but probably your no one hero. And what do we got? We're going to get the Invoker. So, what do we need to ban though? There's the Puck. Probably, are we looking at Pango potentially? We've seen Pango and Earth Spirit has been the ones that have come through after the Puck.
Yeah, is there any, I'm trying to think if there's anything. Laral is a pretty solid Pango, so.
Yep.
And his other, I mean, whenever I think of Laral, I always think of Kunkka, but that hero is just dead, so. Again, though, as you said, I don't know the Riki. Maybe that's something. I feel like Invoker's got a decent amount of damage, though. But it's been so long since I've seen a mid Riki, I'm not sure exactly how successful it could be in theory. But very likely, of course, you're just going to be hunting for Laral. And we will have to grab DM's hero first here for Paravision. Already lost the Phoenix that they have flexed a lot. Used good success. They want to get these strong offlaners out of the way. There's the Primal Beast, like we saw earlier. But again, it's versus the Riki, even though it is giving you this break, which feels good. You don't really want it versus Abba and Oracle when you have this like one ulti that you play around a lot. Even if it's a lower cooldown, it's still pretty pivotal to a good team fight. Yep. It's crazy they still ban Tide despite having Abba and Oracle.
Yeah, true. Do you feel like they are needing a team fight hero on Paravision, or like what style of hero would you like for DM?
I mean, I'd like... I wouldn't mind like an Enigma or something, but they can't because of the Bristle. So there's good counter picks left to some of the better heroes. Beastmaster's still in. Obviously, he's definitely a game winner. The Dark, look at that's crazy. They banned Tide and Darkseer despite having Oracle and having Abba. Like these are extremely good heroes versus Tide, and Oracle is the traditional counter pick to Darkseer. But they still feel like those are such good potential options here for DM that they're going to remove them. That's nuts.
Can they Dawn?
They can. Pairs well with the Nyx Assassin. Pairs well with the Sunstrike. They certainly can. I feel like the lane would be hard to punish because you only have the root and stuff. So yeah, I think that looks pretty solid.
I'm just trying to think of. I feel like I've been more impressed with the Dawn plus like as an offlaner to try and at least help out some of the weaknesses from the Nyx Assassin in the lane.
You could also go a little crazy and go Viper, but that seems like a overkill. I don't think we're going to DM Viper. I feel like he's just going to play either Dawn or Beast. Oh, right, Lycan. Speaking of Beasts. Forgot that was in. That's our other combo with the Sunstrikes and the Nyx Assassins. Oh, Oracle's so sad, dude.
Yeah, I mean, Riki is not going to die, but you're not going to do anything versus the Lycan summons, which is going to be the issue with the map.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, that's frustrating.
Spirit or Pango, I think. Oh.
Man, if they go Pango, it's going to be hard to hit towers.
Oh!
The Slardar. Okay. So who's mid then? The mid Slardar? Is that Laral?
I think so.
Probably, right? And then, I mean, unless he's going mid Bristle or mid Riki, but that's the Laral Slardar.
Very cool.
Are they doubling down on the minus armor? I kind of like seeing red for Yadro this game. I don't think I like the Snot Rocket as much. As much as I love Snot Rocket, I mean, they have good physical damage. Like, they can combo with the Slardar and the Riki, but hitting towers is going to be miserable for them.
Did something change recently in one of the lands where the carrier bristles were going Snot Rocket? I thought it was just threes that we were seeing.
I've seen carries go with two.
Okay.
I like it when you have someone else that pressures buildings, though, because I feel like that's one of the better aspects of the Seeing Red. and they
Can
don't
the
have
eyeball?
that. But I mean, kind of. It's not crazy though. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It is a good minus armor game. There's certainly some heroes on the other side who are vulnerable to it as well. So I don't think it's too crazy. It's fine.
Okay.
DM's going for pack leader though. Hate that. Give me Alpha Wolves.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. You got Sunstrike. You got Scuttle. Be cool. I think Alpha Wolves is... It's generally a little bit slow in comparison, right? You're going for this Midas, and the Wolves are really cool when they get 6, but before that's kind of weak, whereas with Pack Leader, you get 6, and it's like, oh yeah, someone's going to die.
Do you feel like they couldn't go greedy with maybe the lineup they have? Like Elk Invoker, we know Invoker can be... Yes, you can be active, but it does feel like if you don't convert on those kills, this hero can really fall behind and take a while to be able to keep up. So did you feel like it was a must for him to go for this facet because of that?
I think that's the reasoning. Yeah, exactly. I think it's just like, I don't really want to put the risk, of this happening. So let's just play it safe. Like, yeah, we'd have these really cool combos with the Alpha Wolves, but that's all right. I'll just take my Pack Leader. And we'll blow some people up. Feels like it's a good Helm game as well. They don't really have the best answers to it, outside of just straight up right-clicking it. There's no one to munch it down or something.
Yeah, I kind of touched on it before with...
Laurel. He's asking why Satanic Wet Mixologist. I love that this is growing more popular. The Mixologist facet. Yeah, it's it's just so good. Like, you get the shard, it's nice, feels solid. I hate seed money. GDE Gold Aspect Allen.
Okay. So you were saying you were a fan of the other one, the 250 gold that you got?
No. I hate 250. I like this one more.
Yeah.
250 bothers me. Yeah, I'm glad that we're off that one. As that's 250 gold. I know it gives you a little potential to lane and a snowballing and stuff like that, but this is the whole game, and it's 2 spells. It's crazy.
I see. So we going Berserk Potion early, or are we still kind of hoping that we
get a little later? Blink, Radiance, Blink, BKB Potion.
Okay.
Right? And then Lycan gets eggs at some point. He bites you. You potion him. You potion yourselves. Whoa. Oh, baby. We're cooking.
Team play right there.
Now you got a stew.
Now we are balling. You got Shell on you as well? Giving false promise? Oh, sorry. We're speaking about the other. Sorry, you can steal those abilities.
We'll let it go.
Somehow. Yeah, it's okay. No, I was thinking about what Spirit are putting on them. Yeah, they got some combos themselves. Let's see what they can cook up. It's definitely... It's a weird position we're in with the patch being so long, but this feels like we're in a new patch with the heroes. I mean, unfortunately, playstyle may be somewhat similar and objectives, but these are some very, very new heroes.
Why is Satanic just W?
I don't know.
He just stunned himself. I guess he was really confident someone was coming in there.
The battle begins.
Well, unfortunately, no one comes in. And we will get no fight by the looks of it. Maybe we will actually. 9-class is going to need a TP out straight away. We'll have no stun damage. Oh, okay. Never mind. It will not even be able to get close enough to TP Rube. Thank you, my friend. Yutori used the hard yards with stacking up the Nezuko. I will claim the kill, and we're going to see a lane swap as well. So, we spoke about this inside the drop, with the Oracle to be able to play up against the ET. Have fun with your Astral Spirit to Carlos.
Yup. Oh, this is nasty. So this is the real value of the Snot Rocket, is they're getting value of it in the laning stage. This is very interesting, because you have all this physical damage from the Riki. You have this bonus damage of the Blink Strike is magical, sure, but I mean, you saw those Blink Strikes.
Is he dead?
I think he's dead.
Oh, he's walking back to lane, shamefully. Boo is, should probably be fine as well. They're even going to try and potentially poke D-Ember it on. aka Utora, will send a couple of goose nodding towards his face, and well, this lane swap is already going quite well for the boys on Spirit.
That was very cool. And they don't even have to stick with this. Like, this might fall off after a couple levels. I'm not sure. We'll see. But you could just, you know, you could just hop through and swap it back up. And then the Ricky with a couple levels could then chase around with the ET maybe. Like, once he actually has the mobility of Tricks of the Trade and the Blink Strikes, maybe he can't be bullied by the ET. Maybe a couple of points in the smoke screen. Like, you could swap back at level 3 when Oracle has 2 points in the Purified Flames and can handle the Lycan Wolves a little better, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, they do 40% magic resistance, though. They got a lot of heat.
Oh, okay.
But you know what they say about wolves? They really needed some armor.
Okay. Maybe this is this. They picked the Lycan into it, but I mean, again, you didn't know the lane matchup. But very interesting to see what the Ricky's able to do. Let's take a look at the other side lane, though. Again, like we mentioned with Maposhka playing into the Carlos, you have your Astral. You get rid of it straight away. Very cool. Very fun. Collapse is still looking to try and drag the wave, so not wanting to play into Satanic early.
Meanwhile, Laurel is just busting things up here with the slaps in the mid. As no one cracks open a water rune. Yeah, I was waiting for that. But he's doing pretty well. 14-6 to the 7-3. This is there's a trend, right, in these mid heroes. The Earthshaker. These melee heroes are coming in. What are they got the bully in your face, right? We got the enchant totem denies. We got the bashes of the deep. So just really controlling the creep wave and trying to take an advantage from there when your opponent doesn't have enough damage to zone you out. When you win that war.
Yeah, it's definitely a hero that we saw a little bit ago, right? Like 3 months, maybe a little, probably more to be honest. But we did see people attempt the slaughter in the mid lane. Why do you think it kind of fell off? Unless there were some nerfs that I do not remember.
I don't think there really were. I guess it was just other mid heroes felt better. There's certainly some value here in terms of the minus armor. I think it's probably a part of it, is this idea of the bristleback and comboing with the minus armor there too. Satanic gonna chuck one on the collapse here, but getting kind of low on this Alk. Blood grenaded. Is he just dead?
He is dead.
Yeah, but Withering Mist, baby. Like, once you get low,
oh man,
you're in trouble. Just keeps getting worse.
And it's not looking good. This is a incredible start to the side lanes, and apparently mid as well is free at the moment for Lao. You know, no one importantly does have double Wraith Ban. Love coming out, so his lane I think is going to continue to be fine, but no one really needs to put some heavy work into the side lanes to make amends from what we're seeing.
An interesting thing about Abba's innate, which might not stay, is the no scaling on it. Like, it's always 5 seconds long. It is always 35% reduction. It's always when they're at 40% or below, you know? So you're getting a lot of value from it just straight up in the laning stage too.
Sure. That's an interesting one. Came out of nowhere, like you said. So, wonder what the item build's going to be for the Abaddon, though. Is there more of a stock standard that you're kind of seeing from the hero?
I've seen a decent amount of just like flexibility based on the game. I mean, you have those key items like S and Y. Everyone's really into the Dota Sama build for the Bristleback, where he's doing the Lincolns into Glimmer, and that has moved over to the Abba. I think people just see it as pretty similar hero, and it's working quite well there too. That's been my experience so far. But I mean, we had the Echo Saber Harpoon is great, which I think he just queued up. Harpoon looks amazing on this hero. Feels very strong.
Yep.
It's one of those universal items, right? It's same thing with Lycan. These universal heroes, they get so many stats and damage bonuses from the Harpoon builds.
See more replay. We get to see back the double kill up top, so it's a nice little time kill while we got to pause and seeing what the potential is for these heroes, and as the game goes on for Collapse as well, which is scary. And I think Team Spirit, we've seen them do this a couple of times as well with the Oracle, where they've picked it into the E tier. We're not really seeing other people try and swap the lanes around, but something with the addition of Rue that they seem pretty comfortable to put Miposhka with Collapse and Rue down with Utoro, which again, really teams are not doing at the moment.
Yeah, it's Liquid does that quite a bit too. Like, I mean, not so much lately, but like they'll throw it on Boxy, right? Where they like to have the threat of the Insania Oracle, and then they just shift over to Boxy if it's a good lane. And Oracle is a hero who does quite well with early experience because the burst damage just stacks up so fast. Like level 3 Oracle is one of the scariest heroes in Dota, honestly. Like just Purifying Flames into the Fortune's End, into Purifying Flames. It's difficult to stay in the lane.
Yeah, it definitely is a bit of a tough one once you get those levels, and importantly, Miposhka does have them indeed.
This is very regal music. This feels like Invoker's music. Like this is playing in his tower, you know?
Does he look? He looks like a man with a tower, the Invoker.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, of course, a wizard like that he's got to have a.
I think he had a tower in the anime, didn't he?
I have no idea.
Oh yeah, he totally had a tower. I remember.
Hey, whoa! Ugly face right there.
That guy, no tower, that's for sure. I mean, for now he has a tower, but he'll lose it soon.
There's a gremlin under the bridge.
When you think of Alchemist, do you think of the guy up top, or do you just think of the ogre? Because I only ever think of the ogre. I'm never looking at the little gnome.
Don't think of the guy on top. Yeah, no.
No. Like, that is Alchemist. I get, but I can't. Who I see.
Nah, sorry, buddy. It's never the gnome. It is the elk. What even is the backstory? I don't know. Do you know the backstory
of the Alchemist?
Yeah, should I read?
Well, I mean,
through the biography.
It makes sense if you have a lot of money that you can hire someone.
See.
You know, and he is an alchemist. He's just making gold.
I feel like we should try and get some tips from the alchemist. I don't know. The strategy he needs to think of a way to some of the members. Come on, buddy. I swear I won't share his secret of making gold.
Yeah, it's not very nice. Oh, hello, Mud Golem.
It's pretty
Future hero coming out here, guys. They're going to remove him from the camp, and we're just going to get him as a hero. Possibly just a tiny Arcana. That's right. Yeah. Oh,
tiny Arcana.
Just swaps you with you're the Mud Golem, and all the camps just spawn tinies.
Unlucky, Tiny. You know, you get so excited. You have an Arcana coming. You just get the shit Mud Golems. What can you do? Who is deserving of an Arcana? The deserving may not be the right word as well, but who?
I think, I don't know. I've heard some whispers. I might have heard some whispers, Aries. Yeah.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I might know some stuff. Huh?
What?
Huh?
Who? Give us the goss. What?
You guys are leak.
What are you hearing?
You're all a bunch of leakers.
I don't know. What? You can leak?
Yeah. Well, you know.
No,
he's just been void of an Arcana for so long. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know anything. I got nothing.
But give us your suggestions.
How about Kez? Give him an Arcana when you put him in. Would you be mad if the brand new hero gets an Arcana? You don't like that, huh?
I would be mad, no.
But what if they make him Falco from Super Smash Bros. Melee? Well, or no, Star Fox. But I want him to be like the Melee model. And you just get to play as Falco. I think that makes a lot of sense, personally.
How many people do you think would get the reference, or?
Oh, like at least 20.
20% or 20 people?
20 people.
Okay.
Well, I don't think it would sell very well, but hey, we got an IO Arcana at one point, so anything's possible.
True. Why did we get an eye? Oh, yeah. Okay, well. That's all right. I mean, I guess it has been...
It is like
what
the best Arcana. Just saying.
Oh, the best is...
Why? What's your best?
I don't know.
You're not picking the companion cube? It's adorable.
Best Arcana.
Honestly, I don't even play Queen, but I think it might be the Queen one. I feel like it looks really good.
Yeah, I like the Queen. I like the Earthshaker one a lot.
I feel like I don't see it very often. I feel like people just play default Shaker.
Yeah, which is boring, but I feel like your combo points look sick when you rack it up.
The PA is pretty beast too. I don't even remember what PA looks like without the Arcana.
Yeah, that is true. We're getting a lot of the PA Arcana at the moment. That one is beast. I like that we don't have a PA in this game though. I'm very glad we're not seeing that here, at least in this one. Maybe some other streams, but we're not having to worry about that. We are back underway. Which is about the delay, but we are good to go. And to remind everyone of the position, Team Spirit, good start to the lanes. Very, very good start. 4 kills. Your Clap's getting those recent kills up top, so he has an Orb of Corrosion now to add on top of the Withering Mist as his innate ability.
Goodness. That seems annoying. And meanwhile, Maposhka just runs in there to grab a rune. They are at the bottom rune, of course. They do have full knowledge of where it's going to go on the side of Team Spirit.
That's fun. The Carlos going to try and step on over. Has a little bit of damage with the Astra before Maposhka is able to purge it off and will not do so.
Yeah, now, same time. He gets the kill up top. Everyone else left, and he just got walked down.
And no one's getting walked down too. This game's getting mighty out of control. Rue probably is going to die by the looks of it. The duo support, Paravision, trying to find him in the tree line. He'll look for the deny, but will not find it as the blood grenade ticks him out of the front of the tier 2 tower. First kill for Paravision. They're going to need a lot more, though, to find their way back in. 3,000 deficit at the early stage.
Yeah, how are they going to get this Alchemist back in the game? Like, are they just going to make enough room where he is just jungling from here on out? They do have a small camp stack. Unfortunately, misses the other camp there. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can't get it with level 3. Maybe that's what it is. I haven't done that in a while, but it's all right. You know, this is recovery, of course. Alk loves the small camp. He'll take whatever camp he can get. It's all just bonus gold.
We'll take the Mud Golems and the Alpha Wolves too. Or bad creeps, at least at the camp next nearby, so... We'll see what they can do, though, to, like you said, protect Titanic and get him into this game. Because also now concerns on no one's game with him getting run down, and was the only one that was having at least a decent time. And you're going to need him to be activated early on. But unfortunately, it's going to be too late by the looks of it. Level 6 potential. Nice attempt with the deny, but Titanic's not going to find it. He was close, but it is not enough. And now Ducalis as well steps out. Blood Grenade does actually miss. Maposhka unable to get in range, so it looks like Ducalis is okay.
The silence. I think he was trying to toss and run, but the smoke screen came out at the perfect moment from Rue, so he had to self-stun.
Oh, I thought he was going for it. Okay.
I don't think so. He might have been, maybe, but I think he thought he had a chance to get out of there, which he probably did. And then just explode with that beautiful timing there from Rue.
Well, you promised me this to be the best. Did you say best of group stages?
I said the best match of the day, I believe.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah.
If you say so. I don't exactly remember.
I'll say best of the group stages. Sure, I'll say that too. This is drama. This is Satanic versus the squad that wanted Yadro back. How dare they want their 2-time TI winner that the crowd all cheered on? Oh, Rue! He's a beast!
No way. That's such an ambitious team.
I saw misses. There was a chance.
I did not see enough, unfortunately. So Satanic gets the kill and some much needed gold. He did lose his tower, though.
That dodge on the impale, though.
Rue's was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is the match of the group stage. Hell yeah. Team Spirit versus Paravision. Right. I think Team Spirit are heating up. I think Paravision are looking like a top dog. I think Team Spirit are fully back. They look terrifying in the games I've been watching. I think they're ready.
Though. Another miss to the stun. Claps are going to run the other way of his reinforcements, but apparently it's not going to be a issue. No one's kind of been intercepted from the slaughter. You also again have Miposhka sitting up on the high ground.
DM and Yadaro dueling it out here. DM's gonna run. Not much of a fighter. He's a lover, not a fighter.
And what about with the power rune? Unfortunately, it's going to be a top spawn, so invis for low, bottled up, ready to go. What is
gotta
his
love
first buy?
Oracle, huh? I know where it's gonna be, guys.
Yeah, definitely a undervalued. Well, maybe it's good value, even deserved value of the hero, but yeah, we are not seeing it at the moment. I'm just waiting for the hero to be quite strong, and then that innade's going to be quite frustrating for anyone that's not playing the Oracle.
I mean, it's cool for someone like Slardar, who needs a little bit extra as the mid, you know?
No one?
Oh, no one.
Wow, we stepped a bit too far forward. And they're going to punish them instantly. No one going greedy for Rue, who there was never a hope you're going to get the Ricky, and now the Carlos is going to be chased down too. This is a lot of damage being outputted at the early stage of the game, and meanwhile, all this is going on. You have Collapse freely farming at the front of the Tier 2 tower.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I mean, that is one thing about the Ricky as well, is that you're pretty much never going to get caught by an ET Stomp. He's able to dodge it. Laro's got the movement speed even at this point in the game to avoid it as well, so there wasn't really a whole lot Ducalis could do. I'm honestly surprised that Satanic's even this farm, though. Like, I know he's an Alec, but that was a tough start up top, and he is closing in on the Relic. He just got it now, actually.
Maybe mid? Tornado will fly past. They're going to try and aim for Lau, but Lau seems kind of unkillable at this stage. 1800 health.
I mean, DM's not
they're going to potentially turn. No, it feels like this is not an opportunity to be able to use the shapeshift, and not with your Taurus showing up. Puts himself past the Team Spirit members, making sure that the Invoker along with the Light can really have to think twice to run past this Bristleback. Collapse will do drive-by, offer some assistance, get the tower, and look to go back to farming. Team Spirit 5,000 net worth lead.
Yadro is doing position 1 Dota Saba build. Lincoln's into then an SOY, then Glimmer. All right. We're really at something now at this point. So we got Harpoon, Abba, plus Lincoln's first Bristleback. I don't want to live on this planet anymore, Ares.
Why is it? What's the Lincolns for?
Every Bristle is just that. There's a pub play. I mean, it's just good. It just works.
Okay.
There goes 9 class. It suits him well. If you're not going Ags, then the idea is generally just living, right? Because like Ags is like your big damage output. If you don't go Ags, then it's just about surviving longer to make sure you're getting off all your goo. And the Lincolns just helps you do that. It helps versus a lot of tools. And then when you combine it with the Glimmer Cape, it feels just really difficult to deal with. He's got mana regen. He's got plus 16 all attributes. It's a frustrating item. It's kind of just like Morphling Lincoln's first back in the day, you know?
Yep. Well, Yutori level 11. Everyone else hit him pretty in regards to the levels as well. Like you said, though, the Tenix farm is very good.
Yeah, but he just lost his courier. It was sitting at the shop just as he got the gold for Radiance.
Not good at all. I will delay by a little bit of time, which you really cannot be actually having happen.
9 class
when you're in
going
this
for the
position.
And it looks like he'll at least get it. Radiant 2 scan. Do they? Oh, he's coming.
He won't get it.
He's gonna try. Dust.
Pushka's. Okay, got it. Which is gonna die though. Nice attempt with the Spike Carapace using it onto the dust.
Wait.
Deny. No, too much damage.
Yeah, that's Slardar. It's got hard right now. So we end up going 1 for 1 though. As they, of course, were pressuring on the other side of the map there. Even leave a ward in behind there from Rue. So they're starting to hem in the side of Paravision, who, with just their 2 kills, are not finding very much in this game at the moment.
And this is like, who's going to play with the next Vendetta? You haven't been able to open up the map. You don't have the Alpha Wolves.
Nope, and you're a
You
plus
have an
Flex Invoker,
game.
so there's no Sunstrikes or anything. I mean, to be fair, Sunstrikes, what, isn't it like 200 level 1 now? This is pretty good. Yeah, it's 200 pure level 1, which is pretty helpful.
Oh, they'll try. No one goes walk up to top lane, but it's a bit Poshka. Maybe an easier opportunity instead if it was someone like Collapse. Collapse is farming very aggressively on the far east side of the map, but this is all Spirit's game apparently by the looks of it. Paravision, they're just gonna do their best to protect Titanic.
Dude, they might get his courier again. He's sending it with a Blink Dagger to get his Radiance. Oh, this courier kill. Oh, he's hiding it. Will Rue find it? He knows it's coming. Oh, he didn't know.
Oh,
they saw him. Dude, the patience, the double wards spotting where this courier was moving almost worked. Now the courier is just running with the Blink Dagger. He almost lost 2 items there. Rue not quite able to shut it down. They did also destroy the ultimate orb of DM, by the way. The courier kills have been brutal. Like, he should have a Helm of the Overlord and he needs to wait another minute. So they're getting crushed by this deep vision on couriers.
And they might get it on the way back, or at least with the positioning. We'll see. Did it even finish its trip to the secret shop? It didn't.
No. He
went there
bailed.
himself. Yeah, sure.
He just had to walk it out, which means that he doesn't get his ratings until 16 minutes. It was ready a while ago. Yeah. Like, he farmed a whole blink in the time he was waiting for that Radiance.
Yeah, wow. Unlucky for you. What's the Ricky got as well? This is early diffuser for Rue. 6, 2, and 3. Also setting up down bottom. No one. Oh, another courier snipe. There's your Yasha and maybe your life as well if Rue can hold him down long enough, because Lau gonna be here with the harpoon. Does get a little bit closer towards the T2 tower, but the nuke damage is there. Lau, 2 points importantly in the corrosive haze, offers so much physical damage.
And like, what can you do? If your Invoker gets caught in that smoke cloud, what can you do? Like, he's going Yasha into Manta, but you know the Shard's gonna come out from the Ricky, so if you try and buy something like a Force Staff or whatever, it's not gonna matter. You have a Glimmer Cape, it's not gonna matter. It is very annoying. You get you get the bird to hurricane him out with DM's Helm of the Overlord. That's what you do.
Sure.
Dude, this ward is crushing them. Now DM's dead. They just keep seeing them move past this ward over and over again.
And the mid lane is lapped. Nice side tip of the tornado, but still the stun's gonna connect from 9 cost. Titanic gets in range for another stun, but the Sunstrike will miss, and now Collapse is fine, and everyone else on Paravision are not. They're a little bit too late to connect, but Lal is trying to do his best to get around. Titanic and no one hand in hand. Looks like no one will be okay under the cover of the Ghost Warp. Utora has an idea of where he is, but no detection.
Oh my god, dude. It's 10 minutes since they've gotten a kill on Paravision.
Definitely not the recipe for success, unfortunately. We're picking up gems, apparently. 18 minutes in the game through Port de Carlos.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to find much without your detection. Like, if you can't move out here trying to deal with this Ricky, and we know they have these deep wards. Like, he can tell with how many couriers are getting sniped, so it is helpful. But that gem can't leave the base. They can't risk losing it.
Yeah, you lose that gem, you're kind of signing this game away.
Look at Laurel. Oh, what a combo.
Are they going to force the fight? Titanic already had a concoction charged up preemptively. It's a nice stun onto the Oracle. They're going to be able to get him a Poshka. stays alive thanks to the last stuns, able to play the false promise of the last seconds. A decent deafening blast. Earthsplit is going to fly out as well. It's a nice combo, but there's just no follow-up. They're too far behind. The sustain from Team Spirit, it's too much for them. The damage, unable to follow through to finish off any kills. Yatora's going to chase him into the base. DM will survive on a slither of health, and I don't know what's going on the Ember stream, but we are getting some goddamn quit games today.
That is a smackdown. That is Team Spirit is back. They got the mojo, they got the energy. They're picking a Slardar mid. And man, this side duo of the Bristle and the Abba, just two really tanky cores ready to play early. Like, when did they ever go back to their side of the river? They crossed the river once and decided they were not heading back over to their own side of the map there. They gave up this Alchemist, the cursed hero that nobody wants to play against. They offered up first to Paravision. Satanic took it, and they just pressured and gave him no room to breathe in this one.
And I really think a lot of that as well has to go back to it was a very cool decision for them to even draft the Oracle, I think, and just go for the lane swap.
Yeah, lane swap was beautiful. This Ricky Bristol combo is excellent with the Snot Rocket.
Yep.
Yep. I think really caught Paravision off guard and annihilated 9 classes game on the Nyx Assassin. This is Nyx Assassin and Alchemist. These are two of the most contested heroes for the past 2 months. And they made them look like they were absolutely useless. Just really good counter picking here.
Hot garbage they made them look like. And
oh yeah.
This is Team Spirit in fine fashion, where you're able to manipulate lanes and get these advantageous lane matchups, and then Lao gets a crazy last pick like Slaughter. Where are we seeing Slaughter in the off lane? When are we seeing even mid lane? It's been a while. So let's see. Paravision struggling a little bit today. They are 1-2 now. 1-1 versus Liquid, and this game didn't look very good. But of course, we've seen this team is incredible. Hopefully, they're going to be able to bounce back. You told me this would be the best series of the group stages.
Yes,
Game 1, unfortunately, disappointed slightly, but it did not disappoint.
Who was disappointed? They just beat an Alchemist. You're thinking of it all wrong, man. This is good Dota. This is showing the people what they need to do. Thank you.
The potential angle that I was maybe trying to lead. Greedily want 45 minutes of incredible Dota back and forth, some team fights. I don't want a 19-minute victory, and I'm hoping that's what we get in our final game of the night. Let's see if the boys on Paravision are going to be able to equal it up and at least come back with a fight, because that's what we want. We want some good Dota. We want to see some creative stuff as well in the lanes and in the game, some new drafts, but we also want to see a competitive game, and we'll see if Paravision are going to be able to provide that heading into our second game here. First, a break. We'll see you guys soon for some more Dream League action.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
We are back and ready to go for our final match of the night here. Paravision taking on the boys on Team Spirit, and Trent, a absolute beatdown of a game one. Let's see if Paravision are going to be able to make amends, because of course this is a very, very difficult group and a very difficult Dream League as well. They need some points. They are sitting at top here for the boys on Paravision, but you know, you still need to keep those points going. They are not guaranteed a spot just yet at some of the big lands, importantly Riyadh as well down the line.
Yeah, and you want to make it out of this group stage, you know? I want to keep on playing some more fantastic Dota here at Dream League. So we're not even half the field for this group stage, and it's only a few days, right? So it's time to sort things out here. Every single game is going to matter for you, for those points, as you said, and just for surviving and getting to play a little bit more Dota as we move into what it kind of feels like the beginning of the season right now. You know, I know we had like Bangkok and everything, but I feel like we kind of had a little break, and then we had all these qualifiers, and now all these big lands are coming up. This is the time to really like catch fire, right? Because you already got your one big win as Paravision. If you can get a few more, that's going to cement you for things like, you know, invites to all these future events here from ESL and from all our various other organizers. You want to keep showing up, be consistent. So don't drop off now.
And importantly, you can't as well, because Eastern Europe is incredibly competitive. And again, I know we've spoken about it when we were doing qualifiers, but I think I did think was the best region. Then Tundra just won back-to-back tournaments. So they probably have something else to say about that, but Paravision or anyone would not want to go back and play qualifiers. I know Spirit have had to, and that was the reason why they didn't actually weren't able to play at some of those other LAN events at the moment. So we will see. We are underway here with our second draft, and we are going to get the Tiny removed once again from Paravision, so some respect. And we're going to get some heroes that will be avoided this game. Importantly, the Bristleback and the Abaddon from the previous game.
So what I'm seeing, though, is that we're doing the same thing, right? It was Radiant side Team Spirit, and they also had second pick. So both teams, in theory, happy with what they did. And I'm guessing Team Spirit are going to leave in the Alk again? They are indeed. So they're going to give Paravision the opportunity to run it back once more. Now, this time there's no ABBA, so yeah, I think that was a pretty good counter to the Alk overall, especially in that lane, because it's just someone who can bully, and really, if you get left in the 1v1, you cannot stray too far from your tower, as we saw. Once there was one fight breakout in the mid lane when all the supports rotated, he just got beat up. Collapse just absolutely crushed Satanic and sent him to the jungle pretty early.
He did. So let's see what the response is going to be now to the Alchemist, and what hero they want to try and deal with it. Is there anything else that you think they can cook up?
Well, it's the Magnus that gets left out. That was the ban that gets now left in the pool, and it's Collapse. I mean, I'm sure Yadaro's also been practicing one. So if you want it, you probably have to grab it now, as those two bans are coming out from Paravision. If you want the Ricky, you might have to grab it now. If they're thinking about, because that was really good with the Slardar as well, and opened up some options. Oh, the monkey.
I like the stats. We got the Pierre the Phoenix up top, equal percentage of the how contested they are so far through the draft. Apparently the Alchemist and the Monkey King very close towards the top as well, that hero you were mentioning. But the Magnus, I'm sure we will see contested through the remainder of this final game draft. There we go.
Yeah, and now you have some frustrating issues as Paravision, because we know that Rue plays this Monkey and plays it well. And into a Alchemist, that's a lane you obviously want to pressure. And if you opt for a like melee support position 5 or one of these weaker heroes, then Monkey +1 can be pretty scary. But then there's also heroes like the Bat Rider, who also, you know, position 4 Bat Rider plus any position 3, that's also going to run over your Alchemist lane. And then maybe they opt for like, I don't know, some Ricky duo as well, and we just shift this Monkey King over. I'm thinking Bat is definitely the way to go next year for Team Spirit personally.
Yeah, unfortunately, they've got the pick coming into the second phase. I was going to say maybe Paravision would have the opportunity to take it before, because I think 9 class has got a very good Batrider as well, but that will not be the case. They do not ban it as well, wanting to get rid of the Beastmaster along with the Magnus, so there's your potential Collapse hero, or I suppose your Taurus hero as well.
That's right, yeah, and they know he's been practicing it. I mean, the Lycan is still in. And if they wanted to do the position 4 Monkey King, that's what we've seen before from Team Spirit. You get the Alpha Wolves roaming across the map, plus the Monkey King. It's very annoying to deal with.
So what are we're yet to see the Warlock. I know you brought that up earlier in regards to the puck bed's kind of interesting, no, with the monkey?
Yeah, I guess that is interesting. Solid hero for no one. There's no doubt. That's a lot of respect to have the Monkey King. Obviously, the hero who has really been bodying these pucks in the mid lane, but I guess they know that they're going for this bounty hunter, and they're going to be lacking a little bit of control, so they want to get rid of one of the more frustrating ones. Also, I think puck kind of peaks right when Alk is getting this like Radiance Blink BKB. You know, that's when you're starting to max out all your spells on the puck. So that could be a good reason for that as well. But that's pretty wild. You're bringing up stuff. Oh yeah, the Warlock. Yeah, he is purely a playing with PA. I have seen no one else opt for it. I think maybe one other time I saw it. I'm gonna go for the clock. That's probably our position 5 here for Ducalis. There has been a little bit more of a popular shift into the position 4 clockwork. For some players, like Bobuk has been rocking it a little bit, but overall he still succeeds most of the position 5.
Yeah, we are seeing this here look very strong as that 5, I would agree, but depending on the player, can be flexible. Than likely Ducalis will see that 9 class. You have, again, the possibility to go for the Batrider if you would like to.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. It feels fine for me. Maybe it depends on who their mid is. Like, do they want someone who maybe has a little bit more nuke damage in the 4 to help out with these like clockwork jump ins and stuff, or someone who's maybe not super susceptible to bounty hunter? But I don't know. I think that's all right. They still want it. I mean, that's surprising that without the Lich is still in, so they could just rock the Lich, but they want to go for this Warlock instead. It's primarily been played with the PA, but Ducalis just wants to grab it, and that will indeed get us our position 4 clockwork. So certainly puts the pressure on DM to get a hero that plays well with the clockwork, someone who's like aggressive in the lane and takes advantage of this clock. Or maybe it'll be something with the Warlock. Maybe it'll be a similar kind of shift that we saw before. That could theoretically happen.
I suppose, yeah. We'll have to see what they want to do with the draft for Paravision. Of course, Team Spirit will reveal a couple of heroes for them. We'll get more Poshkas. And we're going to get Collapses by the look of it. So Dawnbreaker, incredibly strong offlaner. We are, at least for our games, yet to see her so far today. I do believe Collapse played it in one of their victories against Chimera early on. So they currently have a couple of circles with the Monkey and the Dawn.
Yeah, decent counter to the Fatal Bonds. Like some, lots of healing to go against this big like team fight potential. Unlikely that you're going to find any sort of a counter, like there's no Nyx Assassin or something, because can't really squeeze it into this draft. And then Miposhka will be playing the Winter Wyvern. Holy dead hero. That's kind of interesting. It's true. Could be Laurel. It is true. But probably Miposhka, and I mean, not really any big heroes you think of when you think of picking the Wyvern. I think of like the Magnus or something. Or like these counter team fights. Like there is a Warlock, I suppose, but Alka obviously can beat up an ally if he's right next to him. We'll see if he can make that happen.
Yeah, why is there a Wyvern? Are we just countering like Rock, where you use this in Fatal Bonds, and then kind of often the team fight is then in the control, the team that has the Warlock? So is the Wyvern curse just helps you reset?
Yeah, and it's physical damage beat up from the Alk too, even though he does get like Radiance and, and all his shenanigans, like it is versus the concoction. It's versus the right clicks in general. You have the heal. It's kind of cool. Then they pick the Enigma into it, so that kind of rules. It's like Dream Wyvern. It's like, oh, nice, cool. Splitter Blast and ulti. I got a hero to target now. So they're trying to force Team Spirit to go for like a gyro or something, I think. Try and shift their thinking. So they're going to ban the gyro right away. What mid laner? I mean, the thing is, they still have to pick a mid laner. So ideally, as Paravision, you're trying to pick a mid laner that forces the Monkey King out of mid, right? Like a Viper or something. But they're not stuck with it. So if they go Viper, then you can just go like Invoker as Team Spirit, and I feel like you're still kind of okay. Yeah. You know, or some similar hero that will just ignore and do their thing.
I like the cop. It's the one I was looking at for no one. So there's one of those style of heroes. We'll see what the other one is. A potential against the monkey. What comes to mind?
I mean, outside of Viper, I don't think anyone really makes you leave the lane. I guess you could argue like maybe Razor a little bit.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
They're not even that worried about it. They're just banning like good no one heroes. It's kind of like the Puck earlier. It's like they knew they had a Monkey King and they still banned the Puck, right?
So I guess then what could we be looking for the game? Maybe you've got some ways to initiate. Potentially still chaos. I guess that the initiating comes from a little bit later on though. Would you like a hero to go first? I mean, often no one is kind of your tempo controlling sort of player.
That's certainly the big question. I think the big question is like, do we want to pick Lina? Like, do we want to just give no one a game? Like, can he win this game on Lina? That will be my question. Because she's obviously extremely powerful right now. You know you can't get counterpicked. That's definitely the big hero that stands out to me at the moment.
I hope we get a Lina because I want to see this monkey Lina matchup again. Where people have been okay with actually playing the monkey into the Lina, and some people have deliberately picked it. So
yeah, I'm relying on some clutch mischiefs. I think outside of that, like a Pango-esque hero would feel pretty good, like that idea, an Ember kind of hero, but then, you know, you have to worry about getting counterpicked hard by something like the Slardar. That's a good ban. So yeah, they'll just take the Invoker. Did not find much last game on this Invoker, did he? It kind of felt like he wasn't even there.
I mean, you can go Monkey Wyvern, I feel like, to deal with the Eidolons. Monkey's fine if you have a support that can have the slow, and I feel like you're going to definitely have that with the Splinter. So we're looking at no Park. We brought up the Earth Spirit and Pango as potential heroes, maybe into the Invoker.
Larl's got a pretty good Pango.
Let's have a pretty good Pango. Yeah, there is I don't know how frustrating it's going to be with 3 BKB piercing controlling stuns, but
all right, here we go. Ready? It's time.
Yeah.
It's the Yadaro Tidehunter. Kraken goes crazy. You know, a counter team fight. We give Larl the Monkey King mid. he's watching Ame. He's learning.
I'd be
kinds of follow up. Actually, it actually looks beast. I'm not gonna lie.
I'd be down for it.
It looks pretty sweet.
Besides the black hole, I would say.
The downside is it doesn't give you good pressure versus the Alk. I think that's the one thing. And they are just gonna eventually get themselves the Yatoro Morphling to go into lane versus DM's Enigma and 9 classes Clockwork.
So what's with the Morphling? Because we have.
Ain't no way.
It's not.
No. Ain't no way.
So just so everyone knows, he currently has. Okay. He had to flow faster.
Yeah.
We both saw that straight away. Like,
it's like no,
I don't know what's
it's
going
not
on.
happening. No.
So what's with the Morphling? Because I have seen some people actually don't mind picking the Enigma into the Morphling, where we've seen the hero actually be shoved out of the jungle pretty early on. Probably that is quite dependent on your supports. How do you feel about this matchup as a whole, and overall the Morphling last pick for Yatoro and Team Spirit?
He's just busted hero. He's unpressurable in lane. Nobody beats this hero in lane. The ability to morph into them isn't crazy this game. There is some cheesy stuff you could do with like a Fatal Bonds. Clockwork's kind of funny as well. You can make some pretty decent plays there too. It's definitely not the most insane Morphling game. Like when I see really good Morphling games, I think Tiny, I think Puck, I think Ember. That's when it really pops off. This isn't quite as ridiculous. I think he's just difficult hero to pressure, good at all stages of the game. It's kind of like a more reliable TB in some ways. Like maybe you don't get like the tower pressure as hard, but you know that you've got power throughout the entirety of the game. You can help take objectives, Tormentors, Roches, and it's very easy for a team to fail to kill and pressure you and suddenly it gets turned around on them.
Yeah, okay. Well, importantly, are we going to have a more even affair between these two teams in this game?
I would think so, because the snowball potential looks a lot slower for Team Spirit. That Laral mid Slardar just got out of control very, very quickly and was just beaten and bashing. And the combo of the harpoon pull into the smoke from the Ricky was beautiful. I think it's going to be hard to replicate that. I also think they have some slightly weird heroes. You know, like the Winter Wyvern. I mean, he ends up getting kind of a good game thanks to the Enigma. I don't know if they picked it literally to try and dissuade it, but DM said, I don't care.
Wow. Okay, that was unexpected.
DM's got a pretty good Enigma, so we'll see if at least his Eidolon splits inside the lane. But how he's going to be able to play around the black hole as the game goes on and what the itemization is going to be from him too. Don't run up that high ground, bro. Yeah, it was a bit of a spooky one. We'll see if Satanic goes for a random concoction as well. That's a nice spray. I've seen that.
That's crazy to spray that of yourself. That's wild.
Oh, forgot it. Yeah, that's oh my god, they're swapping lanes. Yatoru's going top. What's going on?
He was there at the start, and I was like, oh, he must be moving. But not yet. And right now, Rue is just following Ducalis, who did just drop a sentry down to ensure that his small camp's not blocked. Or sorry, his medium camp, but wants to make sure he's got stacks available.
Well, Team Spirit again, apparently. I'm really a big fan. We have not seen this for such a long time, so I'm glad that we're seeing it. The lane swapping stuff. So Collapse should free farm, and we'll see how Yatoru is going to go as well. I imagine maybe a little bit frustrating with the Fatal Bonds, but it should be quite a good lane for the Morph.
Yeah, it's really interesting because you have the Dawnbreaker who there's not many carry matchups that have an ability to deal with the Starbreaker. But Alk does because of the concoction, so you can just like chuck it and ruin the stun and then turn and pressure onto her. So they go for the swap over here because with the Morphling, in theory, it's pretty hard to kill the Morphling in this lane. You can always just regen back up behind the tower. If they're going to push the wave in with Fatal Bonds by pressuring you, you shouldn't die. Once you have waveform, then concoction plus Fatal Bonds isn't like that scary. Just be able to escape. And then the two of you together can actually like pressure Ducalis too if he ever steps away too far from the from the Alk. This is such a classic. Every Monkey King game is we get Monkey King bug, pause, entire team DCs, reconnects, fixes Monkey King bug. And there's of course the most important play of the game there. Thank you, production. Very necessary, of course.
I don't know if it was it Collapse or was it Satanic that did it?
I thought it was Collapse, but I couldn't tell. Maybe I was wrong. It'd be funny if it was Satanic. I'd love that it was Collapse.
Would be kind of, I feel like even more chat if it was Satanic. Some mental games right there. I don't know if that's some of the new content that they were doing. I've been seeing on the social media. They've been talking about some new content that's been going out for them. Oh, yeah, back underway. Not a long pause like we saw in the previous game. And you'll be able to see how they go with the change of the lanes. Importantly, does look like a mid as well, very early on, but at the moment, 6 and 6 for the Lao Monkey King compared to the 4 and 2. We do know the Invokers can kind of struggle a little bit with the first couple of waves, but should be fine once you get some of the Wraith bands. I wonder what the build as well is going to be from Miposhka this game in regards to the item build. We're seeing a lot of glimmers at the moment. Are you wanting glimmer? Do you need to be thinking of something like a blink dagger because of the counter initiation against the rock, against the black hole, maybe the cold embrace versus Satanic's jump?
Oh yeah, I'm loving a blink. I like glimmer into blink. It's solid. Depends on how the game's going. If you're falling a bit behind, sometimes you need this like desperation blink farm to happen, but glimmer is just so ridiculous right now. It's hard to choose anything else, especially when you combine it with the cold embrace, right? Like the way glimmer works and feels right now, it's you're like invincible.
Let them pair that up with the cold embrace and the dawn then. So a bit of a fight for the Lotus. Looks like maybe Ducalis is in trouble. Nice waveform there. Taro puts his face in front of the Warlock, who does a cute little play himself as well.
Wow, gaming. Thank you. Wow, yours was way better than mine. You sounded exactly like it.
That's all the years of practice. Don't worry. Yeah, those are the plays that they win you games. That boosts the morale there, especially when you get 19-minute womp stomped in game one. Satanic doesn't have to go up against the waveform, but will still be going up against the right clicks and doesn't have the ability like the Morphling to strength up, and it's his first blood for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Ducalis dying first up top here. I would not have guessed the Alk. Again, this pressure that they are finding. And then, you know, Collapse, he's got 26 last hits. He is farming great in an Enigma lane. That is the hero that is supposed to shut down carries. He's supposed to be taking advantage, especially when he's picked that late in the draft. But it's not going so well here. That Starbreaker is a great tool versus the Eidolons. They have the magic resistance, but not the armor.
Oh, not.
And yeah, we have not watched too much of this mid lane, but he's doing great. 13 denies. Again, you know, we talked earlier about how no one's been one of these players you can really count on the mid lane, but this Monkey King just showing why he is a top tier pick alongside that Tiny. It's just really hard, unless you hard commit with like the Viper or something. It's very difficult to shut him down, and we've had games where that even happens, and then the Monkey King just turns into a like roaming like position 4 hero that still manages to be a nuisance in the game.
Definitely a very versatile hero at the moment. Good to see how active we're getting the Monkey in a lot of the games. Maybe there was a threat of 9 class being able to run him down, but for the Eidolons, didn't have all of them to be able to play with the split. How would you like Miposhka to play some of the early game? We already see Rue starting to make some movements towards the mid. Would you even like the Winter Wyvern to come as well and offer some assistance?
Lyle just did a crazy play. Sorry. He pump faked right clicking to force the tornado out of no one. I'm pretty sure he canceled it early so that he wouldn't get the Jingu stack. So then when he came back down, no one still had 3 stacks on him because he was trying to get him to run into Rue so they would get a stun into Jingu. It was crazy. There was almost the most like big brain play happening right there that it didn't happen. I'm sorry. What was your question? Because I was just overwhelmed right there.
No, that's okay. I was asking, what would you like out of Miposhka over the next minute or two as Wadden? We'll see him be used to try and keep Collapse alive, and we'll be able to do so. Collapse takes a decent amount of damage though, but
I think you heal him up, you throw a Tango to him, and then you run through the Twin Gate with an Arctic Burn. I think seeing them just run up top and kill Satanic with 3 would be very funny. Try and slow down this Alchemist again, but instead they've got a little bit of pressure on the DM as Satanic's getting run down under the tower up top at the same time. So pressure in both of these side lanes. Onto Paravision. They don't get the kill on Satanic. Can they get the one on DM? They can.
Can they get another as well? 9 class?
No, that's just a range creep. Oh my god.
No, it's not a range creep. Apparently it's a Monkey King leaping out of the trees, and Dawnbreaker as well. What?
He's got no mana.
Okay.
Let him go.
Wisdom will be 1-1 apiece, but you do get the kill, slowing down DM. Does have the drums, though, at least completed. And we'll be able to TP back to the lane for Great Wave connecting under the tower. Continuing to see a lot of pressure put into Paravision safe lane. They're going to need a response to keep Satanic healthy. Looks like 9 class Solar Guardian. That's going to hold them into place, but the Cloak's kind of counterintuitive for 9 class. It gets his carry killed, and well, now he TP'd down to offer some assistance, and he's more than likely going to be walking back out as one of the lanes, whatever one he wants to join. Spirit getting this lead up to 2,000 now.
Yep, Claps waits with the battery assault, gets him with a Starbreaker the second he makes one little mistake, and now they're jumping onto DM down bottom, catching him before the threat of a level 6 black hole at all.
Oh man.
Larl just doesn't even care about hitting him, just wants to farm off the creep.
Panic dead?
Oh no.
No? Okay.
No, they don't have enough coming through. No one is gonna get found here on the Radiant side of the river.
Are we crumbling?
I mean, they've got half the same kills as last game, right? I think didn't they finish with 2 kills?
I think they did. That they.
I'm pretty sure
no one ran underneath the sentry.
So 1 more kill will be great. Try and catch up to last game. 2 would be amazing, really outperforming their previous endeavors.
Double check. Meanwhile, Rue. At the river. There we go. There's 2. Yes, they did have 2 last game.
Alrighty.
There we go.
Now, I think their last kill was also at about 9 minutes of the previous match, actually. So if they get 1 more kill, it'll be a better showing than last match.
You are correct. It was apparently 8:56.
Almost exactly the same.
Okay.
They're consistent. Hopefully not too consistent. We want this to go a little bit better, so it's a little bit more competitive here.
It is consistent. Rude had both deaths last game. So there's both this time as well. We will see if that'll continue to be the case. But Proshka scouting out some stacks. DM importantly was nearby. Give them time for 9 class to be able to tip in. Only level 4 with the clockwork. They're going to be relying on no one's tornado to close the distance and enabling the black hole caught embrace. Only going to mitigate some of the damage. Collapse should still go down. Unfortunately, not strong enough. He's really making him work for the kill, but I mean, any +1s, maybe there was a threat of a turnaround there from Spirit, but Paravision, at least they're able to now get more kills than what we saw in that previous game.
Yeah, that's just good prioritization of how to play the map right now in a game like this. When the Dawnbreaker is having a good style like that, you want to target her, obviously. You do not want to try and gank the other lanes, because then she's just going to show up and make life harder for you. This Clockwork sticking on top of her, ensuring that she couldn't get a jump somewhere else, but 9 class dies to the support duo of Team Spirit. This Room of Poshka will take him down.
Gonna have to see what Paravision.
Yeah, he's way back here, eh? Like, what can they do? I mean, he's an Elk, so he's farming all right considering the situation. But it is, again, another game where it always feels like Paravision are sort of on pins and needles trying to figure out exactly where on the map they can farm. We got these deeper wards keeping an eye on things. Already level 6 there on Maposhka as well. They're baiting no one here.
Unfortunately, smoke's not going to work out for them, so they'll be able to drop some observers towards the tail end.
Oh, smoke pops on 9 class. He does. Rue in behind. Yeah, he's dead.
That's cool. One that they probably weren't going to get with the smoke expiring, so 9 class drops the observer, gets the kill with the assistance of DM. But how are you going to be able to open up the map into Collapse's Dawnbreaker? That is the issue. Level 8, Blade Mail coming out shortly. Always the potential, like we've been saying, where Poshka's continuing to play around bottom, so this has been the one advantage of the Enigma, where you can open up the map very easily with the drums build to help the Invoker making these rotations.
Jeez, this is a big move.
Oh man, hookshot, he jumped down to the low ground at a perfect timing. They're going to be able to blow up the Enigma. They've got the rock. It's a pretty good combo from Dakalis. Fatal Bounce is out. Collapse should end up dying to the damage over time. Lao's in a lot of trouble as well. It's a great curse, however. Setting up for the Wukong, and Lao's going to be able to get the turnaround. Has one more Jingu to work with to play with the life steal, and he's back in fighting shape. Now wanting to leap over towards no one. Gets some separation thanks to the assistance of Ninecraft on his dying breath, but Yatoro plays around with the only person he could into the Invoker Replicant. He does get himself stuck, but it is a worthwhile cost as Spirit, they are rolling.
Got the Ice Blast and the Ice Wall and the Deafening Blast. That feels good. In terms of Invoker spells you can grab. Oh man. Trying to escape, just nothing there. Worthy sacrifice from Collapse, and didn't even get a chance to use his ulti, but who cares? Man, they are just really playing fast here on Team Spirit, and yeah, you're right, that hook shot too, you know, unfortunate. Did not want to grab the one hero that can get out so easily is that Morphling. Unfortunate timing there. As, it looked like he did indeed see that the Monkey King had hopped to that tree, but he jumped down just in time, and then Satanic, he pops his ulti with like, what, 10% HP? Like, there was just no chance to make use of your Alchemist in this game, and once more fighting, unfortunately, before he has this Radiance. Oh, this is now from 9 class in the live game. Can't quite catch Maposhka. Could have been a potential follow-up from DM there, but just no chances. Man, I mean, I would say that considering recent events, like, Team Spirit are coming in as the theoretical underdogs here, right, versus Verivision. I mean, I've been watching them. I've been hyping them up. I feel like their form is back. They looked incredible in the games I've been watching for them. So I'm not super surprised, but I would not have expected it to be this stompy.
Well, I would not have expected it as well, but it is in dire position at the moment. You are I don't know what they're going to be able to do to slow this game down.
I don't know, but I really cursed it when I said this was going to be the best series of the group stage.
You really, yeah. That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. Because we're going to get some absolute bangers after this. I have to wait for another day, mid. But Pushka's in a pretty good position to assist with Roost. Solar Guardian is late, however. Is this the fight you're looking for on Paravision? DM's gonna try and tip in with the threat of the black hole. No one down to the south. They need a way to be able to protect him. Rock back off cooldown, but too late again. The spells from either support's not there in time to keep some of the heroes alive. It's a nice concoction. Satanic flies through from the other side, evening the trade at 2. Yutoi wanting to try and deal with DM. Black hole turnaround. What a timing low. As soon as the hands were up in the air, Satanic is gone as well as Spirit. 4 kills. Yatoro's Morphling, this last pick for them. 6, 0, and 5. Set up as well, rotating the lanes, and he is doing so much work with the good start they've given him.
And pressuring into that Alchemist too. Just what more can you ask from your carry player? To go in and help pressure and kill the enemy carry in their laning stage. Just, yeah. I mean, Vlad's into the Manta. Beautiful morph so far in this game as well. He is a big problem for them right now. And they're going to TP right back into the mid lane. They're smoked up on the raid. They just want to end this game. This is... They don't have a Solar Guardian. Look where they're playing. They don't care. 9 class thought he was safe. He's like, surely they've retreated to their side of the map, right? They wouldn't be over here. That'd be crazy. They don't have any spells. Why are they here? And yet, there they are.
There they are, and there's another track kill as well. This gold is really starting to get to a dangerous territory.
Good news, Maposhka did just ward right on a sentry, so maybe that gets found.
Okay, nice. Gonna need a lot more things to go the way, unfortunately.
Cracked up Invoker. Are we going for this? Oh, they're going for this. Oh, we're so going.
I scan. Is that going to stop the note? Looks like it will. Okay.
They didn't like that flare.
Yeah. Set them away. It's okay. Importantly, they're doing a really good job to stop the team from Paravision from farming.
I'm going to be bold and say that this Monkey King hero moves too fast. I know. Crazy.
Oh, really? Yeah. Crazy. Speaking of the Monkey
Probably
King
the first
hero,
person to notice.
No way. They've got Solar. This is not happening. Lau's finding the curse. Onto twos to set up for the Wukong. Is Lau going to be able to get the Jingu stack? It's important. They'll push him away, but it doesn't matter. Great position from Maposhka, but the assistance of the Solid Guardian, that play was never going to work. Spirit always were going to be there in time to react, but it just shows how desperate they are. A Black Hole does at least get one, but everyone is being chased down. It's going to be a full team wipe across the map as Paravision trying to scurry away. You cannot escape from the vision, nor the kills as Root makes it a triple, and we could be ending at similar timing to what we saw the previous game.
Actually, unbelievable. I mean, he just bought a full 4-staff on Bounty Hunter. There's no components picked up at all. Just the whole thing would be flying out here. So their one hope of maybe the perfect clockwork play quickly being diminished here, so you can help save anybody who gets caught inside. Just jump them right out of those cogs. Larl really the only one who died because he just kind of pressured a little bit too intensely there and had to be black holed. Bit greedy of a move there, but of course it helps set up for the further kills, so still works out.
Value actually, put black hole on cooldown.
That's right.
So now we can run at them again. No threat for 2 minutes here. He was low health. He wanted the reset. Did he give a streak over? Oh, 522 gold is definitely decent enough. This seems incredibly ambitious to go for Lau when you don't see anyone on the other side. And importantly, Maposhka's the first to TP. You get the response of the Solid Guardian. That just shows how far behind they were. They have to make a crazy play like that.
Yeah, I think if you get out there, if you don't get cursed from the high ground there on the Alk, or maybe if the hook shot comes in and he's able to just like walk back a bit, cogs, push them all back, and you force those rotations, it's a net positive play for you. But it's the catch that kills you, and that's why Maposhka has doubled down and just purchased that Blink Dagger first overall. Not going to go for the Glimmer. He just wants to ensure he's getting big ultis and always going to be there to help his teammates. As their other defensive option here will be an Aegis.
Monkey or Morph?
That'll answer it for us. I concur. Just let him go crazy with the Conda.
And what a timing to be able to go through bottom as well. 20 minutes coming shortly with the 21. You have a really good observer board for another minute 40. I don't know when they placed that, but Rue's got one set up already of the far east side of the map, so...
Yeah, truly fantastic vision this game, or this series rather, from Team Spirit. Like, they have had these annoying heroes, the Riki and now the Bounty, playing deep, getting wards, trying to figure out exactly where you're moving through the map so they can set up an anticipation of you. And now as the 20-minute timer goes, they get to see the whole map. They see that they're smoked, and they just realize, okay, it's fine.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're just gonna play around their op sentry.
Collapse just in case TP'd back to base as well. Like you said, they knew they were smoked with the the Break of Dawn, but didn't know exactly where they were going with the smoke, so just wanted to make sure he was pretty much the only person that was at a potential risk of his own life.
Yeah, logically, jumping the Dawn is the dream, because you just get to remove it as a saving option for whoever else you're jumping, but Collapse takes that away. They steal the enemy Tormentor.
Yeah, do they know? Well, apparently they do. The observer board just a little up to the north. Somehow he slips out, but only momentarily, looking for the TPTM. Oh, pretty close. Nice try.
Yeah, but that'll help distract them away from the Wisdom Rune, as Yadro will take it, as well as the tier 2. He is level 18 on this Morphling right now at 21 minutes. The highest level hero is Satanic, who is nearing level 14 on Paravision. They have a Yadro problem, a really big one.
Yadro problem, they got a Team Spirit problem, and apparently we were joking about it when we were, again, covering a lot of the qualifiers, like your teams are letting DK through, they're forgetting how strong this hero is, but the Alchemist is insta-ban every game. And now, of course, that was before Blast and before Fissure. We'll hold that no one. Okay. Very nicely done from Lau with the Boundless. But yeah, that was before some of the events, and we've seen apparently the Alchemist is getting let through the pool, and Spirit say, yeah, no, it's okay. We've got some pretty good responses to that.
Yeah, this was just well crafted. Definitely a coaching and drafting plan was to let that through and have these answers to it.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
Classic answer.
Nice jump from Satanic as well. Actually, not bad from them. Importantly, Morphling is not here as well. You're pretty tanky on Collapse by the looks of it. He's going to be able to get out. No one as well is away. They know that somewhere there is a scary Morphling looking to get involved inside the team fight. Collapse is going to make sure that 9 class will not escape like some of the other members. And he also wants more as well. This is a quick Dawnbreaker with a harpoon. The Carlos, you are back for another track kill and a gem. I believe he gave over.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, there were signs of life there. It will be a net gold gain, I believe, for them as well because of the deficit. So it's now only a 21k lead. So that's good.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, sick. We're sticking around for a little bit longer than the last game.
About to have a Lincoln Sphere finished up here on Yadaro. We have a Disperser now done for Laurel. Oh, who we getting a shard too?
Huh. Very interesting.
Now then more for Wyvern.
Wyvern it is. Well, you can dispel, right? The Malefice, the Cold Snap, the Fatal Bonds. It's a decent amount of value with the Dispersal.
True, actually, yeah, very true.
Interesting choice. As we're seeing a potential again. Root setting up for the Solar Guardian Collapse, along with your turret coming through from a direction you would not expect from the north. Bjorn gored like 10, 0, and 6 as your Toro.
I like how we had a shield rune. Really didn't look like it.
No, I didn't even know he had one.
Yeah. Age is down. It has expired.
How much that's going to stop Spirit at the moment. What are we looking for? 1 last 5 potentially with the BKB from Titanic. What else have we got coming shortly? That is kind of it, unfortunately. Paravision, we do not have some rich heroes.
How aggressive is Mahoshka feeling? Oh my god.
Jesus.
Darn it.
Oh, how much did that do? That adaptive strike did, 962 damage to that clockwork. Yep. Okay, cool. Cool. See, this is why you need a Glimmer. This is this is why you're seeing Glimmer all the time.
We're smoking 1 last fight. Bruce positioning on the low ground is going to be able to pop this low. Let's just potentially take it up for the tornado onto 2, but
Satanic almost going for the craziest blink quelling blade of his life.
Ooh, hook shot in 9 class. Cuts out last with Satanic with the jump, but importantly, it's not onto the Winter Wyvern, but Poshka's ready to counter initiate, and there it is. The Winter's Curse is out as soon as they go in with the combo. It's wasting all the BKB duration. Satanic has to run away. DM can't even thread it with the Black Hole. There's too many ways to counter it. That's going to be all she wrote, and Team Spirit just absolutely bodied Paravision. This was not even close to as serious than what we were both expecting to be. An incredible matchup between these two teams. I don't know what this really says. I don't know if this says Team Spirit are just on another level at the moment. I don't know if this is an off day for Paravision, but whatever it is, I collapsed. Oh, that's a funny camp to see towards the end. But I don't know, dude. This Spirit team, they're looking good.
They look incredible. That is anyone who is going up against them has got to be a little bit concerned here when you can pull off a game like that versus Paravision, who's a team who's been giving them a little bit of trouble and really giving everyone a bit of trouble around the scenes. So shout outs to Team Spirit. They are certainly back. As we kind of alluded to earlier, that's now 4-0 for them. So much like our previous victors of Shopify, it's 2 straight series dubs for those two teams.
That it is. Who knows if it's just they're able to topple the Eastern European boys with Chimera Eastern European. Let's call them that. So maybe this is the region that they're able to be. We'll see how they can compete versus the other teams. But for at least Paravision, maybe you're going into the night and then tomorrow just saying to themselves like, look guys, we versed some pretty difficult opponents. You're versed Spirit and then Team Liquid. So yes, Liquid may be having some results they weren't hoping for pretty recently, but I think a lot of people would probably still say that they're top 5 and definitely really definitely are contenders even in the Dream League setting. So we'll see. Hopefully that's at least the morale. And again, this team has looked very good in the recent events. So we'll see what Paravision are going to be able to do tomorrow. But this Spirit team, I don't know, Trent, there's something to fear.
It's terrifying. I mean, they were looking so interesting with their previous lineups and just playing through and seeing like the abilities that Maposhka still had when they had these stand-ins for Yadro and Collapse. But having the back, it just feels so good. It warms my heart to see this Collapse and Yadro duo. They like so many of their game plans and their victories and their iconic tournament wins came from the draft and then just like the general gameplay of Collapse and Yadro. And now they've even found something a bit different here, like this lane swapping. It's not really something that they've ever been known for. Team Spirit are a comeback team. They are not a team that wins games with their opponents having single-digit kills. This is not what they do. I mean, they almost did in game 2. They managed a 10th one there, but so they had to ruin that for me. But anyway, Team Spirit's a comeback team. They're not a stomping team. What is this?
And I think with that being said, we did see, at least in their first TI victory, right, where a lot of the games were won off the back of the big hero pool from Utora, and I think just the knowledge of the game and knowing when to pick the right hero. And I think we saw the game, the hero knowledge for them in particular in this series with the ability, like you're saying, to be able to swap the lanes. And I don't know if they just have a far better read on the current hero matchups than other teams, but or maybe the other teams haven't been practicing this, they're not comfortable with it, they're not thinking about it. I don't know, can you kind of speculate why we aren't really seeing other teams even experiment with trying the lane swaps?
To me, it just looks like preparedness. It looks like a special knowledge of a specific matchup here, but maybe we could ask someone else about this there, Aries.
And indeed, we can potentially ask Mr. Ruru. Congratulations on your performance today and the series victory as well. You guys are 4-0. I want to ask you, I've got one question, then I'll let Trent take it. Coming into this series, how are you guys actually feeling versus Paravision? I know at Fissure, you guys tied 1-1 in series count, but you made this series look incredibly easy. Do you feel like you guys have done a lot of preparation heading into Dream League? Or is there something else you feel like Paravision just didn't play up the standard, or you guys are really on another level at the moment?
Yeah, I think we make preparations. Look at our draft in first map. Like these heroes looks 5 random heroes, but it worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we just draft good, so it was not a hard game.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You definitely made it look very easy. I mean, ever since you have joined Team Spirit, there have been, I mean, consistently when we're casting you, I find myself saying that Rue looks like the standout player. I feel like you've been extremely impactful on like multiple support heroes, either in these like deep vision heroes like the Ricky or the Bounty Hunter, or even just these like multiple stuns and clutch situations with the Lion. Do you, when you first started playing on this team, was there like this pressure of being like the new guy, and how has that changed now? Like, do you feel like there's less of that pressure? Are you more comfortable now? How's it sort of feeling in the team?
Yeah, of course, I'm more comfortable now. It was not pressure like I'm new guy in the team, because all players don't make pressure on me. So it just was hard to play tier 1. It's a new level, more things.
Well, it's yeah, you certainly look like a tier 1 level today. There's no doubt about that. With this new, everyone's starting to play like Ricky, Bounty Hunter, Nyx Assassin. Do you like this style of position 4 hero? These like backline invis heroes? Is that something that you enjoy to play?
Not really. I like more range heroes that make damage and stun, but meta changes every time, so I should play Ricky Bounty Hunter every game.
Why do you feel that is? Because people have sort of theorized that these Invis heroes should be stronger because of the map being bigger and people being greedier in their camps. Why do you think it is now that they seem to be so good?
I think of course, the map is bigger, so it's only 10 sentries on the map, so you can be everywhere. And these heroes are melee also, so they can pull every lane, so they don't care what lane they stay in.
Yeah,
so that's easy.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Awesome. That's all for me. Thank you, Ru, for coming. Congratulations on your series victory and your performance today, and look forward to seeing you and the boys play in the upcoming days. So thank you for joining us, mate.
Thanks, Ru.
Thank you, Ru. There we go. Hear from Ru and what he has to say, and the all-important question of how we are feeling about some of these melee fours that are going around at the moment. So we'll see if the captain and coach are nice enough to be able to give him some of those ranged heroes that he is itching to play.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how good he looks on these heroes, and he's like, I don't like them. Like, I don't really want to play it, but meta is, so meta does. He just adapts to it, and yeah, I continue being very impressed by Ru once more.
Yes, this guy is not bad at Dota at all, and you would say some of the the other Yellow Submarine boys are pretty goddamn good at Dota as well. So we will see how their rise is able to go from those individual players, and of course Team Spirit as well. We're going to be able to take a look at the standings, at least at this moment. It looks like we're close to almost being done. There is some series still going on at the moment, but we've got a couple of people on top. Tundra, Shopify, Heroic, all with a flawless day. Spirit are going to join them on Group B. Any surprises for you? I think Trent is probably maybe the better way to do this.
I mean, considering recent stuff, it looks pretty good. I guess probably Gaiman and Paravision, maybe you would have expected swapped, with Gaiman kind of struggling right now, but they got their wins earlier today. Maybe this is the redemption arc for them. And in terms of Group A, I mean, fair to say Shopify, right? They had some matchups that are on the easier end for them, sure. They are the ones who are dominating that lower half of the bracket there. But still, it's important for them to get these early wins, and maybe that's going to help them sort of get some solid momentum moving forward. The other surprise, of course, I guess Falcons, right? Starting 1-3, but likewise, they also had some very difficult matchups to start.
Yeah, I think it was maybe Tundra and Beppoon potentially for Falcons. So
that's a bad start. That's low momentum for you, for sure.
Yeah.
The two best teams in your group.
Which is kind of what we were saying, right, with Paravision versus Spirit and Liquid. You're probably expecting these to be the teams that you're going up against in regards to competing for that top four. But still, at the end of the day, we know Dota at the moment is incredibly competitive. It's the most competitive it has ever been, probably. So you need to be able to get these victories. Unfortunately, Paravision and Falcons are unable to do so. They're kind of maybe just lucky that some of the other teams have really struggled, in particular Group A, with 9 Pandas, Mudang, and Extreme all being 0-4. So that is at least just the group stages for today. And again, we do still have some games going on some other streams. Before you guys move over there, though, take a look at the schedule so you guys have an idea of at least what the games will look like tomorrow here on the Ember stream. We're going to be starting off. We got Falcons up against Extreme, so two teams that struggled yesterday. We're going to see if Spirit can continue with their success, and then Falcons versus Heroic and Boom versus Team Spirit to end the night as well. We've got some good series tomorrow, Trent.
Ooh, we do. Falcons a chance to bounce back after some of these losses they've had, and then Heroic, I mean, they're 4-0 as of now. So we'll see if maybe their own momentum is going to keep them ahead of Falcons. Tomorrow's going to be a very pivotal day for Falcons to try and pull themselves to the lower half of that group stage.
Yes, that's the thing you need to now. Like we can say, like, you go against the top teams, and maybe that can be the mentality where it's okay, we don't have to verse them now. But as soon as you lose one against a team maybe you're expected to beat, then the pressure really starts to ramp up. And again, we were kind of speaking about it earlier, but these teams really don't have a lot of opportunities left to be able to get those EPT points. So that is really the ultimate thing. I know Falcons are sitting pretty decent at the moment. I believe maybe they're top 4, but some crazy things can happen where some people can sneak above them. There's a lot of teams playing in Dream League at the moment that are not in that top 8. So you need to be able to get those points.
They're running out like those tickets to Raleigh. Am I right? Production? Hell yeah. I saw that little thing pop up. Get your tickets, folks. NA Land. We got to rep that as well, of course. And it's back. There we go. See? Oh, yeah. Don't miss your chance. They're running out. It says it on the screen.
They're running out. You guys got to get it. You got to represent NA, Shopify Rebellion.
That's right.
Bulba and some potential other representation from some other players, from some other regions, you know, but still they're, you know, pseudo NA, your crit. I feel like you can call him a NA representative, snaking as well potentially as for Falcons. But
I only take Howie right now. We're beefing pretty hard with America, so I'm only cheering Canadians. Sorry, we got issues right now.
we're only Canadians are ruling at the moment. We'll see if who they're going to be supporting, but that is down the line. That's Raleigh. We've still got a lot more action kicking off for us here in Dream League. Again, like we're saying, this is just day 1 done, but importantly, there's some other streams going on to close the final game over on those streams. So make sure you guys go check that out. We will be back tomorrow, importantly, same time tomorrow.
That's
so
right.
Do not miss anything for some more action. Trent, any closing comments before we say goodnight?
No, thanks for joining us. And of course, Mike and John will be back to kick things off again here at the start of the day, and we'll be in for series 3 and 4. So come join us, come watch the good Dota. Don't miss the good Dota everywhere else. And we'll see y'all tomorrow.
Yes, we will see y'all tomorrow indeed. So get those 4 monitors going, get the phone going if you need to, whatever you need to. Maybe ask your parents as well for some extra screens to be able to watch the games and watch the Dream League action. But we are done for another day. Yeah, we'll see you guys all tomorrow. So thank you for tuning in for Dream League Season 25. Day 1 is done. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time for some more Dream League action.
There were two little sisters a walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her